My name is Owen Cole. I'm 34 years old, and until about 7 months ago, I taught ninth grade English at a public school in Portland, Oregon. Which, if you've ever tried to get a room of 14-year-olds to care about The Great Gatsby on a Friday afternoon in February, you'll understand why the words accommodation included in a job listing were basically all I needed to read before I started filling in the application. That's not the whole story, though, if I'm honest. The short version is that my marriage ended. The apartment we'd shared for 4 years became a kind of museum of every specific thing I'd done wrong over the course of a decade. Every argument, every canceled plan, every moment where I chose the easier version of myself and she noticed. And I needed to be somewhere that didn't know my name, didn't know her name, and didn't have a coffee shop on the corner where we used to go on Sunday mornings before things got bad. My therapist called it avoidance, and I said, yeah, probably. And she said it wasn't a sustainable coping strategy, and I said, yeah, probably. And then I signed the lease on a storage unit, put everything I owned in it, and drove north. She's probably right. She usually is. But I'm here, and the apartment is somewhere behind me, and at this particular moment in my life, that's the arrangement I can live with. I want to be upfront about something before we get into any of this, because I think it matters. I'm not a dramatic person. I don't enjoy horror films. I get properly anxious at haunted house attractions, and then spend about a week feeling embarrassed about it. And I'm constitutionally the kind of person who looks for the rational explanation first, and keeps looking for it even when it stops being available. I'm a former English teacher. I spent 9 years trying to get teenagers to think critically about the stories they were being told. I don't believe things easily, and I'm not going to ask you to believe me easily either. I'm just going to ask you to read this. I've been a ranger at Sentinel Ridge National Park in northern Washington for 7 months. There are things happening in this park that the National Park Service does not want you to know about. I know how that reads. I'm telling you anyway because people are coming here, and some of them are not coming back out, and I cannot keep sitting on this. If you're planning a trip to Sentinel Ridge, or honestly any national park, please just read this first. That's genuinely all I'm asking. The listing found me at the right time, which in hindsight I probably should have been more suspicious about. I'd been supplying teaching to cover rent after my position was cut. Budget reasons officially, though the unofficial version involved a head of department who didn't like the way I ran my classroom and had the ear of the principal. But that's a whole other story. And I was 3 weeks into sleeping on my brother's couch in Salem when I found it on a government employment board at about 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, with a half-eaten bowl of cereal going soggy next to the laptop. Park Ranger, Sentinel Ridge National Park, Northern Washington. Accommodation provided on site. Previous outdoor experience preferred but not required. I have a moderate amount of outdoor experience. I grew up camping. I hike when I can. I once did a solo trip through the Olympic Peninsula that nearly killed me via a combination of blisters and catastrophic overconfidence. So that ticked that box. The accommodation lined up with the fact that I had nowhere to live. And the salary, once I actually ran the numbers, was substantially more than I'd been making teaching. I did the math twice because I'd thought I'd made an error the first time. Base pay for the ranger position was fine. Mid-range for the role, nothing that would make you look twice. But there was a secondary line item called an operational hazard supplement. And once you added that on top of the base, the total number was enough that I sat back in my brother's spare room and looked at the ceiling for a moment. More than I'd made teaching, which says something fairly depressing about where we've landed as a society. But that's a tangent I'll spare you. I applied at 11:43 p.m. I know the exact time because my browser history is still on that laptop, and I checked it recently for reasons I'll get to. 3 days later, I had a phone interview. A week after that, I was signing the storage unit lease and loading boxes. And 10 days after that, I was sitting in a hire car in the parking lot of a regional administration office 12 miles outside the park, watching rain hit the windshield for 5 minutes because I'd arrived early and had nothing else to do. The HR woman was named Patricia Oakes, mid-50s, organized with the specific efficiency of someone who had needed to develop it. Dedicated pen holder on the desk, used and labeled. 2 separate in-trays with actual labels on them. Professional, crisp, pleasant without being warm. She walked me through the standard induction material, accommodation setup, duty roster, equipment access, radio protocols, which trails were mine and which belonged to the other ranger I'd be working under. About 40 minutes in, she slid a secondary document across the desk without making any kind of production of it, nudging it into my eyeline in the practiced way of someone who needs a signature and prefer you didn't read too carefully first. Just supplementary paperwork, operational conduct clauses, standard for the department. I started reading. God damn. 22 pages of what was being presented as a health and safety compliance document, and buried in the middle of it, not at the end where you might reasonably expect the tricky section to live, but in the middle, surrounded by a lot of very dull paragraphs about trail maintenance liability, was a non-disclosure agreement. And it was broad. Broad enough to cover, as far as I could interpret the language, anything I might observe, report, suspect, document, or discuss in relation to my employment at Sentinel Ridge. For a period extending, I checked the number twice, 30 years after the date of termination. I looked up at Patricia. Her eyes were on her monitor. This is pretty extensive for a parks job. Data protection, liability coverage. She kept her eyes on the screen. The department requires it across all remote postings now. You'll find it's the same everywhere. I thought about the storage unit. I thought about my brother's couch. I thought about the operational hazard supplement and the number I'd done the math on twice. I signed it. There was one other thing, right at the end of the meeting, that I've turned over in my head more times than I can count since. Patricia was pulling up my file on her system, doing the final sign-off, and said without looking up, "You'll be assigned to Walt Greer, North Trail Network." He asked for a candidate with a communication background, which obviously lines up with yours. He asked specifically? She scrolled back slightly, fast, caught herself. He asked for that type of candidate, yes. A pause that was slightly too long. The previous ranger had to step away. Personal reasons. Walt will bring you up to speed on everything you need. Had to step away. That's an interesting way to put it. Patricia closed my file. The smile she gave me was assembled from the right muscles without the backing. Walt will be at the East Trailhead at 8 tomorrow. He'll have everything you need. I drove to the park that evening in the tail end of some rain that had been following me up the interstate for about 90 miles. Found the visitor center, got my cabin key from a ranger on the desk who barely looked up, and followed the hand-drawn map on the back of the welcome sheet about 1.5 miles into the tree line. The cabin sat in a small clearing backed up against a rock shelf, east-facing, which I later understood meant decent morning light and a significant amount of shadow by mid-afternoon. It was small, but it was mine. Wood burner in the corner, kitchen someone had stocked with the basics, a bedroom with a decent mattress, and a window that looked out into the trees on the east side. I had the fire going inside 20 minutes because the temperature in northern Washington drops hard and fast once the sun goes behind the ridge, and the cabin had been empty long enough that the cold had settled in properly. The kind that's in the walls rather than just in the air. The kind that takes a working fire and several hours to shift. I made a coffee, stood at the window and watched the dark come in through the trees and felt, if I'm honest, genuinely okay for the first time in about 4 months. Quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear yourself think without immediately wishing you couldn't. I started going through what the previous tenant had left behind while the fire got going, which is a thing I always do in a new place. You know how you just sort of take stock of where you landed. And there wasn't much. A few trail guides on the shelf above the fireplace. A bird identification manual, well used, spine cracked all the way through. A paperback thriller on the nightstand with the last 40 pages missing, which I found more unsettling in some ways than anything that came after. A camping mug on the kitchen windowsill with a chip in the rim. The kind of thing that gets used every single day for years and then abandoned, which tells you something about how abruptly whoever was here before me had left. And on the kitchen table, wedged under one of the chair legs to stop it wobbling on the uneven floor, was a manila folder. I assumed at first it was something administrative, left by accident. Equipment inventory maybe, or trail maintenance records. Something boring. I pulled it out, sat down with my coffee, and opened it. It was an incident report. Internal document. National Park Service headed paper. Dated 14 months earlier. A handwritten note was clipped to the front page. Ballpoint pen, small and slanted, pressing harder on certain words. If you're the new one, Walt knows. Ask him about the Calvert family. Don't ask anyone else. I sat with that for a moment, read it again, then turned the page and read the report. The Calvert family, David and Susan Calvert, daughter Maisie, aged 8, son Thomas, aged 7, had been registered for a 4-day camping stay on Trail Zone NE7, approximately 9 miles north of the visitor center. On the morning of day 3, the ranger conducting routine check-in reached their campsite at approximately 9:15 a.m. and found it unoccupied. That part I could have rationalized. People go on early hikes. What I couldn't quite rationalize was what came after. The tent was intact. Sleeping bags inside, still shaped from the night before. The impression of bodies still in them, people-shaped and empty. Clothing folded on the equipment mat. All 4 packs present, with food, water, navigation tools, and first aid kits still inside them. Meaning, wherever the Calvert family had gone, they had not planned on going. The camp stove was still assembled. There was a mug of coffee on the folding table that the reporting ranger noted, in what I thought was a quietly devastating detail, was still faintly warm when they arrived. Whatever had caused this family to leave their campsite, they had left at speed, and they had left without a single thing. A search was launched within the hour. County Sheriff's Department sent a canine unit, 2 dogs, a German Shepherd and a Belgian Malinois. Field experience of 12 and 9 years respectively. Handlers with a combined 26 years in search and rescue operations. Standard procedure was to start at the campsite and let the dogs find a direction. They found one, north. The dogs tracked the Calvert family's scent northward from the campsite for approximately 6 miles, moving through increasingly dense forest before stopping at the bank of a dry creek bed. Both dogs refused to cross it. I read the handler's notes twice because I kept thinking I was missing something, some qualifier or context that would make this make sense. The language one handler used was passive cessation. The handlers noted that neither dog showed the fear or aggression they'd expect near a predator scent. They simply sat down at the edge of the creek and would not move, would not cross, would not follow commands to cross, just sat there at the water's edge and looked across. On the far bank, there was nothing. No continuation of the scent trail, no impressions in the silt of the waterline, no physical indication that the family had crossed at all. The trail came to the creek and the dogs sat down, and that, according to the incident report, was where the physical evidence ended. The recommendations section had been removed. The entire lower half of the final page, everything below the heading, was blacked out in thick marker, done carefully, 2 passes minimum, nothing bleeding through. Somebody had sat with that report and a marker pen and decided what the next ranger needed to know and what they didn't. The Calvert family were listed as whereabouts unknown, cause of disappearance listed as undetermined. I closed the folder and sat at the kitchen table for a while. The fire behind me had got properly going by then, and the cabin was warm, and the window above the sink looked out toward the tree line about 40 feet away. Just trees. Just dark. I made another coffee, which I didn't actually want, and then I went and checked the lock on the door, and then felt slightly embarrassed about checking the lock on the door, and then went to bed and lay there for a long time before I slept. Walt's truck was at the east trailhead when I pulled up at 7:52 a.m., but the lot was empty. There was a note tucked under my windscreen wiper, written on the back of a trail map in the same economical handwriting I'd later come to recognize as his. Called up to NE4. Follow East Trail North. Stay on the main path. You'll find me. Bring your pack. W. I stood in the empty parking lot for a moment with the note in my hand and the morning cold working its way through my jacket. And then I shouldered my pack and found the east trailhead and started walking. It took me about 40 minutes to reach campsite NE4, moving at a decent pace through the tree cover that got progressively thicker the further north I went, the trail narrowing, the light breaking up overhead. I heard them before I saw them. Low voices, the sound of tent poles being collapsed and equipment being packed with the kind of focused efficiency that means people want to be somewhere else. Walt was standing at the edge of the campsite talking to a man in his mid-40s, both of them keeping their voices down. The man had his arms crossed tight across his chest, the posture of someone holding themselves together by a specific act of will. Behind him, a teenage boy was loading a pack with his back to everyone, working fast. And sitting on a camp stool near the dead fire pit, wrapped in a sleeping bag that someone had put around her shoulders, was a girl. Around 10 years old. She was staring at the ground between her feet with an expression I didn't know what to do with. Somewhere else entirely, the part of her that usually engaged with things simply absent. I stayed back. Walt clocked me arriving, gave the smallest possible nod, kept talking to the father. I couldn't hear everything. Fragments. The father saying she was absolutely certain. She kept saying it knew her name. Walt saying something low and steady in response. The father saying, "I know how it sounds," and Walt saying, "I know you do." They talked for another 10 minutes, and then Walt shook the man's hand, held it a beat longer than a standard handshake, said something I couldn't catch. The father went and put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said something to her, and she stood up, the sleeping bag falling away. And she took his hand and they walked to their car without looking back. Walt watched them go. The teenage boy finished loading the last of the equipment and followed without speaking to either of us. The campsite was quiet after they left. Walt stood there a moment longer, looking at the space where the tent had been, and then he picked up his pack and looked at me. "You read the Calvert report?" "Yeah." "Good." He moved toward the south trail, and I fell into step with him, and that was the entirety of the formal introduction. After we'd been walking a minute, "You want to know what the girl said?" "If you're going to tell me." He kept his eyes on the trail. "Woke up at 2 a.m. Told her father she'd heard someone outside the tent calling her name. Her actual name. He checked the perimeter, found nothing, came back. She wouldn't sleep. He radioed me at 5 this morning because I'd flagged the site 2 days ago." He paused. "I flag sites when someone in the group mentions hearing something or seeing something near the northern tree line. Started doing it after the Rays case, summer 2018. Father and daughter. Daughter was 9. Father came out alone 6 miles north of their campsite with no memory of the preceding 18 hours and a broken arm the medical examiner said showed signs of being gripped from above and dragged. Daughter was never found." He said it flat, the repetition having worn the shock down to just the weight of it. This morning, the girl, she's going to be okay? She went home. Walt's jaw moved, which is the outcome I want. He walked for a stretch without talking, the trail moving through a section where the canopy came in close and the light was thin and fragmented. I was thinking about the girl in the camp stool, the particular quality of her expression, the way she'd taken her father's hand without looking up. The note on the Calvert report, "Don't ask anyone else," that was Daniel's handwriting? Walt's stride didn't change. Yeah. Patricia said he had to step away for personal reasons. That's what they've told everyone. He moved a fallen branch off the trail with the toe of his boot, kept walking. Daniel left 8 months ago. Overnight, cabin cleared out, pack gone. No notice, nothing. Resource management told me he'd reassign, that it was his choice, that his forwarding details were on file. He exhaled through his nose. 6 weeks after that, he came back. I waited. Showed up at the visitor center on a Tuesday morning. Sheila at the front desk called me because she didn't know what to do. He'd sat down in one of the chairs in the waiting area and wasn't speaking, wasn't responding to his name, just sitting there looking at the floor. By the time I got there, he'd been sitting for close to 40 minutes. Walt stopped walking. We were in a wider section of the trail, a gap in the canopy letting in a flat gray column of morning light. He looked at the ground for a moment. Physically, he was fine. That was the first thing I checked. He was dressed normally, no injuries, nothing obviously wrong. He sat there looking at the floor, and when I crouched in front of him and said his name, he just kept looking at the floor. He paused. Then, after a while, he looked up at me, and he said very quietly, very clearly, 5 words, "Don't let them go north." And then he stood up and walked out to the parking lot and got into a car I didn't recognize and drove away. I followed him outside, but by the time I got to the lot, the car was gone. The column of light moved as the canopy shifted overhead, came and went. Karen Fitch, Walt said. That's our resource management rep. Been here since 2011. She called me that afternoon. Said Daniel had a documented history of mental health difficulties. That what I'd witnessed was consistent with a dissociative episode. That it was being handled by the appropriate people. And that I should direct any further questions through her office. He started walking again. Never heard from Daniel again. Karen Fitch has not mentioned him once since that phone call. I walked alongside him and let that sit, turning it over, looking for the angle where it made comfortable sense and not finding one. The Calvert recommendations section, the part that was blacked out. You wrote it. I did. What did it say? He looked at me with the flat, tired look that I was coming to understand was as open as he got. It said that in my professional assessment, what was occurring in the northern section of this park was outside the scope of any cause addressable by standard search and rescue protocols, and that I was recommending an independent investigation by a department with appropriate clearance and an immediate suspension of camping permits for trail zones NE4 through NE9 pending review. He looked back at the trail. Karen Fitch thanked me for my thoroughness and drove back to her office. 3 days later, the recommendation came back blacked out, and I received a memo informing me the incident had been classified, and any further documentation required pre-authorization from resource management. How long has this been going on? Before the Calverts? Before Ray's? 2011 is when it started, as far as I can establish. End of June that year, school group came through. 23 kids and 2 teachers. Day trip. Registered. Standard permitted route through the gorge section. He tipped his head north without looking that way. 9 of them came back out around 4 in the afternoon. 9 kids walked out of the gorge trail and flagged down a ranger on the access road. and every single one of them, separately, said the same thing when they were asked what happened. He paused. They said they'd heard the others calling from further in, by name, their actual names, voices they recognized, saying, "Follow me. It's fine. It isn't far." He stopped and looked at me directly. The morning light was doing what it did up here, breaking into unreliable pieces through the canopy, and his expression was very steady inside it. The 9 who came out were the ones who didn't follow the voices. The cold had nothing to do with the temperature. "We found 8 of the others," he said, and kept walking, and I kept pace because stopping felt worse. "God damn, I've thought about those kids more times than I can tell you. The 2 teachers and 6 of the children we never recovered. The 8 we did find were physically unharmed, sitting together in a clearing about 2 miles off the main gorge trail, alive. But they couldn't account for how they'd gotten from the trail to the clearing, and none of them could tell me how long they'd been sitting there. They remembered the voice. They remembered following it. And then they were in the clearing, and the time between was just gone." "And the ones you didn't find?" 11-day search. Dogs, helicopters, full ground deployment. Nothing. He shook his head, worn down past the place where anger lives. Karen Fitch was on site within 48 hours, before the search was over, before the 8 were confirmed safe. She handled the press. She handled the police liaison. The story that came out was that the group got disoriented in the gorge. Some of the kids got disoriented and separated from the adults. The teachers and the 6 kids wandered into a technically challenging section of the park and met with an accident. He glanced at me sideways. "Animal involvement suspected. You signed the same document she put in front of me the morning of day 2. "Pretty much anything I observe or report." "Pretty much anything." He picked up a pine cone off the trail and turned it over in his hand. "I've had to stand next to Karen Fitch and back up her version of events 4 times since 2011. Ray's family. A group of 3 adult hikers in 2016. 2 came back catatonic. 1 never came back at all. And the 2 who came back both said independently, before they'd spoken to each other, that something had told them to stay quiet. And when it told them, they just complied, the instruction having arrived somewhere the decision-making part of them couldn't reach." He tossed the pine cone into the undergrowth. "The Calvert family. And now I'm going to go back to my desk and write up this morning and use whatever language Karen Fitch's office has decided is appropriate for a 10-year-old girl who heard something in the trees address her by name." I thought about that for a moment. The people it takes. You never found them. "Once." Walt stopped. We were close enough to the trailhead now that I could see light through the trees ahead where the canopy opened up. "Man named Roy Decker. Solo hiker, mid-50s, experienced, registered for a 5-day northern circuit. Didn't come out on day 5. We found him Sunday morning, 3 miles north of where the gorge trail branches, sitting on a fallen tree at the edge of a clearing, facing north." He put his hands in his jacket pockets. I came up behind him and put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Roy, can you hear me?" And he turned and looked at me. I will tell you honestly that I have spent 11 years since that morning trying to forget what his face looked like. He started walking again, the last stretch to the trailhead. He was alive, physically in one piece. He looked at me like I was what frightened him, not whatever had kept him in those woods for 5 days, which I made no sense of then and have made no sense of since. He spent 4 days in hospital not speaking. When he finally did, he said he didn't remember the woods, and he didn't want to discuss it. And as far as I know, he's held to that. Walt exhaled. He sold his house in Wolf Creek 3 months after discharge. Nobody I know has heard from him since. We came out of the tree cover into the trailhead parking lot. Walt's truck sat where I'd left it. The morning was cold and clear and entirely ordinary looking, and that had already started to feel dishonest somehow. "Tower tonight, 8 o'clock. He looked at me, and something in his expression had released slightly. The look of someone who has been carrying something alone for too long. "There's more, specifically about Daniel, and I need to tell you before you go any further into this job without knowing it." He got into his truck and drove north toward the visitor center, and I stood in the empty parking lot and watched him go. And then I got into my car and sat there for a while with the heater running and the morning light coming flat and white off the windscreen, turning over everything he'd said on the walk back. The girl on the camp stool, Roy Decker's face that Walt had spent 11 years trying to forget, Daniel's 5 words in the visitor center waiting area: "Don't let them go north." I ate dinner standing at the kitchen counter because I couldn't settle enough to sit down properly, which is a habit I've had since university. I made pasta with tinned tomatoes and ate about 2/3 of it and stood at the window above the sink and looked out at the clearing and the tree line while I did. The evening was clear, which surprised me given the rain that had followed me from Portland. The light was going copper at the top of the trees, and there were birds moving around in the upper canopy across the clearing. The kind of purposeful settling-in movements birds do in the hour before dark. Normal. All of it completely normal. And I stood there eating pasta and watching it, and trying to let the normalness of it do some work on what had been coiling up in my chest since this morning. It didn't particularly work, if I'm honest. I got myself a Patagonia fleece and a black coffee, sat on the cabin step with my back against the door frame, and watched the clearing go from copper to gray to dark. My brain was doing the thing it does when I can't make it stop. Walt says Daniel left. Patricia says Daniel had to step away. Daniel is the one who wrote the note, the one who said don't ask anyone else. And then he came back 6 weeks later and sat in a chair for 40 minutes not speaking, and said 5 words and drove away in a car nobody recognized. Which means either Daniel is somewhere in a state that the 5 words and the 40 minutes suggest is very bad, or, and I said this last part out loud, sitting on the step in the dark, just said it to the clearing, an anxious admission to nobody. Something that happens to people in the northern section of this park happened to Daniel. And what walked into that visitor center 6 weeks after he left was what came back from it. I'm aware that sounds insane. The clearing offered no opinion either way. The birds went quiet all at once. I noticed because I'd been half listening to them without realizing, the background texture of the evening. And then it was gone and the silence had a very different weight to it. I kept sitting. The fog had come in low across the clearing while I was thinking, the kind that rolls off the forest floor and sits heavy at knee height. The tree line across the clearing was still clear above it, the dark shapes of the firs against a sky with little residual light still in it. I was looking at the tree line and I became aware, gradually in the slow way you can't identify the exact moment you started seeing it, that one of the shapes at the edge of the trees was wrong. Taller than the surrounding undergrowth. Vertical. Symmetrical in a way that branches don't tend to be. I sat looking at it for what must have been 2 or 3 minutes, long enough that my coffee went from hot to warm in my hand, and it did nothing. Didn't move, didn't resolve into anything I could name with confidence. The light was low and the fog was at the base of the trees, and the longer I looked, the less certain I became of anything at all. The fog shifted slightly, and whatever I'd been looking at wasn't there anymore. Or it had been a shadow from a particular angle of the remaining light. Or I'd been staring at the tree line for too long at the end of a day that had been a lot, and my brain had started making shapes out of things that weren't there. I went inside, locked the door, added 2 more logs to the fire. I sat on the couch and tried to read the paperback thriller from the nightstand and got 4 pages in before I remembered it was missing the last 40 pages and put it face down on the cushion and sat there with every light in the cabin on, which I was aware was slightly ridiculous, and did it anyway. At around 11 o'clock, I went to bed. I lay in the dark for a long time. The cabin settled into its night sounds, the wood burner ticking as it cooled, the low movement of branches, something small and almost certainly harmless in the undergrowth to the east. I was tired enough that sleep should have come quickly, and it didn't, because my brain was still doing what it does, turning details over and running them backward and forward. The warm coffee at the Calvert campsite at 9:15 a.m., the dogs sitting down at the dry creek and not getting up, the girl on the camp stool with the sleeping bag around her shoulders looking at the ground between her feet. Don't let them go north. I don't remember sleep arriving. It did eventually, the way it always does. And when it came, I dreamed I was standing in the gorge section of the park. The light was flat and gray and wrong for any particular time of day. The trail ran ahead of me into the darkness between the trees, and from somewhere in that dark, maybe 100 yards in, maybe further, I could hear something. A voice, patient, unhurried, almost friendly in a way that sat completely wrong in my stomach. The friendliness of something that had learned what friendly sounds like and was using it. Saying my name, just my name, in the same even tone over and over. Owen. Owen. Come on, Owen. And underneath it, woven through it in a way that made it hard to separate out, the sounds of children, present somewhere in the dark between the trees, moving around in there, the ordinary sounds of children going about something I couldn't name from where I was standing. The voice said my name again, and I took a step forward on the trail, not because I decided to. The deciding had already happened somewhere below the level where I keep track of things. I woke up to the sound of my own breathing. 5:48 a.m. Gray light at the window. I lay there a while with my heart going harder than made sense for someone lying still in a warm cabin. And then I got up and put the kettle on and stood at the kitchen window and looked out at the clearing. Empty. The tree line was just tree line. The fog had gone overnight, and the morning was coming in clean and cold and completely, stubbornly, ordinary. I made my coffee. I had 14 hours before Walt's Tower. I was absolutely not going back to sleep. I left the cabin at 7:15 p.m. with a head torch, a flask of black coffee, and a sustained, specific anxiety after spending the entire day failing to not think about something. The trail to Walt's Tower ran north-northeast from the cabin clearing, 3.5 miles on the main path before it branched west onto a fire road that climbed about 400 feet up the ridge face. I'd done the route once in daylight to get my bearings, and it was straightforward enough. Well-marked, no technical sections. The kind of trail you could do in your sleep. At night, in the particular dark that settles into old-growth forest when the cloud cover comes in low and there's no ambient light for 20 miles in any direction, it was a different experience entirely. I'm not going to dress it up. I was nervous walking that trail. I had my head torch on the widest beam setting and I kept it moving, checking left and right, which is a thing you're technically not supposed to do because it kills your night vision and makes the dark on either side of the beam look worse than it is. I knew that and I did it anyway, because knowing something is irrational has never once stopped me from doing it. And if you've read this far, I think you probably already understand that about me. I had a head full of everything Walt had told me that morning in a separate, quieter part of my brain that kept replaying the girl on the camp stool, the particular quality of her expression. And every time I replayed it, I liked it less. I'd spent the day doing what I told myself was productive research and what was actually a sustained attempt to find a rational framework for things that didn't fit one. I'd pulled every public record I could find on disappearances at Sentinel Ridge going back to 2008. I'd read the official press releases. I'd read 3 years of Karen Fitch's name appearing in local news coverage as the calm professional voice of the National Park Service, addressing tragic accidents and isolated incidents and ongoing searches. I'd read the word undetermined more times than I'd want to count. And then around 4 in the afternoon, I'd closed the laptop and made a coffee and stood at the window looking at the tree line for a while. And what I'd concluded was that the rational framework was exactly what Karen Fitch had built it to look like. Solid from the outside, load-bearing in the places anyone would think to push, and hollow in the specific places you'd only know to push if someone like Walt had already told you where they were. About a mile in, the trail runs along the top of a long, shallow banking before it drops down toward the creek crossing. Not the dry creek from the Calvert report, a different one. Smaller, permanent, about 8 feet wide with a plank bridge across it that the maintenance crew replace every spring. I heard it before I reached it, the low sound of moving water in the dark, and I was about 100 yards from the bridge when I slowed down without entirely deciding to. I don't know what made me slow. Something in the quality of the air up ahead, maybe, or the way the sound of the water seemed slightly wrong, carrying some frequency or absence of frequency that my body registered before my brain had words for it. I stood there with my beam aimed at the bridge and the creek and the section of trail beyond it, and everything I could see was completely ordinary. Bridge, water, trail, trees on either side, nothing moving. I stood there long enough that it started to feel ridiculous. And then I crossed the bridge at a pace that was technically a walk and functionally not quite. And the planks were solid underfoot and the water moved below them in the dark, and I was across in about 4 seconds. And the feeling of something slightly wrong faded within about 2 minutes of having the creek behind me. The relief was not entirely rational. I didn't care. It was still relief. The smell reached me about 10 minutes later, arriving before I had a name for it. Organic and heavy and deeply wrong in a way that was hard to be specific about. The closest I can get being something large and animal that had been in water for a long time. Except underneath that base note, there was something else. Something darker and more deliberate that my brain kept reaching for a category for and couldn't find. Faint at first, just a suggestion at the edge of the air, and then the trail bent slightly north and it was present enough that I stopped walking. My hand went to my torch and widened the beam. The trail ahead was empty. The trees on either side were still. The undergrowth at the base of the nearest trunk sat undisturbed in the torch beam. No movement, no displacement. Nothing that would tell you anything had recently passed through or was currently standing in it. I held the beam steady and moved it left to right and back and found nothing and kept finding nothing. And after a while I became aware that the smell had not intensified or diminished, just maintained its presence at exactly the level that made it impossible to locate a source or a direction. I stood with it for what was probably 90 seconds and felt like considerably longer. And then between one breath and the next, it was gone. Clean. Gone. I stood there in cold air and my heart was doing things hearts should not do while a person is technically standing still. And I waited another 30 seconds, and the smell did not come back. I started walking again. I kept moving until I could see the lights of Walt's tower through the trees ahead. And when I saw them, I felt a specific, uncomplicated gratitude for electric light that I had never felt before in my life and will probably never stop feeling again. Walt's watchtower sat at the top of the fire road on a cleared platform of bedrock, the kind of position that made sense for a fire lookout. Clear sight lines in 3 directions, the ridge at its back. A view across the northern section of the park that on a clear day apparently went on for about 40 miles. I'd never seen the view. Both times I'd been up here, the visibility had been poor. The light was on in the upper room. I climbed the exterior stairs and knocked, and Walt opened the door almost immediately, already at the threshold. He looked at me for a second. "You smell that on the way up?" "Yeah." He held the door open. "Come in." The tower room was small and functional. A desk with a radio and monitoring equipment along one wall, a couch and a wood burner along the other, a small kitchen area in the back corner with a kettle already going. Walt had a map laid out on the desk with sections of the Northern Trail Network marked in red pen. He'd been working before I arrived, that much was clear. I got the impression Walt was always working. He poured 2 coffees without asking, black, which was correct, and carried them to the small table next to the wood burner and sat down. I took the other chair. The wood burner was going well and the room was warm and the coffee was strong, and if you ignored the map with the red markings and the fact that I'd spent 10 minutes on a dark trail, standing next to something I couldn't name and didn't want to, you could almost convince yourself this was a normal work meeting. I have a talent for almost convincing myself of things. It has not been serving me especially well this week. "How long has the smell been there?" "On that section of trail? About 2 months." He turned his mug in his hands. "Started after the Mercer family." "Tell me about the Mercer family." Walt looked at the wood burner for a moment. The fire moved behind the glass. He exhaled slowly through his nose and began. The Mercer family had been camping in Zone NE6, 7 miles north of the visitor center, in the second week of August. Paul and Christine Mercer, their son Jacob, aged 13, their daughter Ellie, aged 7. 4 days registered, fully equipped, experienced campers who'd been coming to Sentinel Ridge for 3 years running. Walt had checked in with them on day 1 and day 2, and both times the camp was calm, the family relaxed, nothing that flagged. Day 3 morning he arrived at the campsite at 8:40 a.m. and found Paul Mercer sitting outside the tent on a folding chair, fully dressed, facing the tree line. He was facing away from the trail, so Walt was about 30 feet from him before he understood something was wrong. And what told him was the stillness. Paul Mercer had been sitting in exactly that position for a very long time, and the body communicates that differently from ordinary stillness. And Walt read it at 30 feet. Walt called his name. Paul turned. His face was fine, physically. No injury, no obvious distress. But his eyes had the quality Walt described to me as already somewhere else. The mechanism behind them running in a different direction than the one that was looking at Walt. Walt asked him if everything was okay, and Paul said yes. "Fine, we're fine," in a voice that was perfectly level and completely wrong in a way that Walt said he could not have explained at the time and can only describe now as the voice of someone reading from a card, the delivery correct and the person behind it absent. Walt asked where Christine was. Paul said she was inside with the kids. Walt said he'd just pop his head in to say good morning, which was a normal thing for him to do on a welfare check. And Paul turned back to face the tree line without saying anything. Walt opened the tent. Christine and the 2 children were inside. All 3 of them were awake, sitting up in their sleeping bags, facing the tent opening, apparently waiting. Christine looked at Walt the same way her husband had. The same flatness, the same quality of presence that wasn't quite present. The kids were the same. Jacob, 13, was sitting with his arms around his knees, completely still, watching Walt with an expression that had nothing childlike in it. Ellie, 7, was sitting next to her mother with her hands folded in her lap, following some instruction. Walt did the standard welfare checks, asked each of them how they were feeling, if anyone was hurt, if anyone needed anything. All 4 of them answered normally. Yes, fine. No injuries. Nothing needed. The answers were right and the delivery was wrong, and Walt said that by the time he'd finished the checks, he had a feeling in his chest that he placed specifically as the one he had the morning he found Roy Decker on the fallen tree, and he recognized it and it scared him badly. He told them he'd be back to check that afternoon, and he walked back to his ATV and he radioed Karen Fitch. Karen told him to document the welfare check, note that the family appeared physically healthy, and return that afternoon as planned. Walt said he didn't think that was sufficient. Karen said she understood his concern and that she'd review the situation that afternoon and potentially send a second ranger up in the morning. Walt said he didn't think that was sufficient either. Karen said she'd noted his objection. Walt went back to the campsite that afternoon at 2 p.m. The family was gone. The tent was still standing, equipment still present, all 4 packs inside the tent, car keys on the folding table next to an empty coffee mug. Christine Mercer's reading glasses folded neatly on top of a paperback book she'd apparently been in the middle of, face down to keep her place. The camp stove still assembled. Everything placed with a care and deliberateness that made the absence of the people feel worse somehow than if the place had been in chaos. Walt stood in the middle of it and turned around slowly and took in the careful arrangement of abandoned things. And when he described that moment to me, his voice had been over it enough times that the shock was completely gone, and what remained was just its weight. Karen activated the search protocol. County Sheriff's Department, canine units, ground teams. The dogs took the scent north from the campsite. They went about 4 miles before they stopped at the edge of a rocky outcrop above the dry creek bed. Not at the creek itself, above it, at the point where the outcrop dropped maybe 30 feet to the creek bed below. Both dogs sat down and would not move. The creek bed below was dry, same as it had been in the Calvert case. The search teams worked the area below the outcrop on foot. They found Paul and Christine Mercer about 200 yards downstream from the point directly below where the dogs had stopped. I'm going to tell you what Walt told me, and I'm going to try to be accurate about it because I think accuracy matters here more than my comfort level. And also because you need to understand what is actually happening in these woods if you're planning to come here. Paul Mercer was found first. He was on the creek bed floor, face up, positioned. And Walt used that word specifically, positioned, because the arrangement was deliberate and took effort. With his arms extended outward and his head turned to face east. The injuries were severe enough that Walt, who's been doing this job for 31 years, stepped back when he saw them and took a moment before he could continue. Paul Mercer had been dragged at considerable speed across the rocky creek bed. The skin of his back and the backs of his legs abraded down to the tissue level in long, continuous strips, consistent with being pulled across rough ground faster than a person runs, and then faster than that. His right arm was broken in 2 places in a pattern the medical examiner later described as consistent with being gripped at the wrist and shoulder simultaneously and pulled in opposite directions. There were handprints on both of his upper arms. Not bruising consistent with handprints. Actual impressions. The fingers sunk into the muscle of the arms deep enough to be visible. The spacing between the fingers significantly wider than any human had. Christine Mercer was found 12 feet from her husband, face down, with the same drag injuries across her front. She had been arranged facing west, her arms at her sides, her head turned to face her husband across the 12 feet of creek bed between them. Walt said when he saw her from a distance, she could have been sleeping, until you got close enough to see the rest of it. Both adults were dead. The cause in both cases was officially listed as traumatic injury consistent with a fall from height onto rocky terrain, which explained the creek bed location and the abrasion injuries in a way that was technically plausible, and which Walt told me was completely wrong. Jacob and Ellie Mercer were never found. I sat with my coffee and the wood burner and the red markings on Walt's map, and I didn't say anything for a while. I was thinking about Ellie Mercer, 7 years old, sitting with her hands folded in her lap in the tent that morning, with an expression that Walt said had nothing childlike in it. I was thinking about what that meant. What had been done to a 7-year-old girl in the night that could produce that expression on her face by morning? I didn't follow that thought all the way to the end because I genuinely couldn't. And I think that was probably the right call. The handprints. Yeah. The ME put fall from height in the report. Karen Fitch sat with the ME for about 2 hours the afternoon the bodies came in, Walt said. I don't know what was said in that room. What came out of it was fall from height, consistent with the terrain. He looked at his mug. I have the photographs. Karen doesn't know that. What did it do to the kids before it took them? Walt was quiet long enough that I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, I don't know exactly. I know what Paul and Christine looked like when I found them at 8:40 a.m., and I know what they looked like when the search team found them in the creek bed. And I know that whatever happened in between started the night before, because something got into that camp and spent the night doing it. And the family sat there and let it because by the time it was done with whatever it did to their heads, they couldn't do anything else. He put his mug down. That's what I know. I thought about the girl on the camp stool that morning, the sleeping bag around her shoulders, her father's voice saying she was absolutely certain. She kept saying it knew her name. This morning, the family you pulled out of NE4. The Andersons. Walt nodded. Yeah, same early indicators. Child hearing her name at night. Adults reporting a sense of being watched. Dog wouldn't settle. Second night of the same thing. I've seen it enough times to know what it means. He picked up his mug again. They're home now. That's what matters. How many times have you pulled a family out in time? He looked at me steadily. 4. In 13 years. He let that land. The ones I got to in time were the ones where something happened on the first or second night and they flagged it immediately. The ones I didn't get to were usually the ones where the adults talked themselves out of it. Told themselves the kids had bad dreams, that the feeling of being watched was just the woods, that they'd paid for the permit and driven for hours and they weren't going to cut the trip short over nothing. That's the thing about early indicators. They're all individually explainable. It's only when you've seen the pattern enough times that you know. Walk me through the pattern. Walt leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and laid it out in specific patient sequence of someone who had been over it too many times to need to think about the order. A family camps in the northern zones, NE4 through NE9 primarily, occasionally as far south as NE3. First night, one of the children hears something at the tree line. A voice, always using the child's actual name, always with a quality that the children consistently describe as friendly, but wrong in a way they can articulate to their parents even at very young ages. One 6-year-old boy, the Ray's case, had told his father it sounded like someone trying to sound like a person, which Walt said had stayed with him for 7 years. Second night, the voice comes back, closer. The adults begin to notice things. A sense of being watched from the tree line. The camp dog agitated. A smell that several families across multiple incidents had independently described as wrong and animal and heavy. Which was the first time Walt had used those specific words, and I felt something settle unpleasantly in my chest when he said them, because those were the words I'd used myself on the trail an hour ago and hadn't told him that yet. Third night or early morning, the children's behavior changed. Walt said it was consistent enough across cases to be a pattern rather than coincidence. The children became quiet and compliant in a way that was wrong for their ages and personalities. The particular flatness he'd seen in Jacob and Ellie Mercer, in Roy Decker, in the 8 children from the clearing after the 2011 school group. Something had been done to the part of them that was usually loud and present in themselves. Some of them stopped talking. Some of them sat with their hands folded in their laps and waited. One boy, 9 years old, had apparently stood at the edge of the campsite facing north for 4 hours, between 2 and 6 in the morning while his parents tried to bring him back inside. And he allowed himself to be led without resistance and then walked back to the edge and stood there again, facing north, in the specific direction of a dry creek bed that a forensic team would catalog 6 months later. And then by the 4th morning, if the family was still there and the rangers hadn't pulled them out, the campsite held only the careful management of abandoned things, and 2 adults were somewhere in the creek bed, and the children were nowhere at all. The children? You've never found one? Once, Walt said, and his voice shifted into something careful. 2013. A boy, 9 years old, Connor Ashby. Solo family trip, father and son. The father was an experienced hiker, registered for 6 days. Father was found in the creek bed on day 5. Connor walked out of the northern tree line at 6 a.m. on day 6 and flagged down the maintenance crew foreman on the access road. He was physically unharmed, completely unharmed, not a scratch, which after seeing what happens to the adults was... Walt stopped, took a breath. It took me a moment when I got the call. I'll be honest about that. He couldn't tell us where he'd been for 4 days. Not wouldn't, genuinely couldn't. You could see him trying, and then the trying would stop, and he'd just sit there and shake his head. Eventually, he stopped trying and just sat. Walt looked at the wood burner. He lives in Bellingham now with his aunt. I spoke to her on the phone about 18 months ago. She said he was okay, that he doesn't talk about it and they don't ask. A pause. She said sometimes at night she can hear him through the wall talking in his sleep. She said it sounds like he's answering questions. I put my mug down on the table. I was thinking about the handprints on Paul Mercer's arm, the finger spacing wider than any human hand, and the word positioned, and the 12 feet of creek bed between Paul and Christine with both of them arranged to face each other. And I was thinking about what kind of thing does that and why. And I was getting answers I didn't want. I couldn't stop arriving at. Daniel. You said tonight was about Daniel. Walt nodded. He stood up and went to the desk and opened the bottom drawer and came back with a small digital voice recorder in a manila envelope, the same kind as the one that had been wedged under my kitchen table leg. And he set them both on the table between us. The 6 weeks Daniel was gone. I didn't know where he was. Nobody did, or nobody that would tell me. Karen Fitch told me he'd resigned and left, that it was his choice, and all his paperwork was in order. I had no reason to dispute that other than the fact that it made no sense. He'd never given any indication of wanting to leave. No personal circumstances I knew about that would have pushed him toward it. But people do leave. It happens. He picked up the voice recorder and turned it over in his hand. What I didn't tell you this morning was that 3 days before Daniel came back to the visitor center, I got a voicemail. Unknown number. Call came in at 4:17 a.m. I didn't hear it until I woke up at 6. I've listened to it enough times that I could tell you every word from memory, but I want you to hear it. He pressed play and set the recorder on the table between us. The audio quality was poor, the kind of distortion you get from a weak signal in a remote area, a faint, persistent hiss underneath everything. The voice was clear enough, though. It was a man's voice, young, strained in a specific way that made it hard to listen to. Frightened, yes, but more than that. The voice of someone making a significant and sustained effort to keep their delivery level, while something worked against that effort from the inside the whole time they were speaking. Walt, it's Daniel. I don't have long, and I need you to listen carefully. I'm okay. I want you to know that first. I'm okay. I'm north of the Gorge Trail. I don't know exactly where. I've been trying to get south for I don't know how long. Listen, the Calvert report, the recommendation section. You need to resubmit it. You need to put it through a different channel. Not Karen. Someone above Karen. Because Karen's job is to make sure it never goes anywhere. And she's very good at her job. There are people above her who don't know the full picture, and they need to. The underwear we found buried near the Rays site. The bone fragments below the outcrop in NE7. Walt, there is a place. There's somewhere it takes them. I saw it. I know where it is, and I need to tell you, but not on this, because I don't know who. Just come to the visitor center. I'm going to come to the visitor center. 3 seconds of hiss, and then the call ended. Walt stopped the recording. The wood burner moved behind the glass. We both sat with it for a moment. Bone fragments. We found them 6 weeks after Daniel made that call. Forensic team brought in quietly, Karen present throughout. Results went to Karen's office. I was told the fragments were animal remains consistent with local wildlife. The site had been documented and closed. He picked up the manila envelope but didn't open it yet. I have a contact at the county medical examiner's office. A woman named Grace Fallow worked with me on the Rays case. She does not like Karen Fitch, for reasons I won't go into but which are substantive. She got me the actual analysis. He opened the envelope and slid out 2 sheets and laid them on the table facing me. I read the first page, then the second. Then I went back to the first and read specific sections again because I wanted to be certain I was reading them correctly and not filling in the meaning I expected to find. The fragments were not animal remains. They were human. Juvenile, the analysis said, meaning the bone density and growth plate fusion was consistent with children rather than adults, multiple individuals rather than one. The precise number difficult to establish given the fragmented condition of the samples. But the examiner's best estimate was a minimum of 4 and possibly as many as 8. The fragments had been in the ground long enough that the examiner placed the oldest deposits at approximately 10 years prior, which meant they predated the Calvert case, predated the Mercer case, predated every case Walt had walked me through and then some. I put the pages down. The wood burner was going well and the room was warm, and I felt cold in the specific way that has nothing to do with temperature, and everything to do with the kind of information that, once it's in your head, has permanently changed the shape of things. He said he saw a place, somewhere it brings them. Yeah. Walt's voice was careful. Did he tell you where? When he came to the visitor center, he said 5 words and left. I told you that this morning. He looked at me. What I didn't tell you was what happened after, because I went outside to follow him and I didn't get to his car in time, but I got close enough to see something. I waited. He'd been walking for 3 days through the northern section to get south. He was dirty. His boots were wrecked. He'd lost maybe 15 pounds since I'd last seen him, all consistent with 3 days in the woods without supplies. Walt looked at his hands. His left arm. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, but when he reached out to open the car door, the sleeve pulled up a little. His forearm. He paused. He had marks, deep ones, healed over but recent enough that they were still raised and still red at the edges. A pause that had some weight to it. The finger spacing was wider than a human hand. The fire moved behind the wood burner glass. Somewhere outside the tower, the wind was working through the upper canopy. A low, continuous sound I found I was listening to very carefully without deciding to. He knows where it takes them. He knows where it took him, Walt said. And he came back from it, which is something no adult has done before, and which I have spent 8 months trying to understand. And then he sat in that chair for 40 minutes and said 5 words and drove away in a car nobody at the park recognized. And I don't know if that means he's somewhere safe, or if it means whatever was started when he was in the northern section isn't finished. He leaned forward. Don't let them go north. That's a warning. It's also the shape of directions. I looked at the medical examiner's pages on the table. Minimum 4, possibly 8. 10 years of deposits below the outcrop in NE7, sitting under Karen Fitch's animal remains classification in a closed file. The resubmission, the Calvert recommendation through a different channel. Is that something that can actually be done? Walt looked at me for a long time. It's why I asked Patricia for someone with a communications background. He reached across and gathered the recorder and the pages back into the envelope and returned it to the desk drawer. I've been trying to work out how to route it above Karen without her seeing it coming for about a year. The problem is the NDA you signed covers essentially anything you might report, document, or discuss relating to your employment here, which means going outside Karen through any official channel puts you in breach before you've said a word. The document has a 30-year tail. Yeah. Whoever drafted it was expecting people to want to talk about this for a long time. Yeah. That's one of the things that keeps me awake. His radio crackled on the desk. We both looked at it. A voice came through, male, the flat professional cadence of a sheriff's department dispatcher. All units in the Sentinel Ridge area. We have a report of 2 distressed individuals at the NE3 trailhead. Adults requesting assistance. Repeat, NE3 trailhead. 2 adults, distressed, requesting assistance. Walt was on his feet before the dispatcher finished. He had his jacket on and his radio off the desk, and his expression had shifted into something settled. The waiting over. Whatever he'd been waiting for having arrived. NE3 is the southern edge of the northern section, below my usual flag threshold. It's moving south, I said. Walt held my gaze a beat. Come on. He went out the door and I followed him down the tower stairs into the dark. We took his truck, Walt driving, the fire road down the ridge face, and then the main trail access south toward NE3. 11 minutes. I watched the clock on the dashboard the entire way, and my brain was doing what it does, running everything forward and backward simultaneously. The bone fragments under the outcrop, Daniel's forearm, the girl on the camp stool that morning with the sleeping bag around her shoulders, the voice on the recording saying, I saw it, I know where it is, with that specific quality of effort underneath the level delivery, something working against it from the inside the whole time. I was also thinking about the smell on the trail, the way it had been present and then cleanly gone, the way I'd widened my torch beam without deciding to, the way I'd crossed that bridge faster than was technically a walk, and felt relief on the other side that I couldn't reason away. I'd been in the park for 2 days, and something had already twice put me in a position where my body was making decisions slightly ahead of my brain, which is either a natural response to a genuinely threatening environment, or it's the early indicator Walt had described, and I was already somewhere in the pattern. I was trying very hard to believe it was the first one. I was not entirely succeeding. There were 2 sheriff's department vehicles at the NE3 trailhead when we arrived, lights going, 2 deputies with a couple on the ground near the trail opening. The man was sitting with his back against one of the trucks, a thermal blanket around his shoulders. A deputy crouched in front of him. The woman was standing a few feet away, arms crossed hard, her eyes fixed on the tree line, not looking at the deputies or her husband or the vehicles or anything in the lit area. Just the tree line, with the complete arrested attention of someone who had stopped processing anything else. And I felt my stomach drop when I saw it, because I knew what that quality of attention meant now. I'd seen it on the girl that morning, and the recognition was not a comfortable thing. Walt went straight to the deputy in charge, a tall woman named Santos, who clearly knew him, and they stepped away from the group and talked in low voices for about 90 seconds. I stayed near the truck. I could hear fragments across the space between us. 3rd night. Kids were already gone when they... Didn't hear anything. No sound at all. They said it was like the tent just... Walt came back. His face was doing the flat, careful thing. Henderson family. Different family. Same name. Coincidence. Registered for Zone NE3, which sits below my flag threshold, so they weren't on my radar. He looked toward the tree line. They had 2 children. A girl aged 8 and a boy aged 11. The couple came out of the woods 40 minutes ago, alone. Children are still in there. I looked at the woman with the thermal blanket staring at the tree line. Her husband was talking to the deputy in a voice I couldn't hear clearly, but the cadence of it was the cadence of someone whose words kept failing the thing that happened, who kept going anyway because there was nothing else to do. The woman hadn't moved, hadn't looked away from the trees, just stood there with her arms crossed and her eyes fixed north, still looking in the direction of whatever she'd heard. She heard it. Both of them did. Husband told Santos it called his wife's name first, then his. Walt paused. Something moved in his jaw. He said it sounded like his daughter's voice. I looked at the tree line. The fog was moving in at the base of it, slow and thick, the same way it had come in across my cabin clearing the night before. And somewhere past those trees, at a distance I had no way of measuring, there were 2 children, an 8-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy. And whatever had left bone fragments in the ground below the NE7 outcrop for 10 years was somewhere between them and the trailhead right now, in the dark, in the woods it had apparently occupied for at least as long as Walt had been trying to understand it. Santos came over and gave Walt a brief, low update. The canine unit was 4 minutes out. Karen Fitch had been notified and was en route. Walt thanked her, and she went back to the couple, and Walt stood next to me looking north, and we didn't speak for a minute. The 3rd night. You said that's when the children's behavior changes. The girl this morning, that was their 2nd night. Yeah. They flagged it on the 2nd night, which is why I got them out. He looked at the couple. The woman had not moved from her position facing the trees. This family didn't flag it until the 3rd morning. By then, the children were already gone. The canine unit arrived in a county vehicle, 2 handlers with a German Shepherd and a Belgian Malinois. Both dogs already alert before they were out of the vehicle, heads up, nostrils working. Walt went over and spoke to the handlers for a couple of minutes, and I watched the dogs. They were oriented north before the handlers had their gear sorted, pulling at the leads with a focused and specific urgency, and one of them made a sound I hadn't heard a dog make before. Low, continuous, pressed down in its chest. The dog's whole body held tight around it, which the handler addressed by touching the dog's shoulder and saying something quietly. And the dog settled, but the pull in the lead didn't lessen. Walt came back. You're going in with the handlers and 2 of the deputies. I'll stay here until Karen arrives. I want to go with them. He looked at me. It was a long look. You've been here 2 days. I know. He kept looking, the weight of it visible. How much risk against how much information? How much either of those things mattered when 2 children were already in the northern section? You stay with the group. You do not go ahead of the handlers. And if the dogs stop, you stop. Understood. He held the look for another second, and then he nodded and went to speak to Santos. I walked to the trail opening and stood at the edge of the lit area looking into the trees, and I thought about Daniel Ashworth making that call at 4:17 a.m., moving south for 3 days to get out, sitting in a chair for 40 minutes and saying 5 words. I thought about the marks on his forearm. I thought about what Walt had said. He came back from it, which is something no adult has done before. And I thought about what that meant for Paul and Christine Mercer, arranged in the dry creek bed facing each other across 12 feet of rocky ground. Then I thought about an 8-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy, and I stopped thinking and started walking. The group moved into the trees and the trailhead lights fell away behind us and we went north, the torch beams cutting orange columns through the fog at the base of the undergrowth, the handlers keeping the dogs to a pace the rest of us could match, the trail narrowing as the canopy thickened overhead, and the last of the ambient light from the vehicles dropped away completely. I kept my beam moving, left and right, the way I'd done on the trail to Walt's Tower, and the undergrowth on either side gave me nothing. Just root systems and Douglas firs and the fog moving slow and directionless at knee height. And after a while I stopped looking for something specific and just kept the beam moving because it was something to do with my hands. The dogs went north for about 2 miles before they stopped. It wasn't the passive cessation from the Calvert report, the dogs sitting down at the creek edge and refusing to move. These dogs stopped in the middle of the trail, and both handlers stopped with them, and the group piled up behind in a way that felt involuntary, the stopping moving back through all of us rather than being decided individually. The German Shepherd had its nose to the ground at a specific point in the trail, not ranging, not searching, just fixed on that point, pressed to the earth and still. The Malinois had its head up, oriented east off the trail into the undergrowth, and it was making the sound again, low, continuous, the dog's whole frame held tight around it. Deputy Santos put her torch into the undergrowth to the east. The beam went about 30 feet into the trees before the density stopped it. Nothing visible in that 30 feet. Just undergrowth, root systems, the trunks of Douglas firs at intervals, the fog moving between them at ground level. Santos held the beam steady. The Malinois kept its head up and kept making the sound. Then, one of the other deputies said, quietly, from the back of the group, "What is that smell?" Nobody answered him. I was aware, in the specific way you become aware of something you've been trying not to notice, that it had been present for the last 100 yards of trail, and I had not said anything about it, and nobody else had either. And now it was present enough that someone had said it out loud, and that felt like a threshold being crossed in a direction I didn't want to go. The Malinois stopped making the sound. The silence after was worse than the sound had been. I stood in the middle of the group on the dark trail and looked into the 30 feet of lit undergrowth and the unlit space beyond it. And I thought about minimum 4, possibly 8, and bone fragments and deposits going back 10 years, and an 8-year-old girl whose name something in these woods had learned and used. Santos made the call to hold position and radio Walt. Standard protocol, she said to the group, which I could see from the faces around me was not what anyone wanted to do and was also absolutely correct. We stood on the trail and I kept my torch moving in a slow arc across the undergrowth to the east, and the fog sat at our feet and moved with no particular direction. And after a while I stopped being able to tell exactly where the lit section ended and the unlit section began. My phone found a bar of signal for about 8 seconds, and I got Walt's text before it dropped again. "Karen's here. Coming to you. Don't move." I looked north up the trail. The smell was present and heavy and closer than it had been on the lower trail, closer by a significant degree, and it was not fading this time. It sat in the air at that specific level of proximity that made it impossible to locate a source or a direction. And unlike the lower trail, it was staying. Somewhere north of where we stood, past the point where the torchlight stopped mattering, there were 2 children who had been in these woods since some time before dawn. We stood on the trail and held position and kept torches moving and waited for Walt, and the fog moved around our feet and the undergrowth to the east of the trail sat quiet and still, and the smell stayed. Karen Fitch arrived at 9:47 p.m. according to Walt's second text, which I received on the same brief window of signal. Walt came up the trail 2 minutes behind her with the deputy from the trailhead, his torch beam moving steadily through the undergrowth as he covered the last stretch. He reached the group and assessed the situation in about 30 seconds. The dogs, the position, the direction the Malinois had been orienting toward before it went quiet. He spoke to Santos in a low voice, and she nodded and relayed something to the other deputy. Then he came to stand next to me. She's behind me about 50 yards, reading the scene. She'll want to debrief us. Yeah. He looked east into the undergrowth where the Malinois had been fixed. She'll also want to manage what goes into the report about the dog stopping here. Santos is good. She'll give Karen what Karen needs and keep what she actually found to herself. She's done it before. He said it without particular bitterness. Just the flat acknowledgement of someone who has watched a process operate enough times to know its shape. I looked at the section of undergrowth the dog had been oriented toward. 30 feet of visible space, and then the torch beam stopped being useful. Whatever was in that space, or had recently been through it, had registered strongly enough on a dog with 9 years of field experience to produce a sound the handler said she'd never heard it make before. I was aware this was information I could sit with or act on. And I was aware that acting on it at 10 p.m. with the smells sitting in the air and 2 children somewhere further north was not something Walt would consider sensible. And I was aware that I was 2 days into this job and Walt had been doing it for 31 years. And all of that was true, and I was still looking at the space between the trees and thinking about it. The place Daniel saw. He said he knows where it is. Walt looked at me sideways, not quickly, the look of someone who already knows where a conversation is going and is deciding whether to let it go there. He came back, which means it can be found. It can be survived, Walt said. That's a different thing. The bone deposits go back 10 years. Every child that went into the northern section and didn't come out. I stopped, looked at the trail going north. They went somewhere, and Daniel saw it. Walt was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he did. Then we need to find Daniel. Walt turned and looked at me with the flat, tired look I'd come to understand was his version of considering something seriously rather than dismissing it. He held the look for a long moment and then said, There's something else in that envelope I didn't show you tonight. A forwarding address. Came through Grace Fallow's office 3 weeks ago. She doesn't know where it came from, just that it arrived in the internal mail with Daniel's name on the outside and my name on the inside. He paused. I've been sitting on it. Why? Because going to find Daniel means going outside the park. And going outside the park with what's in that envelope means the NDA becomes a problem in a very concrete way very quickly. He looked at me. And because I needed to know what kind of a person was going to be in this park before I decided whether to do anything about it. I looked at him. He looked back. The torch beams moved around us and the fog sat at our feet, and somewhere north of us on a trail that had just stopped being followable, a Belgian Malinois had oriented east and made a sound its handler had never heard before and then gone quiet. And 2 children were in these woods, and the smell was still in the air. What kind of a person do you need? Walt held the look for another beat. Then he turned and looked north up the trail, toward the dry creek bed where the bone deposits had been cataloged, toward the section Daniel Ashworth had spent 3 days walking south from. Someone who's going to be here when this is over. Someone who stays. I thought about my storage unit in Salem, about the apartment I'd left behind and the therapist who'd called it avoidance and been right, about the way I'd driven north looking for somewhere that didn't know my name, and about the fact that 2 days in, something in the northern section of this park apparently already did. I'm not going anywhere. Walt nodded. Once, slow, the same way he'd confirmed things all day. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Bring your coffee. Karen Fitch came up the trail behind us in her torch and her composed professional presence and her 30-year NDA, and I watched her take in the scene with the specific efficiency of someone who has assessed a great many scenes and knows exactly what to do with each of them. And I thought about an 8-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy. and I thought about a forwarding address that had arrived through an internal mail with no explanation. And I thought about Walt sitting on it for 3 weeks, waiting to see what kind of person I was going to be. I stood on the dark trail and looked north. The fog moved around my boots. The smell sat in the air. The torch beams swept the undergrowth and found nothing. And somewhere past the point where the trail went dark, the northern section of Sentinel Ridge was doing what it always did. 10 years of deposits. A closed file. 2 children somewhere in it. I waited for Walt and did not look away. I got back to the cabin at 1:08 a.m., with mud on my boots from the NE3 trail and the specific kind of exhaustion that accumulates when you've been waiting for something terrible to happen. And then it happens, and then you wait some more, and it keeps going. Walt dropped me at the junction without ceremony and drove south towards his tower, and I walked the 1.5 miles to the cabin in the dark with my head torch on and my head full. And the clearing looked exactly the same as it always looked. And I unlocked the door and went inside and stood in the kitchen for about 3 minutes before I could think of anything useful to do. The Henderson children had not been found. Santos had confirmed this at 11:40 p.m., in the tone of someone confirming something they had expected to confirm and been hoping not to. The dogs had been pulled back at midnight on Karen Fitch's instruction, which Walt received with a stillness I now recognized as his version of something he couldn't say in front of the others. The adults, the Hendersons, had been taken to a county facility for the night. The woman had still been staring at the tree line when they put her in the vehicle. She went without resistance, her eyes on the trees the whole way in, and the deputy had had to physically redirect her face as they closed the door. I made a coffee I didn't want and stood at the window above the sink and looked at the clearing for a while. The fog was in again at the base of the tree line, the same way it had been the night before and the night before that. I was 3 days into this job, and I was starting to understand the fog was probably always there after dark, and I'd just been too tired and too full of other things to register it as a constant. I drank the coffee. I went to the bedroom. I do a thing in unfamiliar spaces when I'm anxious that I've done since I was a teenager and have never been able to stop, which is that I systematically check the room before I sleep. Under the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the door. My therapist had views on this. I'd been doing it every night since I arrived and finding nothing, which had not been stopping me, and on the 3rd night, I found something. Under the bed, pushed back toward the wall on the far side, was a shoe. A child's shoe. Single, left foot, Nike. Canvas upper with a rubber toe cap, worn smooth at the point. I pulled it out and sat on the floor with it and turned it over. Size 3. The sole had grit in the treads. The inside was clean. No sock. A faint smell of rubber and old dust. The manufacturer's tag on the tongue gave a style number I looked up on my phone and found discontinued in 2017. This shoe had been under the bed since at least 2017. It had been there before Daniel. It had been there before whoever was here before Daniel. I put it on the kitchen table, looked at it for a while. Then I went to bed. Sleep arrived eventually. It always does. The dream was different from the others. The gorge, the voice, the dark between the trees, that was the shape the other dreams had taken. This one put me somewhere interior and enclosed, and I knew it was underground before I could see anything from the quality of the air. Lower temperature, a stillness that comes from stone rather than distance, an acoustic quality where sound went a short way and then stopped. I was in a smaller body. This is difficult to describe accurately, but I'll try. The proportions were wrong for my usual sense of myself. The reach of my arms shorter than expected. The floor closer than it should have been. I understood that I was 9 years old and that I was Connor Ashby and that this was somewhere I had been before, in a different way. The cavern was lit by oil lanterns, 3 of them at intervals around the walls, burning low and steady. The floor was uneven natural rock, and things had been placed on it over what was clearly a long period. Sleeping bags, folded blankets, personal objects, items of clothing, the accumulated domestic texture of lives being lived in a space not designed for living. There were 8 children. Some were asleep in the sleeping materials. Others were sitting and looking at the lanterns or the walls or at nothing in particular. All of them had the quality I'd been learning to recognize, the mechanism running somewhere else, that arrested quality. One of them was looking at me, a girl around 10 years old, sitting cross-legged on a folded blanket against the far wall. She was looking at me with a directness and clarity that was different from the quality of the others, fully present in a way none of the rest of them were, looking at Owen, the adult inside the 9-year-old body, and she could tell the difference. "Mr. Cole." I tried to speak. What came out was Connor Ashby's voice, smaller and younger than mine, shaped by a 9-year-old throat. "He knows you're here. He told us your name. He's been watching you since before you arrived." She said it the way a child recites something they've been told to remember, accurately with the specific disconnection of rote from understanding. "He wants you to know he's interested in you." I asked her what it was interested in. The words came out in Connor's voice, and I could feel the specific smallness of his chest producing them. "He wants to know if you'll come north. He says your friend is afraid to let you, and he wants to know if you'll come anyway." She held my gaze a moment. "He said to tell you that coming north is the only way. He said you'll understand what that means when the time comes." I asked her what it was teaching them. She looked at me for a long moment, and something worked behind her eyes, some understanding too large for her face, and she said, "We don't know yet. He says we're not ready. He says when we're ready we'll know what we're for." Then she looked away, back towards something I couldn't see from where Connor's body was sitting, and the full presence left her face, and she was somewhere else again, back to wherever the others were. Then the smell came in through the passage entrance on the south side of the cavern. Heavy, wrong, animal, and deliberate. The children who had been still got stiller. The ones who were asleep did not wake. I went for the passage. I went sideways through the gap in the rock, scraping my shoulder on the stone, and I was in a narrow corridor, and I moved through it as fast as 9-year-old legs could manage, and I came out into the creek bed, and the cold hit me and I woke up. 3:14 a.m. I lay in the dark with my heart going at a rate not appropriate for lying still in a warm cabin, and ran the self-check I'd been developing. Window to the east, locked, latch visible from the bed. Door to the kitchen, closed the way I'd left it. Cabin still. Nothing moved. I was back in my own body, my hands at the ends of my arms where they belonged, the floor the right distance below me. I got up and went to the kitchen. The shoe was still on the table where I'd left it. I made a coffee and sat with it until 5 a.m., and then went back to bed and lay there until Walt's truck came up the fire road at 7:30, which was when I got up properly, put the shoe in my pack, and went out to meet him. We drove to NE7 in the early morning light. Walt had been up most of the night. His face carried it plainly, the particular worn-through look that broken sleep leaves after enough hours sitting with something unresolvable in the dark. He told me in the truck that Karen had filed the night's incident as ongoing search, active status, with a preliminary assessment of the adults having experienced a stress-related dissociative episode consistent with prior incidents. The Henderson children were documented as missing, presumed to have wandered from camp. Search ongoing. I asked him what that meant in practice. He said it meant the search would run for another 48 hours and then be scaled back and then reclassified. And then eventually Karen would write up a summary and it would go into a file, and the file would go somewhere that files go. And that would be the end of it in the official record. I looked at the road. I know, Walt said. The NE7 site was a 15-minute drive plus a 20-minute hike through zone NE6 to reach the rocky outcrop that marked its northern boundary. I'd been briefed on the location from Walt's maps, but hadn't been there in person. The terrain was rougher than NE3. Older growth, the canopy denser, the trail less maintained. Sections where you were going by landmarks rather than path. Walt moved through it without checking, reading the landmarks automatically, the terrain in his body from years of the same route. The forensic classification tape was still there around the perimeter, sagging at 2 points where the stakes had been worked loose. Walt stopped at the east side of the perimeter and looked at the tape. Someone's been in here. He was right. The tape on the east side had been repositioned, shifted outward by about 4 feet from its original placement, the stakes pulled and replanted. The inner area showed new disturbance in the soil, subtle, the kind of thing you'd only notice if you knew what the undisturbed version looked like. He moved along the outside of the perimeter slowly, reading the ground. On the east side, in the repositioned section, on a flat-topped rock at knee height, there was a child's sock. Single, white, folded in half. A small cartoon print on the ankle, a dog of some kind, blurred from washing. Around a child's size 4. Walt stood and looked at it for a long time. He took 2 photographs without touching it. Then he put his phone away and stood with his hands at his sides and looked at the sock on the rock. And I could see the 13 years in his face quite clearly in that moment. All of it at once, the full accumulated weight. I wasn't here 3 days ago. I was here 3 days ago. I took the shoe from my pack and held it out to him. He looked at it. I told him where I found it. He took it and turned it over and looked at the sole, the tag, the worn toe. Daniel's side of the bed. I asked how he knew. Habit. Same bed, same side. He was here 2.5 years. He handed the shoe back. Daniel left it. The way he left the note on the Calvert folder. Something to find for whoever came next, without Karen being able to read it as anything if she searched the place beforehand. He looked at the sock on the rock. This is different. The sock. Placed recently. The fold is deliberate. Same deliberateness as the camp arrangements. Same care. He looked at the perimeter tape. It's been doing this for years. Every few months. Something new at one of the sites. Karen classifies it as evidence contamination. Hikers, she says. Kids on a dare. He paused. I've gone back to each site after and looked at what was left and thought about hikers. It's communicating. Walt sat down on a rock just outside the perimeter and put his elbows on his knees and looked at the ground between his boots. He'd been coming to this for a long time, and the sitting down landed accordingly. He stayed like that for about 30 seconds and then straightened and looked at me. I've been doing this job for 31 years. I've been doing this specific part of the job for 13. 4 families I got out in time. 14 incidents I didn't. He paused. I don't know what to do anymore. I mean that as plainly as I can say it. I genuinely don't know what the next correct step is. I haven't known for about 2 years, and I've been going through the motions of this job with that fact living in my chest. It's getting heavier. I sat down on the rock next to him. I told him about the dream, all of it. The cavern, the 8 children, the girl who addressed me by name. The entity knowing I was there before I arrived. The question about whether Walt would let me go north. He listened. He looked at the sock on the flat rock while I talked, and his face was very still, and when I finished he was quiet for about a minute. Then, The dreams are how it spreads. The fear, the knowing, they feed it. The more you know about it, the more it can reach you in the dreaming. And the more it can reach you, the more it learns about what you know and who you've told. He looked at me, which means it already knows about the forwarding address. It already knows about Daniel. It told the girl it's been watching me since before I arrived. Walt looked north, toward where the trail continued past the outcrop into the denser section of the park above NE7. He stood up. We need to call Daniel before Karen finds out he's been in contact. He'll call us. I think he's already on his way. Walt looked at me. I told him about the phone call from the night before, which I hadn't mentioned until now. The instruction to come alone. The fact that I hadn't gone alone. That Walt had been on the fire road. That I'd been about to call Daniel back this morning anyway. He said don't tell me until after. Yeah. And you told me immediately. Yeah. He looked at the sock on the rock. Good. My phone rang at 11:23 a.m. on the drive back from NE7. Unknown number. Walt looked at the screen and then at me, and I answered it. Daniel's voice was quieter than the recording, more controlled. 8 months of rehearsal audible in the steadiness of it. He said he needed to come to the cabin that night, that he knew what he'd say about coming alone, and that Walt should be there anyway because what he had to say needed to be heard by both of us at the same time. I asked him if he was safe. I'm careful. A pause. I'll be there at 8. Daniel Ashworth knocked at 8:02 p.m. He was 31 years old and wore it differently than his file suggested. Older in the way that accumulates from months of moving around with something sitting inside you that you couldn't put down. He came into the cabin and stood in the middle of the kitchen and looked around it with the slow thoroughness of someone taking inventory. My books on the shelf, my coat on the hook, the chipped mug on the windowsill in a slightly different position than Daniel probably remembered. He looked at the shoe on the table. He looked at Walt, who was in the chair by the wood burner with his coat still on, which was his version of being formal about something. Daniel sat down. He put his pack on the floor next to his chair, and his left arm went below the table, and I told myself I wasn't going to look, and I looked. Daniel? Walt. Daniel looked at the coffee on the table and wrapped both hands around the mug, and the left sleeve covered his forearm entirely. The note on the Calvert folder, that was you? Yeah. The shoe? Yeah. I figured whoever came next would eventually check under the bed. I wanted them to have something to bring to Walt. Something Karen couldn't read as anything if she found it first. He looked at the shoe. I didn't know how long it would be before someone else came. The sock at NE7. That wasn't you. Daniel shook his head. I haven't been to NE7 since I left. I know, Walt said. The three of us sat there for a moment. The fire moved behind the wood burner glass. I'll tell you what I saw. All of it. I should have told Walt at the visitor center, but I wasn't ready and I should have been. He looked at his coffee. The dreams. How long have you been having them? I told him. 2 nights in. The gorge and the voice. Then the cavern and the girl. He listened, and his face did the same thing Waltz had done at the bone fragment site. The specific stillness of someone hearing something confirmed that they had hoped would not be confirmed. Moving faster than I did. 3 weeks before my first cavern dream. He looked at me. You need to understand what that means. You came in knowing more than anyone else has. Walt told you everything on day 1, basically. And the knowing is... food, I said. Yeah. He pushed his left sleeve up. The scarring was permanent. 4 parallel lines across the inside of his forearm, through the skin and into the tissue below, healed pink and raised. The spacing between the marks wider than a human hand. Walt looked at them and his jaw worked. He looked at the marks for a long time. Daniel put both hands flat on the table. Let me start from the beginning. He had been sleepwalking. The first time, he woke up 100 yards north of the cabin in his socks, the doors standing open behind him, no memory of leaving. He assumed stress, assumed the new environment, assumed the kind of sleep disruption that comes with starting a new life in a remote place. The second time, he woke up 300 yards north. He tied his ankle to the bed frame with paracord before sleeping, and woke at 4 a.m. with the cord pulled taut and his ankle bruised above where the cord sat. The bruising in a pattern consistent with something gripping from outside, above the cord, on the outer surface of his ankle. Something had tried to drag him, and had pulled hard enough to leave impressions. He showed Walt the following morning. Walt had shown Karen Fitch. Karen arranged for Daniel to be reassigned to administrative work at the visitor center while she, as she put it, assessed the situation. The assessment had involved 3 meetings with a counselor she'd recommended, who was not told the specifics, and whose conclusion was that Daniel was experiencing stress-related sleep disruption consistent with adjustment difficulties in a remote work environment. Karen had accepted this assessment. Daniel had not. 3 days after the ankle incident, on a Tuesday morning in October, he went north. He hiked for just over 4 hours. He passed the Gorge Trail Junction, the Dry Creek, the NE7 forensic perimeter, and moved into the upper section of the park above NE7, which was unpatrolled and unmarked beyond the classification tape. He found the perimeter. He went past it north along the creek bed, following something he couldn't have named as an expectation, and was following anyway. The smell got stronger the further north he went, and he followed the smell the way he'd followed it on the lower trail, except this time he didn't stop. He found the entrance at the base of the north rock face of the creek bed, about 40 meters downstream from the forensic perimeter. A gap in the rock, low, worked smooth at the edges by a long period of use, the smoothness of years of repeated passage, the kind of wear that accumulates rather than the kind that gets made. The smell came from inside it, heavy and wrong, the same smell from the trail to Walt's tower. He went in. The passage ran about 15 feet before opening into a larger space. Natural cavern, irregular ceiling at around 8 feet, the far wall about 30 feet from the entrance. 3 oil lanterns burning, placed at intervals around the walls. Things accumulated over years, sleeping materials, clothing, personal objects, the texture of long habitation in a space not designed for it. And 8 children. He listed them one by one, with the effort of someone who knows the specific weight of each one and sets each one down carefully before reaching for the next. 8 children, from 6 different incidents, the oldest disappearance going back 9 years. The youngest he estimated at around 6 years old, the oldest around 14. All of them alive and physically intact in most observable respects. Fed, warm, in clothing that fit, which meant clothing had been provided or replaced over time, which meant this had been attended to deliberately and over a long period. All of them carrying the quality I'd been learning to name, that arrested quality, the mechanism running somewhere else. He recognized 2 of them, Riley Robertson, 8 years old when she went missing 3 years ago, now 11, sitting against the far wall with her knees up and her face carrying that specific absent expression, and a boy he recognized from a file he'd compiled in his 2nd month at the park, whose name he didn't give because he said that name belonged to the family and wasn't his to say. Walt said very quietly, "They're alive." All 8 of them. The room was still. Outside the window, the clearing sat in the dark and the fog was in at the tree line and the cabin was warm, and none of that registered properly, because Walt had just said, "They're alive," and Daniel had confirmed it. and I was sitting at a kitchen table with a child's shoe between us, and 8 children were in a cavern 4 hours north. The bone fragments at NE7. The ones it was finished with. He said it without inflection, flatly, from a person who had had 8 months to arrive at those exact words. It keeps them, until it's done with them. Then it's done. I thought about the girl in my dream. When we're ready, we'll know what we're for. I thought about Riley Robertson, now 11, with 2 years of whatever this was accumulated in her. I thought about what finished with means when you're 6 years old in a cavern under 4 hours of old-growth forest. It's teaching them. Daniel looked at me. A girl talked to you in the dream. Yeah. She said that. She said they don't know what they're for yet. She said when they're ready, they'll know. I looked at my coffee, and she told me the entity is interested in me specifically, that it wants me to go north, that coming north is the only way. I looked at Daniel. What does that mean? Daniel was quiet for a long time. He looked at his left arm on the table. Then, when I was in there, in the cavern, one of the children talked to me. A girl, around 10 at the time. The girl who'd been there the longest. She told me the same thing she apparently told you in the dream, that coming north was the only way. And she told me something else. A pause. She said the ones who come north and see the place, after that it can reach them. Through the dreams, the way it reaches anyone who knows enough, but more directly, more specifically. He looked at Walt and then at me. I've been outside the park for 8 months. I dream about it every few nights. And when I dream, I answer questions I don't remember answering when I wake up. He touched the scarring lightly with 2 fingers. It let me go because I was more useful out here than in there. The knowing spreads further when the person carrying it can move around. He looked at the table. It wanted me to come out. It wanted me to tell you. That's what it was building toward the whole time. It has what it needed now, Walt said. Yeah. He exhaled slowly through his nose. I've been trying for 8 months to work out if there was a way to give you the information without giving it what it wanted. And I couldn't find one. And people are still going missing. And the kids are still in there. And I couldn't... He stopped. I couldn't sit on it anymore. You did the right thing, Walt said with a certainty I could see cost him something. Then he put his coffee down and looked at the shoe between us on the table. There's something else I haven't told either of you. We both looked at him. Karen Fitch. She arrived at Sentinel Ridge in March 2011, 3 months before the school group. I told you she was posted here because of the school group, and that's what the official documentation says. What I haven't told you is that I've been through the park's administrative records going back to 2009, the paper records that predate the digital system. And Karen Fitch's name appears in a site assessment document from September 2010. He looked at the table. 6 months before she officially arrived. In a document marked Internal Review, assessing the northern section of the park for, and I'm quoting the language directly, ongoing anomalous incident management and containment strategy development. She already knew in 2010. She came here because she already knew. The school group didn't trigger her arrival. She was here when it happened, and she managed it the way she'd been sent here to manage it. Which means someone above Karen knew about this park before 2010, knew what was in the northern section, and sent someone here to manage a response to it. He looked at us both. Karen Fitch isn't covering this up to protect the park's revenue figures. She's executing a specific brief from someone who already knew what was up there before any of us were working here. I don't know who that is or why they want it managed rather than ended. That's why the NDA has a 30-year tail, Daniel said. Yeah, that's why. We sat with it. The fire moved behind the wood-burner glass. Outside the window, the fog was in at the tree line and the night was complete, and somewhere 4 hours north of where we were sitting, in a cavern lit by 3 oil lanterns, 8 children were in whatever state they were in at 9 p.m. on a Thursday, answering questions in their sleep or sitting with their knees up against a stone wall, or lying very still in sleeping materials that had been accumulating there for 9 years. We go north. Walt and Daniel both looked at me. Daniel knows where the passage is. I know what's in the cavern. We document everything, photographs, video, everything that can be documented. And we get it to someone above Karen. Someone in the chain who doesn't have the full picture, the way Daniel said on the recording. I looked at Walt. You said there were people above Karen who didn't know. That's who we go to. Going north means breaching the NDA the moment you document anything. I know. It means Karen will know we went. The moment we produce documentation that can only have come from inside the northern section above NE7, she will know. I know that too. I looked at Daniel. You came back to give us the information. You knew what it would cost. Why? He looked at his left arm. He looked at the shoe on the table. Because Riley Robertson has been in that cavern for 3 years, and she's 11 years old. And I've been outside this park for 8 months, and she's still in there. He said it plainly, the statement stripped down to its weight. That's why. Walt was silent for a long time. He looked at the wood burner. He looked at Daniel with the specific expression I'd come to understand as Walt arriving somewhere he'd been approaching for years. 8 a.m. We go in with cameras and full kit. I'll pull the Northern Trail access log and wipe the entry. We have until Karen checks the system, which she does at noon. That gives us 4 hours. He picked up his coffee and finished it and stood up. He put his hand on Daniel's shoulder for a moment, brief, firm, without speaking. Then he went to the door and out, and his truck started and drove south on the fire road, and the engine faded into the distance and the quiet came back. Daniel and I sat at the table with the shoe between us. Daniel lay down on the couch with blankets I had brought him and went quiet within 10 minutes, a person whose body could finally rest because the thing he'd been carrying had been handed to someone else. I went to bed. I lay in the dark and thought about Riley Robertson, 11 years old, and about Connor Ashby in Bellingham answering questions through the wall in his sleep, and about Karen Fitch's name in a document from September 2010, and about Walt had said, she was sent here to manage it, not end it. Someone knew, had known for years, had decided that managing it was the correct approach, had decided specifically that 8 children in a cavern 4 hours north of a visitor center was a situation to be managed and contained and documented in internal review files with 30-year non-disclosure tales. I thought about the girl in the dream saying coming north is the only way, and I thought about whether that was the entity speaking through her or the girl speaking for herself. And I thought about how after enough time in that cavern, there might not be a difference anymore. And then I stopped thinking about it and just lay there and waited for the morning. At 7:45 a.m., Daniel sat up on the couch and looked at me still lying in the dark in the bedroom doorway. You didn't sleep? No. He nodded. He'd expected that. He put his boots on and I put the kettle on and we had coffee standing at the kitchen counter, and neither of us said much. And at 8 a.m. exactly, Walt's truck came up the fire road and we picked up our packs and went out to meet him. We left the cabin at 8 a.m. Flat gray light, low cloud, the temperature at around 40 degrees and dropping rather than rising. Walt had the full kit in the truck bed. 2 cameras, a field recorder, a GPS set to continuous log rather than spot check, emergency supplies for 12 hours rather than the standard 8. He'd been thinking about this for longer than one night, and the pack showed it. Daniel was quiet in the back seat. He watched the tree line as we drove north on the access road, his left hand below his knee, and Walt had pulled off at the NE6 trailhead and killed the engine before Daniel could say anything. It already knows we're coming. Walt looked at him in the mirror. It's been knowing things ahead of time since before I left. That's not a reason to turn around. I just want us to be clear that we're walking in there with that being true. Understood. Walt opened the door. Then we go in knowing it knows, and we do what we came to do anyway. He got out and started loading the pack, and Daniel and I followed, and that was the entirety of the conversation about it, which felt like the right amount. The trail into NE6 ran northeast for about a mile before the marked path ended, and you were navigating by terrain features. A distinctive boulder formation at the turn, a section of exposed root system along the east side of the trail for about 50 yards, and then the creek bed, which you followed north until the rock face came into view. Walt moved without consulting the GPS, the route in his body rather than in the device. Daniel moved with the careful deliberateness of someone retracing a route they'd rather not remember. I was watching the undergrowth. The smell arrived about 20 minutes in. Organic, heavy, wrong. The back of my throat catching it a beat before I had a word for it. The same bass note as the tower trail. The same wrong quality underneath. But this morning, it had direction. Coming from the north. Consistent, tracking our pace from a fixed distance ahead. Not intensifying, not dropping, just present and fixed and patient. I fell into step with Walt and told him. How long? 20 minutes, maybe a little more. He nodded and kept walking. It did the same thing when I found Roy Decker. The whole walk in, the smell stayed north of me at a fixed distance the entire way. Consistent. He checked the GPS track. From behind us. It's not leading. It's gauging. Walt looked back. When I went in the first time, it did the same thing. The smell stays consistent because it's assessing, working out what you are, what you're carrying, whether you're going to stop. Daniel watched the tree line on both sides of the trail with his eyes low and close, reading something in the undergrowth I couldn't read. It stops when it decides. Then it gets close. What makes it decide? I asked. He was quiet for a moment. When I went in, I made it most of the way to the entrance before it stopped and got close. I think it let me in because it had already decided what it wanted to do with me. He glanced at his left arm briefly. It'll be different this time. There are 3 of us. Keep moving, Walt said. We kept moving. The smell stayed north of us for another 40 minutes, consistent, fixed. And then somewhere around the point where the creek bed came into view below the rock face, it went absent. Between one breath and the next, the way a sound stops rather than fades. On the tower trail, that absence had been uncomplicated relief. Here, moving in silence through old growth toward a gap in a rock face 40 meters downstream from a forensic classification site, the stopping felt different, more deliberate, a door closing rather than a window opening. Walt raised his hand and we all stopped. 50 feet ahead, at the base of the rock face on the east side of the creek bed, something sat on the ground. Walt moved toward it carefully, staying on the flat rock rather than disturbing the silt at the edges. Daniel and I followed. We stopped at 10 feet. A child's drawing, crayon on a sheet of paper placed flat on the rock, held down at each corner by a small stone. 4 stones placed with the same deliberate care as the folded sock at NE7. The same care as the camp arrangements Walt had been describing for 2 parts of this story. The drawing showed 3 figures on a path, the proportions of a young child's work, but with something specific in the rendering. The first 2 figures were done in pencil, light, their features barely there. The third, at the front of the group, was drawn in dark crayon, its lines pressed hard into the paper, its face given detail the others didn't have. A circle for a head, 2 dots for eyes, a curved line for a mouth drawn slightly too wide for the size of the face. It was looking back at the other 2. It knew we were coming as a group. It drew us. I looked at the third figure, the dark one at the front, looking back, and thought about the girl in the dream saying coming north is the only way, and about Daniel saying it's gauging, and understood something I didn't want to understand. The one at the front, that's not one of us. Walt crouched and looked at the drawing without touching it. He photographed it 3 times from different angles, then straightened and looked at the entrance 40 meters north along the rock face. It put itself at the front of the group. It's been waiting. He looked at me. In the drawing, the third figure's leading. The other 2 are following. I looked at the 2 light pencil figures behind the dark crayon one with its too wide smile, and thought about the entity maintaining a fixed distance for 40 minutes, consistently north of us, and what it means when something that has been operating in the same territory for 13 years decides to stop concealing its interest in a specific person and start demonstrating it through the medium of a child's crayon drawing on a flat rock on a dry creek bed. I don't know what else to call this. I'm telling you what was there. It's been in front of us the whole way in, I said. Yes, Walt said. We went to the entrance. The gap in the rock face was exactly as Daniel had described it, and exactly as I'd experienced it in the dream through Connor Ashby's body. Low, worked smooth at the edges, the smoothness of repeated passage over a long period of time. The smell was present here, but different, thicker and closer. The wrongness at full concentration rather than the ambient version from the trail. Walt went in first with the camera running. Daniel second. I went last, and the rock was cold through my jacket where I pressed against it, getting through the gap. And then the passage opened around me and I was inside. 15 feet of corridor, the ceiling dropping at one point to about 5 feet, the floor uneven and sloping slightly toward the cavern entrance. Walt's torch and mine lit the passage in overlapping beams. The walls were plain rock, unworked, the kind of surface that tells you only that it has been here for a very long time. The cavern opened ahead. It was larger than I'd understood from the dream. The ceiling was higher than 8 feet, closer to 12 in the central section, and the far wall was nearer to 50 feet than 30, the space between carrying the particular quality of somewhere that has been lived in for a long time by people who had no other options. 3 oil lanterns burning at intervals around the walls, their flames steady in air that had no movement in it at all. Their being lit meant someone had been here recently enough to light them. Someone had known we were coming and had lit them for our arrival. Sleeping materials around the walls in 8 separate living areas, spaced with the deliberateness of a space organized for long-term habitation rather than emergency shelter. Personal objects, folded clothing, a child's waterproof jacket hung from a notch in the wall above one of the sleeping areas. Size 8, the kind with thumb holes in the cuffs. One of the thumb holes was worn through. All of it empty. The accumulated domestic texture of 9 years of this, and no one in it. Walt moved his torch slowly around the perimeter. Daniel stood at the entrance, and I was between them, and the 3 of us turned in a slow circle, and the cavern gave us nothing but evidence of recent occupation in the smell and the oil lanterns burning with a steadiness that meant no draft, no air movement, a sealed and attended space. They were here. Daniel was looking at one of the sleeping areas on the east wall, a folded blanket, a child-sized pair of trainers set neatly to one side, a paperback book placed open and face down at the edge of the sleeping mat, the spine creased from extended reading. Riley's section. She read constantly, every time I was here. He crouched down next to the sleeping mat. He looked at the book. He looked at the trainers. He stayed there long enough that Walt and I both waited and didn't speak. And then he reached into his jacket pocket and produced a photograph, the small glossy square of it, printed from a phone, and set it gently on the folded blanket. He stayed crouched with his hand on the blanket's edge for a moment. Walt, I found her parents' number once 8 months ago. Her mom. I called once and hung up. I've had this in my wallet since April. He straightened and looked at the photograph on the blanket. She's 11 years old. Her parents think she's dead. Walt let him have the moment. I moved to the rest of the cavern, the other sleeping areas, the oil lanterns, the accumulated evidence, and let the camera run. On the north wall, above the largest of the sleeping areas, someone had drawn on the rock, recent marks, sitting on the surface rather than into it, done in charcoal. Symbols rather than letters, each one distinct, arranged in a line across the wall at about head height. Around 30 of them. Each drawn with the same deliberate care as the sock at NE7, as the stones holding down the drawing in the creek bed, as the spacing of the sleeping areas around the perimeter. I photographed every one of them, then the full sequence in a single frame, then a closer pass for detail. Walt came and stood next to me and looked at the wall. How long has that been there? Daniel had been here 8 months ago. The symbols had been drawn since, recently enough that the charcoal sat on the surface of the rock rather than into the grain of it. I told Walt that. He looked at Daniel. Daniel straightened up from Riley's sleeping area and turned to face the wall. For about 3 seconds, his face did something I hadn't seen it do before. The controlled quality dropping away entirely, and underneath it his face had gone somewhere else. Looking at the wall with the effort completely visible, something raw and specific in the set of his eyes. Then the controlled quality came back up. I watched it come back. That's new. He walked to the wall and stood in front of the symbols and looked at them for a long time. He reached out and touched one lightly, his fingertip against the charcoal mark, then pulled his hand back and rubbed the charcoal between his thumb and forefinger. Fresh. Done in the last few days. Can you read it? I asked. He kept his eyes on the wall, long enough that Walt and I both waited, watching his face, the effort behind the controlled expression becoming more visible the longer the silence ran. Some of it. The dreams, there are symbols in the dreams sometimes. Ones the children trace in the air or in the dirt when they're answering questions. He paused. I wake up not remembering what I answered, but sometimes I remember what they were drawing. He pointed to a symbol near the left end of the line. That one means what it wants, what it's working toward. He pointed to a cluster in the middle. Those I don't know. That one, he indicated a symbol near the right end, drawn larger than the others and with heavier lines. That one I've seen the girl draw in the dream. The one who talks to you. He looked at me. It means the one who comes north. The three of us stood in front of the wall in the light of the oil lanterns, and I kept the camera running. Where are they? Walt asked. It moved them. Because we were coming. Because we were coming with cameras and documentation. Daniel looked at the sleeping areas around the perimeter. It knows what documentation is. It's been watching Karen Fitch manage documentation for 13 years. It knows what photographs can do. He looked at the wall again. It didn't stop us coming. It moved them so we couldn't photograph them. And it wrote that instead. It wanted us to find the wall, I said. Yeah. I stayed with the symbol Daniel had identified as the one who comes north, drawn larger than the others, heavier lines, more pressure on the charcoal, more intention behind the mark. "We need to get out," Walt said. "Get the footage somewhere safe before noon." We moved back through the passage faster than we'd come in. Walt first, then Daniel, then me. The corridor was narrow, and I was watching my footing on the uneven floor, about halfway through, when something stopped me. A sound, not loud, coming from ahead of me, from outside the passage, from the creek bed between the rock face and the forensic perimeter where we'd found the drawing. A voice. My name. I want to be precise about this because the precise details are what I'm asking you to believe. It was my name, spoken in my own voice. The specific register of my voice when I'm not performing anything. The slightly lower version I hear in recordings and always find surprising. It said Owen once, and then waited, and then said it again, patient and unhurried. And the friendliness in it was audible and real and running in a direction friendliness doesn't run. I kept moving. I came out through the gap in the rock face into the creek bed, and Walt and Daniel were already 10 feet north, moving toward the perimeter. And the creek bed was empty in both directions. Nothing visible. The smell present at low concentration and staying low. Walt turned and looked at me. "You heard something." "My name, my own voice." Daniel stopped. He turned slowly. "What did it sound like?" I told him. "It can do that now. That's new as well." He looked at Walt. "When I was here the first time, it used other people's voices. Children's voices mostly. It hadn't learned to use the target's own voice yet." He looked at me, and his jaw was set and his eyes held their position with the effort behind them visible. "It's been working on you since before you arrived. It's had more time with you than it had with me before I went in." A pause. "That's what moving faster means." I thought about the drawing on the cavern wall, the one who comes north, drawn large, drawn dark, the charcoal pressed harder into the stone than any of the others. "Move," Walt said. We moved. Back at the truck by 11:15 a.m., Walt transmitted the footage and photographs to an encrypted folder he'd set up through a service outside the NPS network. A personal account created 8 months ago when Daniel came back to the visitor center, in the 40-minute window before he called Karen Fitch. He sent the folder link to 3 separate email addresses. 2 I didn't know, one belonging to a journalist at the Seattle Times whose name I recognized from a piece on Park Service transparency she'd published 2 years ago. He did all this in the truck in the NE6 parking area with the engine running and the heater on, working through the sequence in a focused and unhurried way. And when he was done, he put the phone in the center console and looked at the windscreen. "She'll know by noon." "Yeah," Daniel said. "What happens then?" "I don't know. First time anyone has done this from inside the park." He looked at Daniel in the mirror. "First time anyone has come back from the northern section and walked into a room with me and said what you said last night. So," he pulled out of the parking lot onto the access road, "we find out." Karen Fitch was at the cabin when we got back. She was on the porch step with her hands in her jacket pockets, already watching when we pulled up. She watched the 3 of us get out of the truck, and her face held its position, assembled, giving nothing. She'd decided what she was going to look at before we got out of the vehicle and was watching the confirmation land. She looked at Daniel for a long moment. "Daniel?" "Karen?" She looked at Walt. "I need you to understand that I got ahead of this morning, which means the worst of the potential consequences for all 3 of you are currently on hold rather than in motion." She looked at me. "What you sent this morning went to 3 destinations. 2 of those destinations forward anything from this address automatically to a compliance review inbox that my department monitors. The 3rd one is more complicated." "Laura Marsh." Karen looked at Walt, and the assembled quality of her expression held, but her eyes went somewhere different for about a second. She'd underestimated this variable and was adjusting for it. How long have you known about her? Long enough. She's going to want to meet with you. All three of you. Karen came down the porch step and stood in the cleared area between the cabin and the tree line. She's not going to want it on record that she met with you, which creates a specific kind of problem for me, because the reason she monitors that address is because she's been trying to build a case for 3 years and she needs documented evidence from inside the park that hasn't been through my office. Which is what we just gave her, I said. Which you just gave her. She said it without heat or accusation, which was its own specific quality of unsettling. I want to be clear about something. I have been at this park for 15 years. I've managed 8 fatalities and 42 disappearances in 3 separate incidents that required federal-level containment decisions. I have done this under a brief that I was handed and did not write, from people above me whose reasoning I was not given full access to, because that is how this kind of operation is structured. She looked at Daniel. I am not the person who made the decision to manage rather than end. I am the person who was sent here to execute that decision, and I have been executing it because the alternative, as it was explained to me when I was briefed in September 2010, was a public event that would result in casualties significantly higher than the ones we have sustained under managed conditions. She paused. I'm telling you this because you are going to meet with Laura Marsh, and she's going to tell you that I am the problem. You need to understand that I am not the problem. I am the layer between you and the problem. Who's above you? Walt asked. Karen looked at him for a long time. I don't know their names. I have a contact number and an email address and a protocol for escalation, and I've used both, and the responses I've received have been consistent in one specific thing. She looked at the tree line. They want it maintained, not ended. They've wanted that since before I arrived. I have asked twice in 15 years for authorization to attempt an extraction of the children from the northern section. Both times the answer was the same. She stopped. What was the answer? Daniel asked. Karen looked at him. That the children in the northern section are not currently a priority. The 4 of us stood in the cleared area between the cabin and the tree line, and the fog moved in at the base of the trees, and the sentence stayed in the air between us for a while. Nobody moved it along. Laura Marsh. When? Walt asked. She'll contact Owen. He monitors the address he sent to, and she'll have seen the footage by now. And she'll want to move fast before my department can contain the compliance review. Karen looked at me. When she contacts you, meet her. Tell her everything. Tell her about Daniel and about what's on the wall, and tell her about the children. She paused. Tell her about September 2010. Why are you telling us this? I said. Karen's eyes found mine and held. The professional presentation was intact, but her eyes had changed quality. Held rather than ranging. Fixed on me in a way they hadn't been fixed on anyone for the entire conversation. Because Riley Robertson has been in that cavern for 3 years, and I've been sending the same request up the chain for 18 months and receiving the same answer. And I've run out of things to try from inside the structure. She looked at Daniel again. You came back. Nobody comes back from the northern section. You are evidence of something that nobody above me has accounted for in their models of how this operates. And I would like someone with your specific knowledge and Laura Marsh's specific access to be in the same room before my department's compliant review concludes. She put her hands back in her pockets. That's why. She walked past us to the access road. A black NPS SUV was parked 50 yards up. She opened the door and stopped and looked back at me specifically. Owen, the symbols on the wall. Photograph 6, frame 3. The cluster in the middle that Daniel said he didn't recognize. A pause. I recognize them. Have your recorder running when you talk to Laura Marsh. She got in and drove north on the access road. I went inside and sat at the kitchen table. Walt and Daniel came in behind me, and the three of us sat with coffee Walt made and the footage running on Walt's laptop between us, and nobody said anything for a while. Daniel had his left arm on the table, sleeve down. He was looking at the laptop screen, the still frame of the symbols on the cavern wall, and the controlled quality was fully operational again, but the effort behind it was more visible than it had been before Karen arrived. Photograph 6, frame 3, the cluster Karen recognized. Walt pulled it up. 6 marks in the middle of the symbol line, each distinct, drawn at roughly the same size as the others except one near the center that was slightly larger and had a second line running through it at an angle. Daniel looked at it for a long time. I lied earlier. I said I didn't recognize them. He looked at the table. I recognized 3 of them. I've seen them in the dreams. The children draw them when they're answering questions. He paused. I didn't say that in front of Karen because I didn't know whose side she was on. What do they mean? Walt asked. The cluster is a progression, a sequence of states. He pointed at the screen without touching it. The first 2 are the ones it uses for the children when they arrive. They mean something like untrained or unformed. I'm translating loosely, it's not a precise language. The next 2 I don't know exactly. The 5th one, he indicated the one with the second line drawn through it. That one I've seen the girl draw specifically. She draws it when she's answering questions about me. He paused. It means something like the one who carries it out. And the 6th one, he pointed at the final mark, smallest of the 6, drawn at the right edge of the cluster with lighter pressure than the others. That one I've only ever seen drawing when they're talking about a specific person. Which person? I said. Me, when I was there. He looked at the screen. And now it's drawn on a wall in a sequence that ends with the Owen symbol. He looked at me. His jaw was level, his eyes held where they were. I think it's telling you what it did with me, what stage I'm at in the sequence, and it's telling you what stage you're approaching. Which is, Walt said. The one who carries it out. Whatever it's teaching the children, whatever they're being prepared for, it needs someone on the outside, someone who moves around, who talks to people, who spreads the knowing. He touched the scarring on his forearm through his sleeve. That's what it made me into. And it's working on you faster than it worked on me. He looked at me. The voice this morning. Your own voice. It was learning my voice from the dreams. Yeah, and now it can use it. Which means it's further along with you than it was with me at the equivalent stage. He closed the laptop. We need to talk to Laura Marsh before it gets further. My phone rang at 2:34 p.m. Unknown number, same format as Daniel's call from the day before. The voice on the other end was a woman's, mid-50s, contained. There was a focus in it that sat differently from Karen Fitch's focused professionalism. Karen's version had been built to hold things in place. And this one had been built for the opposite of that, for finding the specific thing that has been kept from you for 3 years and not stopping until you have it. She said her name was Laura Marsh, and she'd seen the footage, and she needed to meet with the 3 of us, and she could be at the park boundary by 6 that evening, and she needed to know if that worked. It works, I said. Don't use the visitor center. Don't use any NPS infrastructure. Is there a location you can get to from the park boundary that isn't on the trail map? Walt was already writing a grid reference on the notepad on the kitchen counter. I read it to her. 6 o'clock. Come with everything you have. She hung up. Walt tore the grid reference from the notepad and folded it into his jacket pocket. Daniel looked at the closed laptop. The shoe sat on the kitchen table between us. The child's Nike, size 3, style discontinued since 2017. Daniel picked it up. He turned it over in his hands the way Walt had done at the NE7 site, looking at the sole, the tag, the worn toe cap. When I left this, I was trying to give whoever came next a way in. A reason to go to Walt. Something to bring that Karen couldn't intercept. He set it back on the table. I didn't know how long it would be before someone else came. I looked at the shoe on the table and thought about the drawing in the creek bed. 3 figures, the dark one at the front with its too wide smile, looking back at the 2 lighter ones following. I thought about the symbols on the cavern wall, the progression ending with me, and I thought about what Karen had said about September 2010 and about the answer she'd received twice when she asked for authorization to extract the children. Not currently a priority. 8 children in a cavern 4 hours north of a visitor center, in a space lit by lanterns someone had attended to, wearing clothing someone had provided, being taught something they didn't know the purpose of yet. 9 years of deposits below the NE7 outcrop, the ones it was finished with. I thought about the voice in the passage using my own register, the slightly lower version, the way I sound to myself, learning my voice from the dreams while I lay in the cabin thinking I was just waking with a racing heart at 3 a.m. It moved the children because it wanted us to find the wall, I said. Walt and Daniel both looked at me. It didn't want us to photograph them, but it wanted us to see the symbols. It wrote them knowing we were coming with cameras, and it moved the children so what we'd document was the message rather than the proof of life. I looked at the table. The drawing in the creek bed was the same thing. It put us in the picture. It showed us the sequence. It's been managing what we find the same way Karen manages what the press finds. It's been running its own version of the disclosure, Walt said. Everything it's shown us has been deliberate. The smell leading us in, the drawing, the symbols, my voice in the passage. It's been showing us specific things in a specific order. I looked at Daniel. Because we're useful to it. Because we're going to talk to Laura Marsh tonight, and we're going to tell her everything, including the symbols. And it knows that. It's been ahead of us the whole time, Daniel said. Yeah, it drew itself at the front of the group. The 3 of us sat at the kitchen table and the shoe sat between us and the fog was in at the tree line through the kitchen window. And the afternoon was going the way it goes in late October in northern Washington, fast and without particular ceremony. And we had 3 hours before the meeting at the park boundary and a lot to think about in the meantime. Karen said she recognized the cluster, Walt said. She's been at this park since 2011. She's been managing 13 years of this. The symbols are new. Daniel said they weren't there when he was here, and they were drawn in the last few days. He looked at the closed laptop. So she's seen symbols like that before, somewhere else. Another incident, another park, another site she's managed. He paused. This isn't the only park. I thought about that for a while. I thought about Karen having a contact number and an email address, and a protocol for escalation and a 30-year NDA and a September 2010 briefing from people she didn't know the names of. How many parks? I said. That's what we asked Laura Marsh tonight. We left at 5:30 p.m. The access road north to the boundary was one I hadn't used before. Narrower than the main road, older asphalt with grass pushing up through a cracked center line. The kind of road that sees little enough traffic that the verge has crept inward season by season. Walt drove. Daniel was in the back. I watched the tree line on the east side and thought about a dark crayon figure at the front of the group of 3, drawn with heavier lines than the others, its too wide smile looking back at the ones following. The smell was absent the entire drive. I noticed the absence the way you notice a sound stopping. that specific quality of it not being there, which was its own kind of information. At the boundary, in the small cleared area where the access road met the county road, a hire car sat with its engine running and its lights off. Laura Marsh got out when we pulled up, mid-50s. She moved to Walt first and they shook hands, and she moved through Daniel and got to me and held mine a beat longer than either of the others. Her eyes on my face rather than the handshake itself. She'd been watching the footage before she drove out here and was looking at the person who'd been inside. The symbols on the wall, before anything else, tell me where they are in relation to the passage entrance. North wall, above the largest sleeping area. About head height, 30 symbols, charcoal, done in the last few days. How many sleeping areas? 8. She nodded once. The number had come out correctly, and the nod confirmed it. She looked at Daniel. You went in the first time 8 months ago. How many sleeping areas then? 8. She nodded again. Glacier had 8. The Cascade site had 8 as well. Every time we've been able to get eyes inside. Flat and factual. The words worn smooth from being said too many times. The shock that must have been in the sentence when she first assembled it was filed all the way down by now. The symbols started appearing at the glacier site about 6 weeks ago. Different symbols, same wall pattern, same charcoal, same deliberate spacing. The Cascade site 4 weeks ago. She looked at me. Your footage is the third instance. All 3 in the last 6 weeks. All at sites that have been active for between 8 and 15 years. She paused. It's communicating across sites. The symbols at each location are different sections of the same sequence. I've been trying for 3 years to get documentation from inside a park that hasn't been through the managed channel. You've given me 3 sites worth in one morning. How many sites total? Walt said. Laura Marsh looked at the county road, then at the tree line, then at us. 11 confirmed, possibly more. The hire car engine ran in the background, and the evening was coming in fast and cold off the ridge. And somewhere 4 hours north of the boundary marker, 8 children were in a cavern that had been accumulating for 9 years. And the oil lanterns were burning, and whatever attended to them had moved through the northern section ahead of us all morning, maintaining a fixed distance, gauging, and had written on the wall what it had wanted us to carry out of there and into this conversation. I kept my recorder running and looked north into the trees and waited for Laura Marsh to tell us the rest. Laura Marsh talked for 2 hours at the park boundary with the hire car engine running and the cold coming off the ridge and the 3 of us standing in a rough semicircle around her. And what she told us changed the shape of everything we thought we understood about what was happening at Sentinel Ridge. I'm going to try to set it down accurately, because accuracy is what this requires, and I'm aware that what follows is going to sound, in parts, like something you'd put down before you got to the end of it. I'm asking you not to do that. I've been asking you that since I started writing this down, and I'm asking it now with more urgency than before. The 11 confirmed sites are distributed across 7 states: Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, and Vermont. The Vermont site is the outlier geographically, and Laura had been trying to work out what it had in common with the others for 3 years. What she'd established was that all 11 sites shared 3 characteristics: old-growth forest of significant age, a geological feature involving either a cave system or substantial rock face with natural cavities, and a history of unexplained disappearances predating the National Park Service's involvement by at least 50 years. In several cases, the historical record went back further than that. The Vermont site had documented disappearances in county records going back to the 1840s. Walt looked at her across the roof of the hire car. The same thing. In all 11? We believe so. The sites are managed by different people, different resource management representatives, all operating under the same brief Karen operates under: maintain and contain and disclose nothing. The representatives don't communicate with each other officially. They operate as if each site is an isolated incident. She paused. They're not isolated. The symbols on the walls started appearing 6 weeks ago across 3 sites simultaneously. And the symbols at each site are sections of a sequence that only makes sense when you put all 3 together. Daniel had been facing the park side of the road while she was talking. He turned. It's been coordinating across 11 sites over what we believe is a very long operational period. Laura looked at Walt. The deposits at your NE7 site go back 10 years. The oldest deposits at the Glacier site go back to 1987. The Vermont site has evidence of deposits that the Geological Survey dates to the late 19th century. She let that land. Whatever this is, it has been doing this for a very long time, in multiple locations, under a management structure that has been knowingly in place since at least the 1940s, which is when the first documented internal review of anomalous park incidents appears in the federal record. The 1940s. I said it to the cold air in front of me. The office that Karen's brief originates from was established in 1943. It has operated continuously since then under different departmental umbrellas, always with the same core mandate. The mandate. She'd said it enough times that the words came out flat, all the parts that shouldn't be flat included. I have been trying to get documentation from inside a managed site for 3 years because the external record, the press releases, the police reports, the official search outcomes, is entirely Karen's version. And Karen's version has been consistent and professionally maintained and completely useless to me. She looked at me. What you sent this morning is the first unmanaged primary documentation I have from any of the 11 sites. That's what it's worth. What do you want with it? I have a contact on the Senate Oversight Committee who has been waiting for this specific kind of documentation for 18 months. The moment it goes to him, the office Karen answers to becomes the subject of a formal inquiry, which means Karen's ability to manage the information flow from Sentinel Ridge becomes significantly constrained. She paused. It also means, and I want to be direct about this, that the 3 of you become witnesses to a federal investigation rather than employees in a breach of NDA. The NDA becomes secondary to the inquiry. That's the legal position my contact has confirmed. How long? Days, once it goes to him. The inquiry opens fast. She looked at each of us in turn. I need you to understand what that means for the site itself. An inquiry means federal attention on the northern section of this park. It means people going in who Karen can't gatekeep. It means the children, the ones still inside the cavern, become a federal missing persons priority rather than a managed incident. She paused. It also means that whatever is in the northern section is going to be aware of a significant change in its operational environment. Daniel's jacket shifted when he moved. It already is. Laura looked at him. What makes you say that? The symbols on the wall, the drawings in the creek bed, the voice in the passage. He held her gaze. It knew we were coming before we went in. It's been ahead of this the whole time. If it's been operating for as long as the Vermont record suggests, it has seen managed sites transition to unmanaged ones before. It knows what that looks like. He paused. The symbols are a message to us, and they're also a signal to the other sites. It's not reacting to the inquiry. It prompted the inquiry by writing on the walls in a way that could only be documented by someone inside Karen's channel. The 4 of us stood at the boundary in the cold with the hire car engine running and the tree line on the park side of the road 30 yards south of us in the dark. And Laura looked at Daniel, and whatever calculation she'd been running adjusted behind her eyes. You think it wanted the inquiry? I think it's been managing toward this for longer than we have." Laura Marsh sent the documentation to her Senate contact at 9:14 p.m. from the Boundary parking area. She drove north on the county road, and the three of us drove back into the park and sat in the cabin until midnight and went to bed. What follows was 4 weeks I've been trying to organize into a sequence that makes sense to present to you. And the difficulty is that the 4 weeks didn't have a clean sequential logic to them. Things happened in an order, but the order felt less like cause and effect and more like a series of pressures, increasing simultaneously from different directions, which is its own specific experience, and I'll try to describe it accurately. The inquiry opened on a Tuesday, 6 days after the boundary meeting. Karen received formal notification that morning, which Walt heard about through Santos, who had been at the visitor center when Karen took the call and had watched Karen's face during it with the focused attention of someone who's been waiting for a long time to see what that face does under that particular kind of pressure. Karen's expression hadn't changed much, Santos said. She'd finished the call, set the phone down, and gone into her office and closed the door. And 2 hours later, she'd come out and driven north on the access road and hadn't come back that day. The inquiry didn't, as Laura had suggested it might, produce immediate federal presence at the park. What it produced in the first week was paperwork, requests for documentation, formal notifications to the NPS administrative structure, a hold placed on Karen's file management protocols that meant she couldn't reclassify or archive anything without the sign-off from an oversight officer she'd never met. Walt described it as the institutional equivalent of someone putting their hand on Karen's chest and pushing back steadily without quite stopping her. She was still operational. She was constrained. During this period, the dreams got worse. I want to be careful about how I describe this, because the dreams are the thing I have the least reliable language for, and the most important reason to try. The gorge and the voice had been the first shape. The cavern and the girl had been the second. What arrived in the 4 weeks after the boundary meeting was a third shape, and it differed from the others in a way that took me several nights to identify. In the first two shapes, I had been inside events, experiencing and moving through them. In this one, I was positioned outside, watching from a fixed point. The dream put me at the edge of the northern section, standing at the tree line above the creek bed. And below me, the creek bed was lit in a flat gray light that had no obvious source, and the passage entrance was visible in the rock face 40 meters to the east. Through the passage, from the cavern, I could hear the children. Their voices, not distressed, not calling for help, going on about something. The ordinary sounds of children in a space they'd been in long enough to consider it theirs. The sounds of routine and whatever passes for daily life when daily life is a cavern 4 hours north of a visitor center. And standing between me and the passage entrance in the creek bed was something I couldn't resolve into a specific shape. It was present the way a temperature drop is present, registered before I could describe it, from the way the quality of the air changed in that direction. Facing the passage entrance, completely still. And every few seconds, it would turn its head. I had enough of an impression of a head to use that word. Slightly toward me, and then back to the passage. It knew I was there. It was letting me watch. The thing about being watched in a dream is that you wake up still feeling it. I was waking at 3 a.m. every night and lying there for an hour or more. My eyes going to the window, the door, the corners of the bedroom ceiling, finding nothing. Finding nothing didn't stop the response. I was carrying it through my days, patrols, incident reports, normal professional interactions with Santos and the other rangers. And the alertness was present underneath all of it, directionless, with no object to attach to and no way to address it. Running at a low, steady level the way a fever runs before you know you have one. Walt noticed. He noticed on the third day and said nothing, and I watched him notice and say nothing and appreciated both things. On the 9th day after the boundary meeting, a Tuesday morning, Walt drove to the cabin at 6 a.m. without calling first. He knocked and I opened the door and he came in and sat at the table and looked at the shoe, which was still there, and the morning light was coming in flat through the east window. I made coffee and sat down and waited. I've been at this park for 31 years. People assume that's because I'm the kind of person who puts down roots and stays, which is partially true. The other part, nobody here knows. He looked at the table. My daughter came to this park, 2004. She was 19. She came with 3 friends from college for a long weekend in late September, 3 days camping in the Northern Circuit, before the flag system was in place, before I fully understood the pattern. He paused. She went into NE5 on the second day and didn't come back. I sat with that. Her name was Sarah. She looked like her mother, which made it both better and worse that she came here. Her mother had been dead for 2 years at that point, and Sarah looked exactly like her, and Sarah thought coming to my park would be a good thing for me. And she was right about that and wrong about everything else. He looked at the wood burner, which wasn't lit, and his eyes stayed on it. I found 2 of her friends in the creek bed on day 3. The third friend walked out of the northern tree line on day 5. He lives in Portland now. Doesn't talk about it. He paused, and the pause had length and weight, and I let it have both. Sarah was never found. Walt, I'm not telling you this because I want your sympathy. I'm telling you because you need to understand why I'm still here. He looked at me directly. In the way Walt looks at things he's decided to be honest about. I stayed because I understood, after Sarah, that leaving meant Karen and whoever's above Karen managed this indefinitely with nobody pushing back from inside the park. I stayed because whatever's in the northern section has my daughter, and in whatever sense that word applies after 20 years, and I intend to be here when it ends. He picked up his mug. I'm telling you now because you've been carrying the dream weight for 9 days, and I've watched you try to manage it alone, and I know how that goes. I know exactly how that goes because I did it for 2 years before I figured out that managing it alone is what it wants. I looked at him across the kitchen table and thought about 31 years of this. The fatalities, the disappearances, the managed versions of events. The 2 requests for extraction authorization that had come back as not currently a priority. The face of Roy Decker on the fallen tree. The way he had put his hand on Daniel's shoulder the night that Daniel arrived. And I thought about Sarah, 19, who looked like her mother, and something reordered in how I had been reading him since my first morning. Every previous scene shifting a few degrees to account for what I knew now. The 9 days. I've been watching it watch the passage. Yeah. He turned the mug in his hands. That's the progression Daniel described. What stage comes after the carrier? He looked at the table. I've been thinking about that since the cavern. What the sequence ends with after the carrier function. What do you think it ends with? He looked at the unlit wood burner for a moment. I don't know. But I know that Daniel is the current carrier, and you're the one it's moving towards, which means whatever comes after the carrier is what it's preparing you for. He drank his coffee. Laura needs to know you're at this stage. She needs to move faster. I called Laura that morning and told her about the 9 days of the third dream shape. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she was quiet for about 15 seconds. Has it made contact in a waking state? The voice in the passage, that was waking. After that? Peripheral. Twice in the last week I've had the impression of something standing at the edge of my vision on the north trail that wasn't there when I turned to look. I paused. And yesterday morning I found something on the cabin porch. What? A drawing. Same crayon, same paper as the one in the creek bed. Left flat on the top step, held down in the corners by 4 stones. Same care. I paused. It was a drawing of the cabin. My cabin, specifically the east-facing window, the rock shelf behind it, the clearing. accurate enough that whoever drew it had spent time observing the property from a specific angle. I stopped. There was a figure in the east window, looking out. She answered before I'd finished the description, the certainty in her voice, the certainty of confirmation rather than surprise. "That's me. That's the figure in the east window." "What?" "Same thing at the glacier site 3 weeks ago. The senior ranger found a drawing of his cabin on the porch step. Accurate architectural detail. A figure at the window. He sent it to me and I've been trying to work out what it means." She paused. "It's marking the people who know. The people who are outside Karen's channel. It's been watching us specifically and it's letting us know it has." Another pause. "Owen, I need to come back to the park. In the next 48 hours. Can you and Walt arrange that without Karen knowing?" "Walt can arrange anything in this park without Karen knowing." "Good. There's something else I need to tell you in person. Something that's happened at the Cascades site in the last 72 hours that changes the picture significantly." She paused. "One of the children came back." She arrived at the boundary at 7 a.m. 2 days later, and Walt drove her in on the access road in the green pickup, and I met him at the cabin and we sat at the kitchen table. The Cascades site has been active for 11 years. The senior ranger there, a woman named Dina Holt, who had been in position for 7 of those 11 years, and who Laura described as the most methodical person she'd ever worked with, had been running her own quiet documentation for 4 years, the same way Walt had been running his, building a record Karen's channel hadn't touched. 3 weeks after the symbols appeared on the Cascades cavern wall, a girl had walked out of the northern section at 6 a.m. on a Thursday and flagged down a maintenance worker on the access road. The girl's name was Phoebe Aiken. She'd gone missing from a family camping trip in the Cascades site 4 years ago, aged 7. She was 11 years old when she walked out of the trees, and she was physically unharmed, and she was carrying a piece of paper folded into quarters that she said she'd been told to give to the ranger. The piece of paper, when unfolded, contained the full symbol sequence from the cavern wall, all 30 symbols drawn in the same charcoal and the same spacing, on standard white paper that Dina Holt confirmed was the same stock as the paper found in the camping supplies section of the visitor center gift shop, which meant whoever had drawn it had access to supplies from inside the park, which meant it had been moving through the visitor center, or had someone who was. Laura slid a photocopy across the kitchen table. Walt and I looked at it. 30 symbols, exactly as they'd appeared on the cavern wall, the same deliberate care, the same pressure variations, the same charcoal. The last symbol in the sequence, at the far right, drawn with lighter pressure than the others, was circled, once, in the same charcoal, a clean circle with no hesitation marks. Daniel had said that the symbol appeared in his dreams when the children talked about him, that it appeared on the Sentinel Ridge wall in a sequence ending with the Owen symbol. The circled symbol on Phoebe Aiken's paper was the same one. What did Phoebe say when she gave Dina the paper? She said she'd been asked to deliver it. She said the person who asked her was very patient and very specific about which ranger to give it to and where she'd find that ranger in the morning. Laura paused. Dina Holt's name, her shift start time, her location on the access road at 6 a.m., all of it accurate. Walt's eyes went to the photocopy. It knew Dina's movements. It knows all of our movements. That's what the drawings are. It's been watching the people who are outside Karen's channel for at least the last 6 weeks, mapping them. And now it's sending a message through a returned child specifically to the person it's mapped. She looked at me. The circled symbol, at every site where a drawing has been left on the porch step, Sentinel Ridge, Glacier, Cascades. The circled symbol is the same one, and it's the one Daniel says appears when the children talk about a specific person. She paused. It's the same symbol at all 3 sites. The same person. Walt put it down flat. Owen. That's what I believe. I looked at the photocopy on the kitchen table, the circled symbol, the last in the sequence, drawn with lighter pressure as if it had been added after the others were complete. Some different quality of intention behind that final mark. Phoebe Aiken. Where is she now? Children's Hospital in Wenatchee. Physically healthy. 3 separate clinical assessments in the last 72 hours. No injuries, adequate nutrition, normal growth metrics for her age, no signs of physical trauma. Laura looked at her hands. She can't account for 4 years, the way Connor Ashby couldn't account for 4 days. She paused. She's been drawing, constantly, since she came out. The clinical staff initially thought it was a positive coping behavior. Dina called me when she saw what Phoebe was drawing. Laura took out her phone and turned it to faces. A photograph of a hospital room, a child's bed with white fitted sheet, a rolling bedside table with a box of crayons on it, and covering every sheet of paper the hospital had given Phoebe Aiken, 17 symbols, spread out across the bed and the floor and arranged against the wall. The same symbol sequence, drawn over and over in the same charcoal crayon, with the last symbol circled in every version. Walt looked at the photograph for a long time. His jaw set and his throat moved once, and his face stayed where it was, and all of that was the extent of what he let through, which, for Walt, was considerable. Has she said anything about where she was? She talks about the others, by name and accurately. We've cross-referenced every name she's given against the missing persons files, and each one is documented as missing from a Cascades incident. She knows their habits, which corners of the cavern they preferred, how they spent their time. She talks about one of them differently from the others. Laura paused. Her voice changes when she mentions him, someone who's been teaching her. We think it's the boy Daniel recognized in the cavern. He's been in there the longest, I said. 11 years. Went in at 9. He'd be 20 now. Whatever the instruction is, he's been receiving it longer than any of the others. Laura put her phone away. Phoebe says he told her it was almost time. She doesn't know what that means. He didn't explain it. Just that it was almost time and she was the first one to go home. The cabin was very quiet. The fog was in at the tree line through the kitchen window, and I was looking at the photocopied symbol sequence on the table, with the last symbol circled, and thinking about the girl in the dream saying, when we're ready, we'll know what we're for, and thinking about what almost time means when it comes from a 20-year-old man who's been in a cavern for 11 years, being taught something the entity considers important enough to run simultaneously across 11 sites for longer than any of us had been alive. What does Dina think it means? Dina thinks the sequence is completing. Whatever they've been prepared for, some of them are ready. Laura paused. She also thinks there's a reason Phoebe was sent out specifically to her and specifically now. She thinks it's a demonstration, proof that the children can be returned, that whatever is happening in the cavern is a process with stages, and Phoebe has completed a stage. It wants us to know the children can come out. That's Dina's reading, and mine. Walt looked at the fog in the tree line. Why? Nobody answered that for a while. After Laura left, Daniel called. He'd been in contact with Laura separately, and she'd briefed him on Phoebe Aiken, and he was calling from wherever he was living, which he still hadn't told us, with the focused quality he'd had the night he arrived at the cabin. The circled symbol. I need to tell you something about it that I didn't say in front of Laura. Okay. In the dreams, when the children draw it, the context they draw it in, it appears in 2 different situations. The first is when they're talking about me, the carrier function, which is what I told you and what I told Laura. He paused. The second is when they're talking about the transition between the carrier state and what comes after it. What comes after it? I don't have a clean translation. The closest I can get is something like the one who opens, or the one who begins it. The silence stretched in a way that told me he was choosing his next words carefully. I've been thinking about this for weeks. The carrier function is what I am. Someone who moves through the world outside the park, spreading the knowing, making more people aware, building the network of people who carry the information. The entity feeds on that. We established that. He stopped. But the carrier isn't the end of the sequence. The carrier builds toward a specific function. A person who uses what the carrier has been building acts on it in a way that changes the situation fundamentally. What does that mean practically? I think it means the entity has been building towards someone going north and doing something specific in the northern section, going in for a different purpose than documentation. He paused. I think that's what coming north is the only way means. The girl in the dream wasn't telling you to go north to see the cavern. You've already done that. She was telling you to go north again, for a different reason you don't have yet. Outside the cabin window, the clearing was empty and the fog was in at the tree line, and the east-facing window behind me caught a cold edge of the morning. And none of that had changed, and all of it felt different. It's manipulating us toward a specific outcome. Yeah. The question I keep coming back to is whether the outcome it's manipulating us towards is the same outcome we want. He paused. Phoebe Aiken walked out of the Cascades northern section. She's alive and physically healthy, and she's in a hospital room drawing symbols, and her parents are going to get to see her. He paused again. That's what we want. That's what all of this has been about. You're saying it might want the same thing. I'm saying this entity has been in these parks since before the National Park Service existed. It's been doing this across 11 sites under active management for 80 years. It has never, in that entire period, returned a child before Phoebe Aiken. He let that land. And now it's returned one, specifically to the ranger it's been watching, specifically with the symbol it associates with you circled on a piece of paper. He paused. That's not a coincidence, and it's not a gift. It's a demonstration. It's showing us what it can do. And the question is, why now? And the only answer I can arrive at is that something has changed in what it needs from us. 3 days after Laura's visit, I woke at 3 a.m. from the third dream shape. The tree line, the creek bed, the things standing in the flat gray light facing the passage entrance, and lay in the dark for the usual period running the self-check. And then I turned my head toward the east window. The window was open. I had locked it. I check it twice every night. That's part of the routine I've been running since I first understood what the pattern of these nights meant. And the latch was up and the window was open by about 4 inches, the cold coming in off the ridge. And on the windowsill, placed carefully on the inside, placed from outside, which meant something had reached through the 4-inch gap and set it there, was a piece of folded paper. I lay in the bed looking at it for a while. Then I got up and went to the window and looked out. The clearing was empty, the fog of the tree line, the rock shelf behind the cabin catching the edge of the lamplight from inside. Nothing moved. I picked up the paper and carried it to the kitchen table and laid it flat. A child's handwriting. Careful, deliberate. The kind produced by someone who has been practicing for a long time without formal instruction. Block capitals evenly spaced on both sides of the paper. The front. Riley Robertson, Zone NE9, before dawn. Come alone. The back. She is ready. She asked us to find you. She said you would come. I sat at the kitchen table with that for a long time. I thought about calling Walt, and I thought about what the note had said. Come alone. And I thought about Daniel saying the entity has been building towards someone going north and doing something specific. And I thought about what alone means when you're the person at the end of the symbol sequence and something has just placed a piece of paper on your windowsill through a 4-inch gap and told you where to be before dawn. Then I thought about Riley Robertson, 11 years old, 3 years in the cavern. Her mother, whose number Daniel had found and called once and hung up. the sleeping mat and the trainers set neatly to the side and the paperback face down to keep her page. I put the note in my jacket pocket. I put my boots on. I picked up my head torch and my pack with the camera and the recorder still inside it from the boundary meeting. And I wrote Walt a note that said NE9 before dawn. Note on the table. Call Laura, and left it next to the shoe and went out into the dark. NE9 is the furthest north of designated zones, about 200 yards south of the forensic perimeter, a section of the creek bed that opens into a wider flat area before the terrain rises toward the rock face. I'd never patrolled it. It was outside my designated zone and inside Karen's classification boundary, which meant nothing had officially happened there, which meant no footpath, no maintained trail, navigation by GPS in the creek bed, and the particular quality of old-growth forest at 4 a.m, which is its own specific dark, heavier and more absolute than anywhere else I've experienced. The smell arrived about 15 minutes before I reached it. The bass note, organic and heavy, present at low concentration. The same level it had been on the lower trail the first time I walked to Walt's tower. Something had been in this section recently. I kept moving. The creek bed opened into a flat area at NE9 at around 4:40 a.m. I came out of the tree cover and swept my head torch across the space and saw her immediately. She was sitting on a flat rock at the eastern edge of the clearing, facing me, her hands in her lap, wearing a green waterproof jacket over a fleece, both approximately her size, neither a piece of clothing I recognized from any of the missing persons documentation. One of the thumb holes in the jacket's cuffs worn through. She was watching me cross the clearing. In every child connected to the cavern that I'd encountered or heard described, there had been an arrested quality, a mechanism running somewhere else, that specific flatness. Riley Robertson had none of it. Her eyes were on me, and they were present in a way that was more alarming than any version of the absence had been, because it meant something in that cavern, after 3 years of it, had left her entirely intact. I stopped about 10 feet from her. She waited. She sat with her hands folded in her lap and her feet on the rock, and she had been sitting there long enough that the cold had settled into her posture. "Riley?" "Hi." Her voice was 11 years old and had something else inside it, some quality of measure that comes from being in one place for a long time, listening to something patient and specific. "He said you'd come. I wasn't sure." "Who said?" She looked at her hands. "Marcus. He's the oldest. He's been there the longest." She looked up. "He told me what to write on the paper. He said you were the one who would come if I asked, that you were the right person to ask." She paused. "He said you were the one who comes north. He said that's what you're for." I crouched down to be closer to her eye level. "Where are the others, Riley?" "Still there. Marcus said it wasn't their time yet. He said mine was." She looked at the tree line on the north side of the clearing. "He said to tell you that the ones who are ready will come out when they're ready, and the ones who aren't ready need more time, and that you need to stop them trying to extract the ones who aren't ready, because it would be bad for the ones who aren't ready." She delivered this with the care of someone passing on a message they've been asked to get exactly right. "He said that's the whole message." "What does ready mean, Riley?" She looked at me with the directness of a child who has spent 3 years in a place where nobody talked about things. "It means you understand what you are, what you're for." She paused. "I know what I'm for now." "What are you for?" "To go home and tell people." She looked at the tree line again. "Marcus says there are things that need to be known, and people like us are how they get known, the same way there are people like you." I sat with that. The head torch lit the clearing between us, and the creek bed ran to the east, and the flat gray was coming into the sky above the tree line because the sun was somewhere behind the ridge preparing to come up. and I was sitting 4 hours north of the visitor center at 4:40 a.m. with an 11-year-old girl who had just told me she knew what she was for. And the thing she was for was the same thing Daniel had been describing since the night he arrived at my cabin. And I was the thing she'd been sent to find. Riley, I'm going to take you out of here. I'm going to take you to a safe place, and then I'm going to help you find your parents. I kept my voice level. Is that okay? That's what I'm supposed to do next. Yeah. She stood up from the flat rock and adjusted the green waterproof jacket and looked at me. He said you'd know what to say. He said you'd have the right words. A pause. He's been watching you for a while. She held out her hand and I took it, and we walked through the old growth and the creek bed and the designated zones and the forensic perimeter and the classification tape and the 4 hours of distance between the cavern and the visitor center. And the sky came up pale and cold above the ridge, and the fog was in at the tree line the entire way. Nothing came after us. The absence read the same way the absence of the smell had read on the drive to the boundary, as choice rather than chance. Walt was in the access road parking area when we came out of the trees at 7:22 a.m. He was leaning against the truck with his arms crossed, and he looked at Riley for a long time. His throat moved once, then he moved off the truck. Riley Robertson. She looked at him with recognition already in her face. She'd been told his name apparently, which was its own piece of information. Mr. Greer. He held the truck door open. I knew your dad. He came to the park every August to fish the eastern section. Good man. Let's get you somewhere warm. He'd called Laura from the cabin at 4:45 a.m. as soon as he found my note. Laura had called Dina Holt, and Dina had called the clinical team that had assessed Phoebe Aiken. And by the time we reached the county road, there was a vehicle waiting. A woman from the Children's Welfare Organization that Laura had arranged. No NPS involvement. No Karen. A clean channel the whole way. Riley got into the vehicle without particular ceremony. She was steady the way she'd been steady in the clearing, the quiet of having finished a long thing sitting underneath her. She looked at me through the window as the vehicle prepared to leave. He said to tell you something else. I forgot earlier. She paused. He said the sequence isn't finished. He said you're not the last one. He said there's one more after you, and you'll know who when the time comes. She held my gaze. He said not to be afraid of what you're for. The vehicle drove north on the county road, and Walt and I watched it go, and the fog was in at the park boundary on the south side of the road. And the morning was cold, and the recorder in my jacket pocket had been running for 3 hours. And I left it running because Laura had said, have your recorder running, and I understood now. More completely than I had at the boundary meeting, exactly why she'd said it. Walt looked at the tree line on the park side of the road. One more after you. Yeah. He did the arithmetic out loud the way he does when he needs to hear the numbers. She said Marcus has been in there for 11 years. He went in at 9. He's 20. He looked at me. Whatever they're being prepared for, whatever ready means, it's not just about coming out. No, it's about what they do after. We stood at the boundary, and the morning came up pale and cold, and the park sat behind us with whatever was in it. And Riley Robertson was in a vehicle on a county road going somewhere that wasn't 4 hours north of the visitor center. And the recorder ran in my jacket pocket. And somewhere in the cavern lit by oil lanterns, a 20-year-old man was sitting with 7 children who weren't ready yet, being patient about it, the way something had been patient about all of this for a very long time. I thought about what he'd said through Riley. There's one more after you. I thought about the symbol sequence on the cavern wall and the circle around the last one, and what Daniel had said the sequence described. Carrier, then the one who opens, then something else. The thing the sequence was building toward that nobody had a clean translation for yet. I thought about what I was for. I turned on my heel and went back to the park. I went back to the park because I didn't know what else to do with the morning. That sounds like it should be more dramatic than it was. I stood at the boundary marker and watched the vehicle carry Riley Robertson north on the county road until the taillights were gone. And then I turned and went back through the gate because the park was where the work was, and the work was what I understood how to do. Walt drove back in silence. His hands stayed at 10 and 2 on the wheel, and he looked at the road rather than the tree line, and neither of us said anything for the full length of the access road. I had my recorder in my jacket pocket, and I was thinking about Marcus. 20 years old, in the cavern since he was 9, teaching the others in a space lit by oil lanterns with supplies from the visitor gift shop, sending children out with folded papers. Having been in that cavern for 11 years with whatever the instruction produced over that duration accumulating in him. He had told Riley exactly where to find me on the access road before dawn. He had sent the first child out at the moment that maximized the inquiry's momentum, when Laura Marsh had the documentation she needed, when the Senate oversight contact was already in motion, when the quarantine logic had its first real crack in 80 years. The timing bothered me. I kept turning it over and it kept being too clean. Walt pulled into the visitor center lot and killed the engine, and we sat there for a moment. Federal team arrives Thursday. Laura told you. She called while you were in the northern section. He looked at the visitor center building. Karen's NPS SUV was in its usual spot, which meant Karen was already in the building, which meant the morning was going to have a specific quality to it. 2 agents from the oversight office. They're not NPS. There's something else that Laura didn't name specifically, but described as having appropriate clearance. He paused. Karen knows they're coming. She's been told to cooperate fully. I thought about what fully meant in Karen's context, and how much distance there was between that word and what it would look like in practice. Has Daniel called you? Walt looked at me. Should he have? He said he'd be in touch after Laura's visit. He hasn't called me since the conversation about the carrier function. I looked at the visitor center. 3 weeks. People go quiet sometimes. Yeah. And we left it there, which was probably a mistake, but at the time it registered as Walt being fair-minded about someone who'd been through what Daniel had been through, and fairness seemed appropriate, and I filed it and moved on. The federal agents arrived on Thursday morning as promised. Their names were Reyes and Carmichael, and they wore civilian clothes and drove a hire car and carried credentials that Santos looked at for about 4 seconds and handed back without comment. Santos, who had been on this park for 7 years and had backed Karen Fitch's version of events in 4 separate incidents. She handed those credentials back and stepped aside and didn't ask a single question, which told me more about what those credentials represented than the credentials themselves did. They spent the first day with Karen in the portable office trailer that had been set up in the visitor center lot, and Karen came out of it at 4 p.m. with the specific quality of someone who has spent 6 hours being precise about things they would have preferred to be imprecise about. I was on patrol in the southern sections Thursday and Friday, which meant I didn't have direct contact with Reyes or Carmichael until Saturday morning, when Walt brought them up to the tower for a briefing on the northern section. I sat in the same spot Daniel had sat the night he arrived and answered their questions carefully, the recorder running in my jacket pocket. Reyes did most of the talking. She was in her 40s, asked what she wanted answered rather than building up to it, and looked at the person she was talking to with the fixed attention of someone who processes discrepancies rather than confirms expectations. She asked about the symbol sequence, about Riley Robertson's departure, about the drawings left on the porch step, and about the smell on the trail. When I described the smell, she looked at Carmichael, and the look they exchanged covered 2 or 3 sentences neither of them needed to say out loud. You've heard it described before. Yes. No elaboration, which I understood to mean she'd heard it described at other sites. which I understood to mean the sites had been documented well enough to include sensory detail, which I understood to mean the management structure above Karen had been collecting information about the sites for longer than she'd been managing them. How many sites have documentation on the smell specifically? 7 of the 11 confirmed. She paused. The smell functions as a proximity indicator. The closer the concentration, the closer the entity. That's consistent across all 7 documented instances. I thought about the smell staying north of us at a fixed distance on the way to the cavern. I thought about Daniel saying it's gauging. I thought about the smell going absent on the drive to the boundary meeting with Laura, which I'd registered as the entity choosing to let us go, and which now read differently. It chose not to follow us to the boundary. Yes, because it wanted us to meet Laura. Ray's eyes moved across my face and held there for about 2 seconds. That's the working interpretation. Walt had been standing at the window throughout. It's been making choices the whole time. Yes, that's what the 1943 office was established to manage. A decision-making entity with a long operational history and observable strategic behavior. She paused. The management approach, maintain and collect and disclose nothing, was the 1943 determination of how to handle something that thinks. The reasoning was that the public awareness would give it more to work with. More fear, more knowing, more spread. The quarantine logic. Karen told us that. The virus model. Karen was briefed correctly on the reasoning. What Karen wasn't told, and what I'm authorized to tell you now, is that the 1943 determination has been under internal review for the last 18 months. She looked at her hands. Because the quarantine logic assumed the entity would remain reactive, that it would respond to stimuli rather than generate them. The symbol sequence appearing simultaneously across 3 sites 6 weeks ago is the clearest evidence yet that the entity has been operating proactively for some time, generating stimuli rather than responding to them. She looked at me, including, we believe, generating you. Generating me? The job posting, the salary structure, Patricia Oakes. She listed them flat, one after another. The previous ranger's departure was timed. The posting went up within 72 hours. The candidate selection had a specific profile, isolated, communicative background, recent significant loss, no strong ties to a location, a profile that produces attachment to a specific place, someone who should stay. She paused. We're not certain whether the entity influenced the hiring process directly or whether it influenced someone who influenced the hiring process. But we believe the outcome was deliberate. Walt turned from the window. Someone on the inside of the hiring process. Reyes looked at him. Yes. Daniel. I said it to the room. Walt turned from the window and held the word where it was. Daniel worked here for 2.5 years. He knew the hiring process. He knew Patricia Oakes. When he left, the posting went up within 72 hours. I looked at Reyes. Did you look at who flagged the position for external posting? She looked at me steadily, and the answer didn't come, which was its own answer. I called Daniel that afternoon from the cabin, and he answered on the second ring. He usually took 4 or 5 before he picked up, and I noted the difference. Owen, where are you? A pause. Same place. The federal agents are here, Reyes and Carmichael. Reyes said the entity influenced the hiring process. She thinks someone on the inside helped it. I kept my voice level. She wouldn't tell me who flagged the posting. Karen would have access to the hiring pipeline. Yeah, she would. I paused. So would a ranger who'd been here for 2.5 years and knew the process well enough to navigate it. You think I had something to do with bringing you here? I think the timing is interesting. The posting went up 72 hours after you left. You know the system. You knew what the profile needed to look like. I left because it was trying to drag me out of my cabin in my sleep. I left because it had marks on my arm. You've seen the marks." "Yeah, I've seen the marks." "I don't know what to tell you, Owen. I came back because people were still going missing and Riley was still in there, and I couldn't keep sitting on it. You know that." "Yeah, I do." And I let it go because I didn't have enough yet, and letting it go was the right thing to do when you don't have enough yet. After I hung up, I sat at the kitchen table with the shoe between my hands and thought about what I did and didn't have. The entity got bolder the following Tuesday. I was on a standard welfare check in Zone NE4, a couple with 2 children aged 8 and 12, third day of a 4-day stay. No flags on the first 2 days. The camp was calm when I arrived at 9 a.m., both children visible in the tent with the flap open. Standard morning. I did the usual checks, had a brief conversation with the father about the Eastern Trail conditions, noted in my log that the family presented as settled and healthy, and started back down the trail toward the access road. About 400 yards south of the campsite, on a section of the NE4 trail that runs through a dense stand of older firs, I stopped. My name, in my own voice, coming from the east side of the trail about 30 feet into the undergrowth. I had the recorder running. I kept it running. In the passage, the voice had said my name twice and held the silence. On the trail, it moved straight past my name into the next thing, as if the name were just a way of making sure I was listening before it got to what it actually wanted to say. "She's not ready. You should have waited." And then, after a pause that had reproach in it the way a room has a temperature, "You took her before Marcus said." I kept very still and said nothing because saying nothing seemed like the correct response to something that was trying to get a reaction. The undergrowth to the east was still. The smell was present, low concentration, ambient, the same bass note from the trail to the tower, maintaining its level rather than intensifying, which I noted because it was different from the cavern approach, where it had tracked our progress. "He's going to be upset with you." "Who is?" Silence for about 30 seconds, and then the smell dropped by about half in the space of a single breath, and the undergrowth stayed still, and the air and the space lost a quality it had been holding, and I was alone on the trail. I kept walking south, and I kept the recorder running. "He's going to be upset with you," meaning Marcus, meaning the entity was invoking Marcus as an authority figure, and meaning it was suggesting I'd done something wrong by bringing Riley out, which contradicted what Marcus had said through Riley, that it was her time, that she was ready, that this was the message. One of them was lying about what Marcus had said. Or one of them was Marcus. I let that sit in my head all the way back to the trail and into the truck with the access road in front of me and the recorder turning in my jacket pocket. Then I called Walt. Walt met me at the cabin at noon. I played him the recording and he listened to it twice. And the second time through, he stopped it at "He's going to be upset with you," and played it again from that point and looked at the recorder. "He's going to be upset. Not it. He." "Yeah." It used a pronoun. It's referred to Marcus as a distinct person with a distinct authority. He looked at me. Either it's distinguishing Marcus from itself, which means they're separate in some meaningful way, or it's performing a distinction, making us think they're separate when they're not. Walt set the recorder down. Or Marcus is separate, and the entity knows Marcus is the one we're trying to get to, and is using his authority to manage our behavior. He paused. The same way it managed Daniel's. We both heard it at the same time. The specific quality of that sentence, the way it sat differently in the air than the sentences before it. Say that again. The same way it managed Daniel's behavior. I was working it out as I said it, the pieces coming in from the edges of the last several weeks. It managed Daniel. Daniel said as much himself. It let me go because I was more useful out here. He framed it as something that happened to him. But the entity doesn't let things happen. It makes choices. Ray's told us that this morning. I stopped. So it chose to let Daniel go. And Daniel chose to do exactly what it needed him to do. He spread the knowing. He came back to the visitor center. He sat in that chair. He made sure I found out about him specifically enough to be curious, but not so specifically that it felt like a script. I looked at the table. The note on the Calvert folder. He said he left it for whoever came next. Something to bring to Walt. Something that Karen couldn't read as anything. But Karen searches cabins. You told me that early on. And the note was there when I arrived. Which means that either Karen missed it or it wasn't there for Karen to find. It was there for you. Which means Daniel knew you were coming specifically. The forwarding address. Walt went very still. Grace Fallow received it 3 weeks before Daniel came back to the visitor center. Daniel was supposedly in the northern section for 6 weeks. He'd been gone for 3 weeks when the address arrived. He was still in there. I looked at Walt. He sent it from inside. Or he had it sent. Which means he had communication from inside the northern section. Which means he had been coordinating his return while still apparently in captivity. Walt sat with that for a long time. The wood burner was going, and the room was warm, and the shoe was on the table between us. And I was thinking about Daniel picking it up the night he arrived, turning it over in his hands, setting it back down. He said he left the shoe for whoever came next. But if he'd already sent the forwarding address 3 weeks before he came back, he knew exactly who was coming. He timed the posting. He knew the profile. He looked at me. He didn't leave the shoe for whoever came next. He left it for you. He knew I'd check under the bed, because the profile he selected included that specific anxiety, the room checking. Walt looked at the wood burner. His jaw worked. The shoe, the note, the recording, the night he came to this cabin. He picked the shoe up and looked at it. He came here because the entity needed us to go to the cavern with cameras. It needed documentation that would reach Laura Marsh. It couldn't generate that documentation itself. It needed someone outside Karen's channel to produce it. He set the shoe down. Daniel engineered the circumstances that produced the documentation, and we handed it to Laura Marsh, and Laura handed it to the Senate Oversight contact. And now Reyes and Carmichael are in the portable office trailer, and the containment Karen had been maintaining for 15 years is giving way. He looked at me. That's what the entity wanted. Why? Because quarantine logic kept it contained. Federal attention breaks the quarantine. Once Reyes and Carmichael start sending people into the northern section, the containment is over. He paused. It's been managing toward the end of its own quarantine. The room was very quiet. Outside the window, the fog was in at the tree line, and the afternoon was going the way afternoons go in late October in northern Washington. And I was sitting in the cabin that had been Daniel's cabin, looking at the shoe that Daniel Ashworth had placed under the bed of this cabin for me specifically. And I was thinking about a 20-year-old man in a cavern lit by oil lanterns, who had sent a 7-year-old girl out with a folded paper, and the words, "It was almost time." What does it get when the quarantine ends? I think that's what Marcus is for. I called Laura from the cabin that afternoon and told her everything. The recording on the trail, the pronoun, the forwarding address timeline, the conclusion Walt and I had arrived at about Daniel. She listened without interrupting for the full 11 minutes it took me to lay it out. And when I finished, she was quiet for about 30 seconds. Reyes already suspects this. She hasn't said it directly, but when she's asked about the hiring process this morning, she was looking at your face in a specific way that told me she already had a theory about the pathway. Can you get me the exact date Grace Fallow received the forwarding address? I can. A pause. Owen, if Daniel is what you think he is, then everything he told us about the cavern, about Marcus, about the sequence, and the carrier function and the one who opens, All of it needs to be reevaluated. I know. Including what he told us about you. I know that too. She said, the entity selected you for a role. Daniel helped it select you. The role it selected you for, the one who opens, the one who begins it. We only have Daniel's interpretation of what that role means. And Daniel's interpretation has been serving the entity's interests the whole time. I sat with that. The recorder was running in my jacket pocket, and the shoe was on the table in front of me, and the fog was in at the tree line. There's something else. Something that happened at Glacier this morning that I was going to call you about before you called me. Tell me. A child returned. Glacier site. A boy, 14. Had been in the cavern for 3 years. Walked out of the northern section at 6 a.m., same as Riley, same as Phoebe. Physically healthy, same presentation. She paused. He was carrying a paper. Same folded format, same charcoal, same symbol sequence with the last symbol circled. Same symbol. Yes, but that's not the thing. She paused. When the Glacier Ranger asked the boy who had given him the paper, the boy gave a name. He said the man who taught them had told them to give the paper to a specific ranger, and that the man's name was Daniel. I said nothing. He described Daniel accurately, age, height, the marks on his left forearm. She let that land. Daniel is in communication with the Glacier site. He's been acting as an intermediary across multiple sites. He's been coordinating the returns. I looked at the shoe on the table. He's the carrier function. That's what the sequence means. The carrier doesn't just spread the knowing to people outside. The carrier connects the sites, moves between them, maintains the network. Yes, and the quarantine logic assumes the sites are isolated, individual anomalies, individually managed. If the carrier function is connecting them, if Daniel has been moving between sites under our radar, then the quarantine has been broken from the inside for as long as Daniel has been operating. How long has he been out of the park? 8 months officially, she paused. But if he was coordinating his return for 3 weeks before he came back to the visitor center, and if he's been in contact with Glacier and potentially other sites, the 8 months and the 6 weeks before that in the northern section may not be the full operational period. He may have been working towards this for considerably longer. The entity came back on Friday night. I had been expecting it since the trail incident on Tuesday. I was in bed at midnight, the window locked and checked twice, the recorder on the bedside table with a fresh battery. And I was not asleep because I hadn't been sleeping well since the third dream shape started, and the carrying it through the days quality had been getting heavier in a specific way that I was trying to manage by keeping busy and not managing very well. The smell arrived first. Low concentration, ambient, the base note of it present in the cabin despite the windows being closed and the door being locked, which meant it was either coming through a gap I hadn't located, or it had been here since an earlier visit, and both of those options had implications I was deliberately leaving alone at midnight lying in the dark. Then, my name, in my own voice, from outside the east window. Owen. Patient, unhurried. The register I hear in recordings and always find surprising. I lay very still and kept my breathing even and said nothing. Then it said something it hadn't said before. He told us about you before you arrived. He said you'd be afraid of this. He said to tell you that being afraid of it is part of what you're for. Who told you? The silence stretched long enough that I turned the bedside lamp on and picked up the recorder and held the mic toward the window before the answer came. Daniel. I sat up. The smell had intensified while I was lying there, which I noticed now that I was upright. It was at the level it had been in the creek bed outside the passage entrance, which was a level I'd previously only encountered within 40 meters of the cavern. What did he tell you? That you'd come north again. That you'd be the one who opens it. That the one who opens it is always afraid first. A pause, and then he came to that understanding himself and told us so, and now he is what he is. When did he tell you? He tells us things and we tell him things, and it has been going that way since before he came back to the visitor center, since before he left the northern section, since before any of this had a shape you would recognize. A pause. That's what the carrier is for. The smell peaked and held at that level for about 10 seconds, and then dropped by about half in the space of a single breath, and the undergrowth stayed still, and the air in the bedroom changed, and I was alone in the cabin with the lamp on and the recorder in my hand, and the smell fading toward its baseline, and the specific clarity of someone who has just had a significant amount of information confirmed in a way that costs them something. He tells us things and we tell him things, and it has been going that way since before he came back to the visitor center. Present tense, ongoing, since before he left the northern section. Daniel was still in contact, had been in contact continuously, through the 6 weeks in the northern section, through the 8 months outside it. Now, while the inquiry was open and Reyes and Carmichael were in the portable office trailer, and the quarantine Karen had maintained for 15 years was giving way, and the children were being returned one by one at managed intervals. He'd never stopped being the carrier. The carrier function was not a stage he'd passed through. It was what he was. I picked up my phone and called Walt. He answered on the second ring, which meant he hadn't been sleeping either. It was just here, in the cabin. Get the recorder. I've got it. Tell me. I told him everything. The smell, the voice, the exchange, the specific phrasing of he tells us things and we tell him things, and it has been going on that way since before he left the northern section. Walt listened, and I heard him put his coffee down, and I heard the specific silence of Walt processing something that confirmed a thing he'd been working toward all day. Since before he left the northern section. Yeah. So when Daniel calls us, when he warns us, when he adjusts his story based on what we tell him, he's adjusting what the entity knows. And what the entity knows shapes what comes next. We've been feeding it information through Daniel the whole time. The Senate contact, Laura's contact. We told Daniel we were going to send the documentation there. Yeah. And Daniel told the entity. Yeah. And the entity had already written the symbols on the wall in a way that could only be documented by someone outside Karen's channel. Walt paused. It had already positioned us to produce that documentation before we decided to produce it. Every conversation we'd had with Daniel, every update and development and piece of the picture we thought we were assembling together, he passed it on. All of it. We were both quiet for a moment. Riley. Yeah. He looked at the thing from the outside in. When Daniel said the entity wanted him to come here and tell us everything, when we'd concluded the entity wanted the quarantine to end, we were right. But we assumed that was the final objective, the quarantine ending. He paused. What if ending the quarantine is a means, not an end? What if federal attention breaking the containment is how it gets something else? Marcus. When the federal agents go into the northern section, and they're going to go in, Reyes is building towards it. She asked about the passage entrance this morning. They're going to find the cavern. They're going to find 7 children and a 20-year-old man who went in at 9 years old and has been in there for 11 years. Walt paused. Marcus is going to come out. I sat with that. The recorder was running and the smell was at its baseline and the east window was locked and the lamp was on, and I was thinking about what Riley had said. There's one more after you, and you'll know who when the time comes. And I was thinking about, he said not to be afraid of what you're for, which felt like reassurance when Riley said it, and felt like something else entirely now. What is Marcus? I don't know. I know he's been in there for 11 years receiving whatever instruction the entity provides across 11 sites. And I know that entity has been working towards his emergence for longer than any of us have been involved in this.
And I know that Daniel has been the mechanism that made the emergence possible." He paused. "And I know that when Riley said there's one more after you, the one more isn't another carrier. The sequence ends with a different function entirely. The one who opens. Yeah. We still only have Daniel's interpretation of what that means." I looked at the east window. The lamp lit the sill and the latch was in its locked position, and I was thinking about Daniel's account of the paracord and the bruising and the counselor review that Karen had accepted. And I was thinking about how everything Daniel had told us had been true in the specific way that a thing can be true, while meaning the opposite of what it appears to mean. "We need to find out where Daniel is." "Yeah, before Reyes does." "Is that because we want to get to him first, or because we want to protect him from what happens when Reyes gets to him?" Walt was quiet for a moment. "I don't know yet. Let me think about that." It was an honest answer, and the right answer, and I respected it enough not to press. I sat in the lamplight in the cabin that had been Daniel's cabin, with the recorder running and the shoe on the kitchen table, and the fog in at the tree line, and the specific quality of understanding that the person who had seemed most like an ally had been the most precisely calibrated piece of the whole apparatus. And whatever I was for, I had been being moved towards it before I had arrived, by someone who had known exactly what kind of person to send for. I went to the east window before I turned the lamp off. I stood and looked at the latch for a long time. Then I looked at the sill. In the corner where the frame met the wall, there was something I hadn't seen when I'd checked the window earlier. A mark, small, charcoal, pressed into the painted wood of the sill frame with the same deliberate pressure as the cavern wall. A single symbol, the last symbol in the sequence. The one drawn with lighter pressure than the others on the wall, the circled one. The one Daniel said appeared when the children talked about a specific person. It had been placed there from the outside, through glass that had been locked, in the corner of the frame, in the place you can only see if you're already inside looking out. I took a photograph of it. I sent it to Walt and to Laura without explanation, and went to bed and lay in the dark, and waited for morning and thought about a symbol that had been on my windowsill since before I arrived, in a cabin I'd been living in for months, going about my days with the recorder running in my pocket, and what it says about everything I thought I was choosing, when all along the choosing had been done for me, in an office in Salem at 11:43 p.m., with a bowl of soggy cereal going cold next to the laptop. And further back than that. And further back than that. Reyes decided to go in on a Monday morning, which felt like the wrong day for it somehow, though I couldn't have explained why. Maybe because Mondays have a specific procedural quality to them. Meetings, paperwork, the resumption of ordinary institutional life. And what she was proposing to do on this particular Monday was walk 4 hours north into old-growth forest and enter a gap in a rock face that led to a cavern where a 20-year-old man had been living since he was 9 years old, receiving instruction from something that had been operating across 11 sites since before the National Park Service existed. She told us the night before. Walt, me, Karen, Carmichael, Santos, and a woman from the Child's Welfare Organization that Laura had been coordinating with. 7 of us in the portable office trailer at 8 p.m., with the fog in at the tree line through the trailer's east-facing window, and the overhead fluorescent doing what fluorescents do to everyone's faces at that time of night. We go in at 6 a.m. Full documentation. 2 welfare officers from Dr. Soren's team, Carmichael on point. We will approach the passage entrance calmly, and we will not attempt to remove any individual from the cavern by force under any circumstances. She looked at each of us in turn. Whatever is in that space with those children has had 11 years to build a specific environment. We do not know how the children will respond to the disruption of that environment, and we are not going to find out by disrupting it badly. Karen spoke without particular expression, the way she says most things. You should take Walt. He's been to the passage entrance. He knows the terrain above NE7 better than anyone in this room. He also knows what to do if the smell intensifies. Reyes looked at Walt. Will you go? Yes. He said it without hesitation and without ceremony. Owen? Yes. She looked at me for a moment with the expression I'd seen once before, the recalibrating one. And then she nodded and closed her folder, and that was the entirety of the preparation meeting. I went back to the cabin afterward and sat at the kitchen table with the shoe and the recorder and the photograph of the symbol on the east windowsill that I'd sent Walt and Laura 4 days ago and hadn't heard back from either of them, which was its own specific category of information. I had sent it without explanation, and the absence of response suggested that whatever explanation they had formed independently was sufficient, and they were holding it until the right moment to share it. I lay in the dark and ran the self-check and waited for the smell, and it didn't come, which had its own texture. And at 5 a.m. I got up and made coffee and sat at the table until Walt's truck came up the fire road at 5:40. We went in as a group of 7. Reyes, Carmichael, Walt, me, 2 welfare officers from Dr. Soren's team, named Adler and Price, and a forensic technician named Bauer who had been brought in specifically to document the cavern's physical contents without disturbing them. The welfare officers carried equipment for a medical assessment under field conditions. Bauer carried 3 cameras and a field recorder that made mine look like a prop. The trail into NE6 was different at 6 a.m. in late October than it had been any of the other times I'd done it. The light came in low and flat from the east, and it caught the frost on the undergrowth in a way that was beautiful, in a way I had no use for right then. Walt moved at the front with Reyes, and I walked about 3 paces back between Carmichael and Adler. And I was running my recorder and watching the undergrowth and thinking about Marcus. The smell arrived 40 minutes in. I registered it before anyone else said anything, and I put my hands up and the group slowed and relayed it quickly to Reyes. Concentration. Low, ambient, same as the early readings from other approaches. Direction. North, consistent. And then, because it was true and she needed to know, it's gauging. She held my gaze for a moment. I know. Keep moving. The smell stayed north of us for another 20 minutes and then went absent, the same way it had gone absent on the approach to the cavern the first time, between one breath and the next. Walt turned and looked at me when it went, and I gave him a single nod, and he turned back and kept walking. We reached the rock face at 8:14 a.m. The passage entrance was there, the same gap in the rock, worked smooth at the edges by a long period of use. Bauer photographed it from 4 angles before anyone approached. Reyes stood in front of it for about 30 seconds with her hands in her jacket pockets, her eyes on the gap. She looked at it the way she'd looked at the photographs in the tower briefing, unhurried, covering the full frame, and then her eyes went still. Walt, smell. Absent. Consistent with other entries? He looked at me. On the first approach, it went absent at approximately this point, before we entered. Reyes nodded. It goes absent when it's decided. That means it's decided. We go in. She went first, then Carmichael, then Walt, then Adler, then Price, then Bauer, then me. The corridor was the same 15 feet of descending uneven floor, the ceiling dropping to 5 feet in the middle section, the walls plain and cold. Bauer's camera light came on and lit the corridor in a flat white that made it look smaller than it was. I want to be careful about how I describe what happened in the next 40 minutes, because it was the most significant 40 minutes of this story, and I was running the recorder, and I've listened back to it 3 times. And each time I'm struck by how ordinary the audio sounds. Voices, movement, the particular resonance of a confined stone space, and how far that is from what it felt like to be standing inside it. The cavern was lit by 3 oil lanterns, burning steady, which meant it had been attended to recently. Bauer swept his camera across the space before anyone moved further in, and I watched the footage on the playback later, and the sleeping areas around the perimeter were occupied. 7 of the 8 had someone in them, the 8th being Riley's section, which had the folded blanket and the trainers, and the paperback face down at the edge of the mat, exactly as it had been when Daniel had crouched next to it and placed the photograph on the blanket. The photograph was gone. 7 children. The youngest looked around 8, curled on her side in the sleeping materials with her face toward the wall. The oldest, the boy I was looking for, was sitting upright against the north wall, directly below the line of symbols, with his hands on his knees and his eyes open, watching us come in. Marcus. He was 20 years old, and his face had the age that comes from a specific kind of time rather than chronological time. Young in its structure, not young in its expression. The two things pulling in different directions and visible at once. He was tall, leaner than you'd expect, and he held very still. His hands were flat on his knees, and his eyes moved to each person as they entered without his head moving to follow them. He watched Reyes come in, and he watched Carmichael, and he watched Walt, and then his eyes moved to me and stayed there. Reyes kept her voice level and careful. Marcus, my name is Reyes. We're here to make sure everyone in this space is healthy and safe. We're not going to ask anyone to leave. I know why you're here. His voice was even, measured, carrying a quality I'd heard in Riley's. That specific register of someone who has been in one place for a long time, listening to something patient. Except in Marcus, it was 11 years rather than 3, and it had gone deeper. Owen is here. Yes. His gaze moved to me and stayed. He is the one who opens. He knows that. He's been knowing it since before he arrived. He just didn't have the word for it. What does it mean, in practice? Marcus looked at me. His eyes went from my face to the recorder outline in my pocket and back, and he was quiet for a moment before he answered. It means you're the one who makes it possible for people like me to exist in the world outside. By carrying the story in a way that prepares the ground. Daniel carried it to you. You carry it further. Marcus, Reyes kept her voice even. The other children, are they? They're fine. His gaze moved to her, the first time it had moved since I came in. They're sleeping. They sleep a lot when they're close to ready. He looked at Reyes directly. You're going to want to assess them. That's appropriate. I'd ask you to wait until they wake on their own. Reyes looked at Adler and gave a small nod. Adler moved carefully around the perimeter and Price followed, keeping their distance from the sleeping children, making observations they wrote in small notebooks they brought for the purpose. Bauer kept documenting. Walt stood about 10 feet from Marcus and held his position, and Marcus's gaze went to Reyes, to me, to the cavern, and stayed clear of Walt entirely, which told me something about what Marcus knew and what he'd been told about the people in this room. You sent Riley to me. Yes. You told her I was the right person to ask, that I would come. Yes. How did you know? Marcus looked at me, unhurried, measuring something, and then answered. Daniel told us about you before you arrived. He told us the profile, the specific shape of the person who would be coming. He paused. He said to leave the shoe because you'd find it and try to work out what it meant. He looked at his hands. He was right. What is Daniel now? Marcus was quiet for a moment. The oil lanterns moved in whatever minimal draft existed in that space. Daniel is what the carrier becomes when the carrier has been operating for long enough. He carries it willingly. He has been for some time. He looked at me. You're going to see him soon. He's been told you're here this morning. He'll want to make contact. He's watching. He's always watching. That's what the carrier does. We spent 2 hours in the cavern. The children woke gradually, and Adler and Price assessed each of them with a care and gentleness that I found genuinely moving, in the context of the space and the circumstances. None of them showed signs of physical harm. All of them had the arrested quality to varying degrees, the mechanism running somewhere else. Except for one, a girl of around 12 who had the same quality of full presence that Riley had had, the same steadiness that read as more alarming than distress. She was ready. She would be next. Marcus spoke to Reyes for about 40 minutes while I sat near the passage entrance with my recorder running and watched the exchange. Reyes asked what she wanted rather than building up to it, and Marcus answered fully, without hesitation, as if he'd been sitting with the answers for a long time. He told her about the instruction. He told her about the sequence. He told her about Daniel's role in connecting the sites and coordinating the returns. He told her things that I won't set down here, because they're on the record through Reyes' documentation, and setting them down in this account would spread them further than is currently advisable. And I've learned enough from this experience to understand why that matters. He told her one thing that I will set down, because it's the thing the reader of this account most needs to understand. It's not doing this to harm. That's the framing that the management structure has used for 80 years, because harm is a concept people can process and contain. The 1943 documentation called it a threat, and built a management response to a threat. It's not a threat. It's a process. It has been running a process across these sites for longer than any human institution involved in its management has existed. And the process has a purpose that the management structure has been preventing from completing, which is why the management structure was built in the first place. What is the purpose? To teach, and then to send the students out. The ones who go through the full instruction, the ones who are in here long enough and receive enough of it. They go back out into the world, knowing things that the world needs to know. The entity doesn't take children because it wants to harm them. It takes children because children are the only ones who can receive the full instruction without prior architecture of an adult understanding getting in the way. It's been doing this since before the park existed, since before the country existed. The Vermont deposits go back to the 1840s, but the Vermont site itself is older than that. What do they know when they come out? What have you been taught? How to survive what's coming. How to move through it. How to help others move through it. He looked at Reyes directly. I don't have a more specific answer than that because the instruction doesn't come in words. It comes in something closer to understanding. And understanding is difficult to translate into the kind of language that fits in a report. But Owen will understand it. That's what the one who opens does. Translates the understanding into the story, and sends the story out far enough that enough people carry some version of it before they need it. Reyes looked at me across the cavern. What's coming? I asked. I don't know the specifics. The instruction doesn't include specifics. It includes the shape of the response. Marcus held my gaze. You'll know more when you're further into your own function. The one who opens doesn't need to know the specifics at this stage. The one who opens needs to keep the story moving. We came out of the passage at 10:22 a.m. The creek bed was empty, and the smell was absent, and the morning had the flat white quality of late October cloud moving in from the west. Bauer was reviewing his footage. Adler and Price were making notes. Reyes and Carmichael walked about 50 feet north of the group and talked in low voices for about 3 minutes, and then came back. We come back tomorrow with a transport team. The girl who is ready comes out voluntarily. The others stay until they're ready, which means this site remains active and monitored. She looked at Walt. That means you continue your role here. Yes. And you continue yours. She looked at me. Yes. Marcus is coming out today, with us. He's agreed to a voluntary assessment, and he wants to come. She paused.
He asked specifically to walk with Owen on the way back. Marcus walked beside me for 4 hours on the way back down through NE7 and NE6 and the creek bed and the trail that led back to the access road and the visitor center lot. The group spread out naturally, and we ended up at the back of it, close enough to Carmichael to be within earshot, but with enough distance that our conversation was our own. He walked with his eyes low and specific in the first hour, watching the undergrowth and the frost patterns in the soil, his head tilting back at intervals to read the sky through the canopy. He was checking things against something interior that I couldn't read, and I let him do it without interrupting him, because whatever re-encountering the forest after 11 years required of him seemed like something that didn't need an audience. Then, "You have been having 3 dream shapes." "Yes." "The third one, the one where you're outside, watching." "Yeah?" "That's not a dream." He kept his eyes on the trail ahead. "That's the beginning of the function. The one who opens doesn't experience the instruction the way the children do, directly, immersively. The one who opens receives the edges of it, enough to understand the shape without going through the full process. The watching position is where it starts." "What comes after the watching position?" "You'll know when you're in it, the same way I knew each stage when I was in it. The instruction doesn't announce itself." We walked a stretch in silence before I said, "Daniel." Marcus was quiet for a moment. "Daniel is what he is. He chose it, and it chose him, and the two things happened at the same time, which means it's difficult to separate the choice from the choosing. He's going to try to make contact. He's been told you've worked out what he is, and he wants to manage that." "How do you know that?" "Because I've been in communication with him for 8 months, and I know how he responds when the network is under pressure." He said it in the same way he'd said everything else on the trail. Flat, factual, the complication of it worn down to its bare statement. "He'll find you within the next 48 hours. I'd recommend you let him." "Why?" "Because you need to see what the carrier function looks like at its current stage. It's been accelerating. The closer the quarantine gets to fully breaking, the more the function demands from him. He's been in it for longer than the standard carrier period, and the longer the carrier is active, the more the carrier changes. You'll need to see it to understand it. And understanding is part of what you're here for." Daniel found me the following evening. I was on the North Trail doing a welfare check on a couple in zone NE3. No children, registered for 2 nights, no flags. And I was on the way back to the access road when I heard footsteps on the trail behind me. Not closing the distance, maintaining it. I stopped and the footsteps stopped with me, and then I turned around. Daniel was standing on the trail about 30 feet behind me. He was wearing a jacket I'd seen him in before, and carrying a pack that looked like the same one he'd had the night he'd come to the cabin. And from 30 feet, he looked like the person I remembered. Lean, controlled, exactly positioned. From 15 feet, he looked different. I walked toward him slowly, and he let me close the distance, and when I was close enough to see his face properly in the afternoon light, I stopped, because his face had changed in a way I'm going to try to be specific about. From 30 feet, it wouldn't have registered. But close up, with the flat afternoon light on it, the wrongness was present and unmistakable. The structure of his face was the same jaw, same eyes, same general arrangement of features. But the proportions had shifted in some way I couldn't locate exactly. The distances between things were slightly wrong. His left hand, when it came out of his jacket pocket, had the fingers held at an angle that wasn't quite the angle fingers are held at when the hand is relaxed. "Owen." "Daniel?" "You know what I am now." "Yeah." He looked at me and his jaw moved once, and then he was quiet for a moment.
I've been carrying this for a long time. Longer than the 8 months. Longer than the 6 weeks in the northern section. He paused. I made a choice in there, and the choice had a cost, and the cost has been accumulating. And there are days when it's manageable and days when it's less so. He looked at his left hand. The physical part started about 4 months ago. I don't fully understand it. Marcus would understand it better than I do. What does it feel like? Like being occupied by something that has a different understanding of how a body works than the original occupant does. He said it flat, with no drama in it, a condition being reported. It's not painful. It's more like being translated, slowly and not always accurately. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to see it. Marcus told you that. He held my gaze. And because I want someone to know what it actually is. Not the carrier function as a concept, what it costs. I knew what I was agreeing to, and I agreed to it because what it was offering, the understanding, the connection across the sites, the sense of being part of something that has a purpose that extends beyond a single human life. That was worth the cost when I agreed to it. I don't regret the choice. I want to be honest about that. But I want someone to understand what the choice involves. Does it end? He looked at his left hand and said, everything ends. And the meaning didn't fully land, which I think was intentional. The entity was in my cabin, inside, the window locked. He looked at the trail rather than at me. Yes, it's been inside before. The symbol on the sill. It placed that before your first night in the cabin, before you arrived. It was there before I arrived. Yes, it marks the ones it's working with before they know they're being worked with. The marking is part of how it maintains the connection. He paused. There's a mark on the north-facing wall of your bedroom, too, behind the headboard. You won't have found it because you've been checking the window. How long has it been inside the cabin? Daniel looked at me with the proportionally wrong face and the hand at its wrong angle, his left sleeve covering the forearm, and he said, since before you moved in, since I left. We stood on the trail, and the afternoon was going, and the park was quiet around us in the way it had gone quiet since the transition of the smell and the fog. Too quiet for old growth at this time of day. And I was looking at the face of someone I'd arrived at this park trusting, and had spent the last several weeks understanding differently. And the understanding was complete now, and the completeness of it had its own specific weight that I was going to have to carry for a long time. I kept the recorder running and looked at what Daniel Ashworth had become, and thought about a 9-year-old boy in a cavern who was now 20, and had sent Riley Robertson out to a parking lot at dawn. And I thought about what the one who opens does, and what keeping the story moving requires. And I turned and walked south toward the access road, and the recorder ran in my pocket. And behind me I heard his footsteps go east into the undergrowth, and then the trail was quiet. I went back to the cabin, and I did not go to the bedroom. I sat at the kitchen table with the shoe between my hands and the overhead light on, and I thought about the mark behind the headboard that had been there since before I had arrived, placed in the room where I'd been sleeping for months, in the corner I hadn't checked because I'd been checking the window. Then I went in and pulled the bed away from the wall. The mark was there, the same charcoal, the same deliberate pressure as the cavern wall. Not a single symbol, but a cluster of 7, arranged in a rough circle with a gap at the top. A threshold. The entity's standard marking for a transition point, which Marcus had identified the morning we went into the cavern, which meant the transition point had been designated and marked in this room before I accepted the job listing, before I loaded the storage unit in Salem, before I sat on my brother's couch at 11:43 p.m., with a bowl of cereal going soggy next to the laptop and filled in an application for a parks position I'd found at the exact right moment of my life to be susceptible to finding it. I pushed the bed back into position carefully, leaving it exactly as it had been. Then I sat at the kitchen table and called Walt and told him everything. Daniel on the trail, the face from 15 feet, the hand at its wrong angle, the mark behind the headboard. And Walt listened, and when I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "The headboard mark," he said finally. "Daniel was here for 2.5 years. He was preparing the room for the next occupant, for you. And he left the shoe under the bed in the same room where the transition point was already marked." "Yeah." "He left the shoe in the room he'd been preparing." "Yeah." Walt went quiet again. Outside my window, the fog was in at the tree line, and the evening was complete, and the park sat around the cabin with whatever it now held after the transition, and whatever Marcus walking out of the northern section had changed in the balance of things. And Walt was quiet on the other end of the line with the weight of 31 years in it, and I let him have the quiet and waited. "Tomorrow," he said, "the girl who's ready to come out, we go back in with Adler and Price." "Yeah." "Then we figure out what comes next." "Yeah." He hung up and I sat at the table, and the recorder ran and the cabin was warm, and the mark was behind the headboard and had been there all along. And I thought about what it means to have been chosen for something before you knew you were being chosen. And I thought about the shoe on the table and the note on the Calvert folder, and the forwarding address that had arrived at Grace Fallow's office from inside the northern section. And all the distance between that listing on a government employment board at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night and this kitchen table. And I thought about what the one who opens does, and what keeping the story moving requires. Then I pressed record on the backup device and added a new file to the list that went back to my first night in the cabin. And I kept going. Because that's what I'm for. Marcus told me something on the 4th day after he came out of the cavern that I've been turning over ever since. And I'm going to set it down here the way he said it because the exact wording matters. We were in the welfare assessment facility in Wenatchee, a converted office building that Dr. Soren's team had been using for the returning children. 3 rooms and a kitchen and a common area and a garden that faced east and got decent morning light. Marcus had passed everything they put in front of him across 2 days ago, which was its own specific category of information, given what he'd been doing for the preceding 11 years. He was in the common area with a cup of tea he'd made and not touched, looking at the garden, when I came in and sat across from him. He kept his eyes on the garden. "Daniel has moved to the next phase." "What does that mean?" He turned then and looked at me with eyes that had taken in 11 years of something I had no category for, and showed it plainly. "The carrier function has a terminal stage. Most carriers don't reach it because the carrier period ends before they get there. Either the carrier stops, or something external interrupts the process, or the carrier's body gives out before the function completes." He paused. "Daniel has been in the function longer than any carrier I know of, longer than the function was designed to sustain in a single person, and he's been accelerating it deliberately." "Why?" He looked at the garden. "Because the terminal stage of the carrier function is a summoning. The carrier becomes the threshold, the point through which the entity transitions from the state it operates in now, distributed across sites, partial, indirect, into a fully physical presence in the world." He paused. "That's what Daniel has been building toward. Not just spreading the knowing, completing the transition." "The entity wants this?" "The entity has wanted this since the 1943 management structure was put in place to prevent it. The quarantine wasn't just about containing the fear. It was about preventing the transition. A physically present entity is something the 1943 office understood they couldn't manage." He picked up his tea and put it down without drinking. Daniel figured this out, or was shown it, and he decided the transition was the right outcome. Did he decide it, or was it decided for him? Marcus looked at me for a long moment. Both, at the same time, which is the honest answer. I drove back to the park from Wenatchee alone, which gave me 3 hours on the interstate and then the county roads. The recorder was running in my jacket pocket, and the morning was flat and gray, and the mountains were somewhere behind the cloud in the direction I was heading. The summoning. The transition from distributed and indirect to physically present in the world. An entity that had been operating across 11 or more sites for longer than the country had existed, running its instruction process through children in caverns lit by oil lanterns, managing its own quarantine logic, engineering the hiring process at Sentinel Ridge to produce a specific kind of person in a specific role. All of that had been the partial version, the preparation. What Daniel was building toward was the complete version. I thought about Daniel's face from 30 feet and from 15 feet, and the wrongness that had only registered close up, the distances between features slightly off. I thought about his left hand with the fingers at the wrong angle. I thought about translated slowly and not always accurately, which he had said about himself with no drama in it. And I thought about what the translation was moving toward, what it looked like when it was finished rather than ongoing. Walt called while I was still on the interstate. He'd been in the northern section that morning. "Daniel," Walt said, "found tracks above NE7, north of the forensic perimeter. Fresh, from last night." He's been going to the cavern. "We're past it. The tracks went further north than I've been, further north than the passage entrance." A pause. I backed off. The smell was high concentration from about 50 yards beyond the perimeter. "Reyes needs to know." "I've told her. She's taking Carmichael back in this afternoon." Another pause. "Owen, the tracks. The stride pattern was wrong." "How wrong?" "Wrong enough that I stood at the edge of them for about 2 minutes before I could make myself go near them. The spacing was off. The depth at the toe was too significant, and the heel impression was too light, and the distance between the strides was..." He stopped. "Too long. About 1.5 feet. I kept my eyes on the road. Been in these woods for 31 years. I know what human tracks look like in wet ground. Those were close enough that you'd call them human if you didn't look carefully. But I looked carefully." Reyes and Carmichael went north that afternoon, and I met them at the NE6 trailhead when they came back at 4 p.m. Both of them were flat around the eyes in a way that told me the afternoon had produced something they were still inside. Reyes laid the photographs on the hood of her hire car, and I looked at them in the flat afternoon light. Above the original symbol line on the north wall, drawn in the same charcoal with heavier pressure and less spacing, was a new line of 41 symbols that hadn't been there on the morning of the entry. Marcus. Reyes had her phone out and was sending him the photographs while I was still looking at them. His response came back in 4 minutes, and she read it to me from the screen. The second line is an instruction set, not for the children, for the carrier. It describes the terminal phase of the transition ritual, the specific sequence of actions the carrier must perform to complete the summoning. The entity wrote it on the wall because Daniel needs to be able to refer to it. He's been going to the cavern to read it. Carmichael had been watching the tree line on the far side of the lot while Reyes read this out. "How long does the terminal phase take?" Reyes looked at her phone. "Marcus doesn't know. He says the instruction doesn't include a timeline. He says it depends on the carrier's progress through the physical transformation." "How far along is Daniel?" She sent the question. The response took nearly 10 minutes, during which the three of us stood at the hire car in the flat October light and said nothing worth recording. Further than I thought when I saw him in the northern section 3 weeks ago. The transformation in carriers at this stage is not linear. It accelerates as the terminal phase progresses. What he looked like 3 weeks ago is not what he looks like now. I saw Daniel again 6 days after the Wenatchee visit. I was doing a northern patrol in Zone NE4 early morning. The smell arrived around 40 minutes in, coming from the northeast at a concentration that was higher than the gauging level and lower than the peak level. Deliberate rather than ambient. I stopped on the trail and held still. Daniel came out of the undergrowth to the northeast about 60 feet away. He was moving in a way that was wrong enough to register immediately at 60 feet, which was different from before. Before, the wrongness had only been visible close up, and now it was visible from a distance. The stride too long and the shoulders carrying a width they hadn't had. The head moving at an angle that suggested a different relationship between the neck and the spine than the one I'd been built with. He stopped when he saw me. We stood on the trail and in the undergrowth, respectively, and looked at each other for about 5 seconds. His face at 60 feet was wrong. At 15 feet in our last meeting, it had been subtly wrong. Proportions shifted, distances between features slightly off. At 60 feet, it was wrong in a way that didn't require a careful examination. The jaw had widened. The brow was pronounced enough to have changed the profile of the skull from any angle. His free arm, hanging at his side, had fingers that rested at a length that no jacket is cut for. He raised one hand. The fingers were longer than they'd been. The angle they held at when the hand was at rest was wrong in a way that wasn't subtle. Then he turned and went back into the undergrowth and was gone. The smell dropped from concentration to ambient over about a minute. I stood on the trail until it reached baseline and then kept walking, because standing still felt worse. I sent Ray's the recording from the encounter with a note about what I'd seen, and she called back within the hour. We need to find where he's staying. If the terminal phase has a physical component, rituals, specific locations, he needs a base of operations outside the cavern. The cavern gives him the instructions set, but the ritual itself will happen somewhere else. How do you know that? Marcus. A pause. I've been talking to him every day since Wenatchee. He knows more about the terminal phase than he's told us, and I've been working through it carefully, because he's been calibrating what he shares, and I've been trying to understand why. She paused again. He told me this morning that the summoning requires a fixed physical location, a place that the carrier has prepared over time, that has been marked and attended to in specific ways across the carrier period, a place the entity has been present in consistently. A final pause, and then she said it plainly, the way she says things when she's already thought through whether to say them and has decided yes. Owen, the cabin. I stopped walking. The cabin has been marked since before you arrived. The symbol on the sill, the mark behind the headboard. Daniel lived there for 2.5 years. He was performing the early stages of the preparation before you ever applied for the job. She paused. The terminal phase of the ritual takes place in the prepared location. If Marcus is right, the summoning happens in your cabin. I stood on the trail in Zone NE4 and looked at the undergrowth around me, and thought about the cabin that had been Daniel's cabin, with the chipped mug on the windowsill, and the 40 pages missing from the paperback thriller, and the shoe under the bed and the symbol in the corner of the sill frame, and the mark behind the headboard I'd found and pushed the bed back in front of. When? Marcus doesn't know exactly. He says the transformation has to complete before the ritual can. When Daniel looks fully like what he's becoming rather than partially like what he was, that's when the terminal phase can begin. She paused. Based on what you described seeing this morning, Marcus thinks we have days rather than weeks. Walt and I went to the cabin together that evening, and I showed him the mark behind the headboard for the first time. We pulled the bed away from the wall and held the torch on the north-facing surface and looked at it together. 7 symbols in a rough circle with a gap at the top. A threshold. The entity's standard marking for a transition point. Walt looked at it for a long time with his hands in his jacket pockets. 2.5 years. Daniel was here for 2.5 years, and the whole time he was preparing this room. The whole time, I said. He looked at the marks. We need to move you out of here. If I move out, the location is unobserved. Reyes said the same thing. If Daniel comes to complete the terminal phase and nobody's here to document it. If Daniel comes to complete the terminal phase in this room, documentation is not the priority. It's what I'm for. Walt looked at me and held it for about 5 seconds, which is a long time for Walt. Marcus told you that. The entity told me that. The one who opens carries the story. If the summoning happens and nobody documents it, the story stops here. And if the summoning happens and you're in the room when it does? I didn't answer that, because I didn't have an answer I was confident in. Walt looked at the marks on the wall and pushed the bed back into position, carefully, leaving it exactly as it had been. Then he stood at the window and looked out at the clearing and the tree line and the fog coming in at the base of it. I'll be in the truck on the access road every night until this is over. Walt, every night. That's what I'm doing. You don't have to agree with it. Laura Marsh called on a Wednesday morning 9 days after the Wenatchee visit. There was something underneath the professional control in her voice that I'd heard once before, at the boundary meeting, when she'd been telling us about the 11 sites in the 1943 office. This was different from that. This was the quality of someone who had just received something that has reorganized what they thought they knew. There's a second person, working with Daniel. I sat down at the kitchen table. The shoe was where it always was, and the recorder was running, and the morning was coming in gray through the east window. Who? I don't have a name yet. What I have is a pattern. Financial transfers, 3 of them, moving through accounts connected to the Sentinel Ridge administrative structure over the last 4 months. Small enough to avoid automatic flagging. Structured so each one looks like a routine operational expense. She paused. The destination account connects to a shell that my contact at the Oversight Committee has been tracking in a different context. Not this one, not the parks. A context involving property acquisition in 3 states, all within 20 miles of a confirmed site. Someone's acquiring property near the sites. Property that has been marked. In the same way your cabin has been marked. My contact's team found them during a routine inspection of one of the properties and didn't know what they were looking at. They sent me the photographs because they knew I had context on the symbol system. She paused. Owen, the acquisition started 14 months ago, before the symbols appeared on the cavern walls, before Phoebe Aiken walked out of the Cascade site, before any of the events of the last several months. Whoever this is planned this ahead of the inquiry. Considerably ahead. The first acquisition was 22 months ago. She paused. The financial transfers from the Sentinel Ridge administrative structure required administrative access to the park's accounts. There are 4 people with that level of access. I thought about the 4 people and sat with what that produced in my chest for a moment. Reyes, I said. Carmichael. Walt. And Karen Fitch. I called Marcus instead of Reyes, and I want to be honest about why. The 4 people with administrative access included Reyes herself and Carmichael. And until I had something more specific than a pattern of financial transfers, I didn't know who I was trusting with what. Walt I trusted without qualification, the way you trust someone when you'd watched them find tracks in wet ground and step back from them. But Reyes and Carmichael I'd known for weeks rather than months, and Karen Fitch had been managing the site for 15 years in ways that had not always been what they appeared to be. Marcus answered on the second ring. The second person, the one working with Daniel, what do you know about them? Silence for about 10 seconds. I know that they exist. I've known since Daniel told me. about 6 months ago. He told you? He tells me most things. That's the nature of our communication. He wanted me to understand the full scope of what he was building. A pause. He was proud of it. That's the honest word for what came through. He'd recruited someone inside the management structure and wanted me to know because he thought I'd understand what it meant. That the transition had support from both sides of the containment wall. Who is it? He didn't give me a name. He described them as someone who had spent enough time inside the management structure to understand that the structure was wrong. Someone who had seen enough of what the entity was capable of to believe the transition was worth completing. He paused. Someone who had lost something to the management structure's decisions, something they blamed the structure for rather than the entity. I sat at the kitchen table and looked at the shoe between my hands and thought about someone who had spent long enough inside the management structure to understand that the structure was wrong and who had lost something to its decisions. Walt lost Sarah in 2004 and stayed because losing her and leaving would have handed Karen the whole thing indefinitely. That was the story Walt had told me, and I believed it and still believed it. But belief is not the same as certainty, and certainty was what this required. Karen Fitch had asked for extraction authorization twice in 15 years and had been denied both times. She had sat across from the entity's management logic for 15 years watching families come apart and children disappear, and had called it maintaining and containing and disclosing nothing. And she had reached the point, she had told us herself, where she had run out of things to try from inside the structure. Running out of things to try from inside the structure is not the same as deciding to help dismantle it from the outside. But the distance between those two things is shorter than I'd been assuming. I called Laura back and told her about Marcus's description. She was quiet for a long time. The financial transfers, the timing of them. The first one was 4 months ago. Oh, and 4 months ago is when Karen received formal notification of the inquiry opening. She knew the inquiry was coming, and she moved money. Or she had already been moving in this direction, and the inquiry opening accelerated the timeline. The inquiry breaks the quarantine. If Karen believes the transition was the right outcome, if Daniel had been in contact with her and she'd been persuaded, then the inquiry opening would have felt like momentum in the right direction rather than a threat to be managed. She told Reyes to take Walt into the northern section in the morning of the cavern entry. She specifically advocated for Walt going in. Yes, Walt going in meant Walt being 4 hours north of the cabin on the morning of the most significant federal incursion into the northern section this site had ever had. Yes, Laura said again. And the trailer, the motion sensors flagging the entity's simultaneous visits at 11 p.m. Karen wasn't at any of those locations that night. We didn't know where she was. Owen, Karen is still at the park. She still has administrative access. I know. You need to tell Reyes. I know that too. I told Reyes at 8 a.m. the same morning, in the portable office trailer with Carmichael present and the door closed and the recorder running. Reyes listened with the fixed attention she uses when she's fitting something into a picture she's been building for longer than the current conversation. When I finished, she looked at Carmichael and they exchanged the kind of look that covers several sentences, and then she looked at me. Karen has been cooperative throughout the inquiry, forthcoming in ways that have been genuinely useful. Information she didn't have to give us that she gave us anyway. She paused. Which could mean she's been cooperative, because she's genuinely on the right side of this. Or it could mean she's been cooperative because the information she gave us served the transition. The information she gave you that you've used to build the inquiry. Yes, the administrative records she provided,
The documentation of the 1943 office's involvement that she had access to and gave us access to.
She paused.
If Karen has been working with Daniel, then some portion of what the inquiry has been built on came from someone who wanted the inquiry to succeed, because the inquiry breaking the quarantine serves the transition.
She looked at Carmichael. We need to assess what we've been given against independent sources. That's weeks of work.
Then we start now.
She looked at me.
Your behavior toward Karen stays exactly the same.
I've barely seen her since the cavern entry.
Keep it that way without it looking deliberate.
She paused.
And Owen, the cabin. If Daniel is coming to complete the terminal phase there, if the ritual requires that specific location, and Karen knows that because she's been working with Daniel, then Karen knows the cabin's role, and she may try to make sure you're not in it when the time comes. I thought about Karen telling Reyes to take Walt north. Walt going in had meant Walt being 4 hours away from the cabin.
She already tried once.
Yes.
Daniel came back to the cabin 12 days later. I was awake. The third dream shape had been arriving most nights, and I'd been using the not sleeping time to go through the recordings and add notes and run the recorder on everything. Walt was in the truck on the access road as he'd been every night. The fog was in at the tree line. The mark was in the corner of the windowsill frame, and the marks were behind the headboard, and the shoe was on the kitchen table, and the overhead light was on because I'd stopped turning it off at night. The smell arrived at 11:43 p.m., not building from ambient, but arriving at peak concentration in the time it takes to register one breath, which was different from every previous arrival, and the difference was the kind of information that goes straight past the brain and lands in the body first. Then the sound on the porch, footsteps at the wrong interval, and the wrong weight distribution, the stride too long, the impact at the toe too heavy, close enough to walking that you'd call it that if you weren't paying attention. I was paying attention. The door handle moved. I had locked the door. The handle moved anyway, not with force, but with a patience that had weight behind it, turning steadily, completely unhurried, and the door opened. Daniel stood in the doorway, and I looked at him across the kitchen table, and the overhead light was on, and there was nothing ambient or subtle about what I was seeing. The wrongness that had required close examination at 15 feet and had been visible at 60 feet was now present at 12 feet in full overhead light with no ambiguity about what it was. His jaw had widened to a degree that the skin across it was stretched in a way that skin doesn't stretch comfortably. The brow was pronounced in a way that cast shadows across the upper portion of his face, even in direct overhead light. His shoulders had a width that his jacket accommodated only because the seams had given way and been reclosed with something that wasn't stitching. His hands at his sides had fingers that were the length of what fingers become when the bones in them have been extended by some process that doesn't have a medical name. The nails at the bottom of them were brittle and yellow, the keratin splitting at the tips in a way that suggested the body growing them had redirected its resources elsewhere. He looked at me across the kitchen table. The eyes were the same color they'd always been, and sat inside bone and skin that had reorganized past the point where the word face applied cleanly. And the recognition in them was real, which made it worse rather than better. Owen. His voice had something in it that hadn't been there before. An undertone, a resonance at the lower end of the frequency range that human voices don't produce, that made the word land in my chest before it landed in my ears. Daniel? He came into the cabin and stood beside the table. He was taller than I remembered by what I estimated as 3 inches. You know what I'm here to do? Yes. Marcus told you. Yes. He looked around the cabin slowly, the shoe, the chipped mug, the coat on the hook, the recorder in my jacket pocket. You've been documenting everything. That's what I'm for. The stretched skin across his jaw moved in a way that was doing the work a smile used to do. Yes, that's what you're for. The one who opens carries the story far enough that when it happens, there are enough people who know what it means. He looked at me steadily with the wrong brow and the wrong jaw. Are there enough? I don't know. That's honest. He moved toward the bedroom doorway, and I stayed at the table and watched him go, and the smell moved with him. The high concentration peaked level filling the cabin's air as he crossed it. He stood at the bedroom doorway and looked at the north-facing wall behind the headboard that he'd marked 2.5 years ago and attended to across the full length of his carrier period. It begins tonight, the terminal phase. This is the first night of it. There will be several more before the completion. He turned and looked at me from the doorway. You should stay. The one who opens should be present. I know. He went into the bedroom and I picked up my phone and texted Walt 2 words. He's here. And then I sat the phone face down on the table and kept the recorder running and listened to what was happening in the bedroom. Nothing dramatic. That's the honest account. A low sound, continuous, at the frequency range where the human ear registers it as pressure rather than sound. A single spoken word, repeated in a language I had no prior knowledge of. The same word over and over with 11 years of accumulated instruction under it. A smell that peaked and held. And the marks on the wall behind the headboard, which I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but which I was aware of in the specific way you're aware of something when you know it's there and you know what it means. Walt was on the access road. Reyes and Carmichael were in the trailer. The recorder was running. The shoe was on the table. I sat and waited and kept the story moving, which is what I'm for. At 2:14 a.m., Daniel came back through the bedroom doorway and crossed the kitchen and stood at the cabin door. He looked at me once before he left, the eyes that were the same color they'd always been, sitting inside bone and skin that had reorganized past the point where the word face applied cleanly. And I looked back and held the look, and held it. She'll be here for the second night. She knows the location. She's been part of this longer than you know. He went out, and the door closed and the smell dropped from its peak over the course of about 6 minutes, and I sat at the table until Walt's truck came up the access road and his footsteps crossed the porch and his knock came at the door. I opened it. Walt came in and stood in the kitchen and looked at the cabin and then at me. She'll be here for the second night. She knows the location. I said it before anything else because it was a thing that needed saying. That's what he said. Walt looked at the bedroom doorway. You performed the first stage in there? Yes. Walt looked at the north-facing wall as if he could see through the headboard to the marks behind it. Then he looked at me, his face doing what it does when honesty is going to cost him, and he's decided to pay it anyway. I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you earlier and didn't because I was trying to be fair-minded and fairness was the wrong instinct. Karen. 6 weeks ago, before the cavern entry, I was doing a late patrol on the south section. I saw Karen's car on the access road at a point where it had no business being at 10 p.m. I noted it and told myself it was nothing because Karen has reasons to be places on this park that aren't always obvious to me. And I didn't want to. He stopped. I didn't want to be the person who suspected Karen of something without evidence when she'd been one of the few people willing to point us toward Laura Marsh. What was she doing? Standing at the edge of the tree line on the east side of the access road. She had her back to me and she didn't hear me pull up. Her hands were out in front of her at about waist height, palms facing the trees. She was speaking, but I couldn't hear what she was saying from the truck. He paused. I drove past without stopping because I told myself I was imagining something. But I saw what I saw, and I know what standing that way in front of a tree line looks like when someone has been in this park long enough to know what they're doing. I looked at the shoe on the table. I looked at the recorder outline in my jacket pocket. She's been in this park for 15 years. Yes, long enough to learn how to do what Daniel taught her. Long enough to have marked locations of her own. He looked at the bedroom doorway. The terminal phase has multiple nights. Daniel performs the carrier's portion. Someone with inside knowledge of the management structure performs the portion that requires specific understanding of the containment architecture, the specific way the quarantine was built, and how to dismantle it from the inside. He looked at me. Karen has spent 15 years understanding the quarantine architecture better than anyone except possibly Ray's. I called Ray's at 2:37 a.m. and she answered on the second ring. I know, she said before I could say anything. Carmichael has eyes on Karen's accommodation unit. She left at 2:18 a.m., heading north on the access road. A pause. Owen, we're going to let the second night happen. Why? Because if we interrupt now, we have Daniel's first night documented and Karen's movement documented and nothing else. If we let the second night happen, we have the full ritual on record and 2 participants and the ability to demonstrate to the oversight committee exactly what the terminal phase looks like in practice and who was involved. She paused. The summoning won't complete on the second night. Marcus says there are at minimum 5 nights in the terminal phase. We have time. And if Marcus is wrong about the 5 nights? Reyes was quiet for a moment. Then we have the recording, which is what you've been building toward. I looked at the recorder in my pocket and the shoe on the table, and Walt standing in the kitchen with his hands at his sides and his 31 years in his face. All right. Outside the cabin, the fog was in at the tree line, and the morning was coming in somewhere behind the ridge, and the park had settled into the particular quiet it settles into before something happens, and Karen Fitch was on the access road heading north, and the marks were behind the headboard in the bedroom I was going to have to sleep in before this was over. And somewhere in the northern section, Daniel was moving through the old growth on his way back to wherever he was staying, his stride too long and his silhouette wrong against the darkness, carrying the shape of Daniel around a frame that had been extended and reoriented away from its original proportions. I pressed the recorder's backup button and started a new file. The story wasn't finished. It was a long way from finished. But you're reading it, which means it's reached you, which means the function is working, which is the only thing I know how to measure success by right now. There are more than 11 sites. The instruction is ongoing. The ones who come through it are going to need people on the outside who understand what they carry. If this has reached you, you're one of those people now. I'm sorry. I think that's the right thing to say. I'm sorry, and I'm grateful, and I need you to keep reading. The 5th night happened on a Thursday. I know the exact night because I've been logging everything with timestamps since the bedroom doorway visit. Every smell reading, every recording, every movement in and out of the cabin. And the 5th night is timestamped at 11:58 p.m. on a Thursday in the 3rd week of November, which is when the smell arrived and the footsteps came up the porch, and the door opened in a way that locks don't prevent anymore. I sat at the kitchen table. The recorder ran. The shoe was between my hands and the overhead light was on, and Daniel came through the door and crossed to the bedroom. And I sat and listened, and the sound from the bedroom was different on the 5th night. Lower, slower, the single repeated word drawing out longer than it had on the previous nights, the frequency dropping in a way I felt in the back teeth rather than heard in the ears. The difference had been building across the 5 nights in increments small enough that I might not have noticed it if I hadn't been logging everything. On the 1st night, the word had been sharp, clipped, repeated at intervals about 4 seconds. By the 3rd night, the intervals had stretched to 8 or 9 seconds, and the word itself had elongated slightly, the consonants softening. On the 5th night, There was no clean interval, one long sustained utterance that barely paused for breath, which told me something about what the body producing it still required and what it had moved past requiring. I kept the recorder running and my hands flat on the table and stayed in my seat. At 3:41 a.m. it stopped. The silence after had a different texture from the silence after the previous 4 nights. On those nights, the silence had arrived with a gradual drop in smell concentration and the specific impression of something withdrawing its attention, the end of a visit. On the 5th night, the smell held at peak concentration for about 4 minutes after the sound stopped, and then it rose, which it had never done before. The smell had never risen after the sound stopped, and it kept rising past the peak level I'd previously recorded, and into a range I didn't have a reference point for. And my eyes were watering, and I was breathing through my sleeve, and the recorder was running, and my hands were flat on the table, and I stayed in my seat. The overhead light flickered. Once, briefly, the filament dropping and recovering in less than a second, and I noted it in the log. Then it dropped, all at once, the same way the sound had stopped, not gradually but completely. The air in the cabin going from that concentration to clean in about 2 seconds. And in those 2 seconds, I heard something from the bedroom that I'm going to describe accurately, because accuracy is the only thing I have to offer you. From the bedroom came a sound with the structure of a laugh. The rhythm was right, the interval and the pitch shift were right, the brief contraction of it was right. All the architecture of amusement was present in the sound. What wasn't present was any of the human mechanisms that produce it. A thing that understood what laughter was and was producing a version of it. I heard that from the bedroom at 3:41 a.m. on a Thursday in the 3rd week of November. And I'm telling you because you should know. Daniel came out of the bedroom at 3:47 a.m. He crossed the kitchen without looking at me and went out the door. And by the time I'd talked my legs back into functioning, he was gone. I sat at the table for about 20 minutes. The overhead light was steady. The recorder was running. The shoe was between my hands, and I was looking at it without seeing it, turning over the laugh from the bedroom the same way I'd been turning over every piece of information this park had given me since I arrived. And the category I kept reaching for to put it in wasn't there. I called Walt. He answered on the first ring. I heard it, from the truck. Whatever that was at the end. Yeah. The smell is gone. Yeah. He was quiet for a moment. Owen, the smell has been ambient since you arrived. Even on the nights when it peaked and dropped, it came back to baseline. Right now I'm standing outside the truck and there's nothing. He paused. I've been at this park for 31 years. The smell has been present at some level for as long as I can remember. I stopped noticing it the way you stopped noticing background noise. Another pause. It's gone. I'll call Ray's. Ray's was at the cabin by 4:30 a.m. with Carmichael and Bauer's camera equipment, which she'd been keeping in the trailer since the cavern entry. They went through the bedroom together, and I sat at the kitchen table and listened to them work and drank the coffee Walt had made when he came in from the truck. They came out at 5:10 a.m. Ray's set the camera on the table and sat down across from me, and Walt stood at the window with his coffee, and Carmichael stayed near the bedroom doorway. The marks are gone. I looked at her. The cluster behind the headboard, the threshold marking. She held the camera out so I could see the screen. The photograph showed the north-facing wall where the headboard sat. The wall was clean, not painted over, not scraped. The marks simply gone. The surface beneath them unworked. The sill mark, too. Carmichael checked. The ritual completed. That's Marcus's interpretation. She'd sent him the photographs while they were still in the bedroom, and she set her phone on the table so I could read his response directly. The threshold has been established. The location has served its function. The transition has occurred. Where is it now? Walt said. Marcus doesn't know.
He says the instruction didn't include what happens immediately after the transition. The transition itself was the limit of what he was taught. The kitchen was quiet. Through the window, the fog had gone from the tree line, which I registered and then sat with, because the fog had been present at the tree line every morning since I arrived, and its absence had a specific texture of something that had been present so long it had stopped being visible as a thing that could leave. Walt had gone back outside and was standing near the truck. His voice came through the phone when he called again.
The smell's still gone. I'm at the far end of the access road. 31 years in this park. The smell's been present at some level for as long as I can remember. Right now there's nothing.
The first body was found at 7:22 a.m. A couple from Seattle, registered for a 3-night stay in Zone NE3, had been on an early morning hike on the South Circuit Trail. The woman had been found by a maintenance worker doing a routine trail check at the junction of the South Circuit and the access road, sitting with her back against a trailside marker post and her husband's jacket across her shoulders. The maintenance worker, whose name was Greg and who'd been working the southern sections for 11 years, had initially assumed she was resting. He told us later that he'd gotten within 20 feet before he understood she wasn't resting. Her eyes were open and she was facing the trail, and there was nothing wrong with the way she was sitting, no visible damage to her body from the outside. And he called to her and she hadn't responded, and he'd gone closer and realized she was dead. The medical examiner's preliminary assessment, delivered to Ray's at 9 a.m., was that the woman had died from what appeared to be a catastrophic internal event. Every major organ in her torso had ruptured simultaneously. The medical examiner stated twice in the same preliminary that she had no prior reference point for this finding. The husband was found at 8:47 a.m., half a mile further south on the same trail. He'd been placed, and the search team used that word in their radio call, which Santos relayed to me with a flatness in her voice that was its own kind of information. Sitting upright in the middle of the trail facing north, hands on his knees, facing the direction his wife was sitting. Whatever had happened to her had happened to him, and then whatever had arranged them facing each other across half a mile of trail. I noted the north-facing orientation in the log and kept the recorder running, and kept walking because that's what I could do. By noon, there were 3 more. 2 solo hikers on the Eastern Circuit, both found off-trail in the undergrowth, both showing the same internal presentation, both positioned with their faces pointing north. And a couple camping in Zone NE5, no children registered on their permit, which I noted and felt briefly grateful for in a way that immediately made me feel sick, found at their campsite with the tent intact and the camp stove assembled, and the same absence of external injury. 5 people between 7:22 a.m. and noon, all in the southern and eastern sections, all on registered permits. None of the park staff were touched. I raised it in the lot at 12:30 p.m. with Reyes and Carmichael and Walt and Santos standing in the flat November light. It's avoiding us, specifically. Every person it's killed today was a registered visitor. Every park staff member who's been on patrol has come back without incident. Santos confirmed before being asked. She'd been on the Eastern Circuit an hour before the solo hikers were found, had walked through the exact section, and had come back without incident.
It knows who works here.
Walt's voice was flat and direct.
It's been in the park for 31 years, learning the people in it. It knows every face, knows every patrol route.
He paused.
It's making a point.
What point?
That it can do this whenever it wants, and there's nothing we can do about it as long as people keep coming into this park.
Reyes had her phone out. I'm closing the park, effective immediately. All registered visitors contacted and escorted out by staff. Walt was already checking his log.
43 across 11 active permits, spread across zones NE2 through NE6 in the south and east circuits.
We moved them all, now. We moved them all by 3 p.m., 43 people, 11 groups.
extracted from their campsites and hiking routes and brought to the visitor center lot, and then to the county road, and then out of the park entirely, none of them understanding why. All of them receiving the same cover story about an environmental hazard assessment, requiring a precautionary closure. Some of them were angry about it. A few were frightened in the way people get frightened when authority is telling them something is wrong but won't say what. I handled 3 of the conversations myself, and I told the cover story with the specific care of someone who has had 8 months of practice at saying less than they know. One of the families, a father and 2 teenage boys from Spokane who had driven 6 hours and had been planning this trip for 4 months, asked me directly if anyone had been hurt. I told him there had been an incident we were still assessing. He looked at me for a long time. His older boy, maybe 16, was watching me over his father's shoulder, and he knew the cover story was a cover story. I held the boy's gaze and kept my expression steady, and felt the familiar weight of carrying more than I could give and giving less than they needed. They left. They all left. The park was empty of visitors by 3:12 p.m. At 3:48, Santos radioed in from the northern access road. "Phil, there's something on the north trail. You need to come." Walt and I were in the truck and moving within 2 minutes. We met Santos at the junction of the North Trail and the access road at 3:57 p.m., and she led us on foot about 400 yards north to a section of the trail where a stand of old Douglas firs crowded the path on both sides, and the canopy was dense enough that the afternoon light came through in fragments. Daniel was hanging from one of the firs. I want to be precise about what I mean when I say hanging, because the word implies a specific mechanism, and what I saw was not that mechanism. He was suspended from a branch about 20 feet up, his feet about 6 feet above the trail, and the thing suspending him was not a rope or a cord or anything tied or fastened. He was suspended by his own left arm, which had been extended above him and bent at the elbow around the branch, at an angle that the elbow joint does not accommodate. The arm wrapped around the bark in a way that suggested the bone had been reoriented to grip rather than the arm simply thrown over. His weight hung from a grip the human arm cannot form. His body at rest 6 feet above the trail showed what 8 months of carrier function and 5 nights of terminal phase had done to it. The jaw had widened further past the point I'd last seen it. The brow was pronounced enough to have changed the profile of his skull from any angle. His free arm hanging at his side had fingers that rested at the elbow of the arm hanging beneath him. The jacket had given up entirely and hung from his shoulders in strips. He was alive. His eyes were open and tracking. When Walt and I came to a stop below him, his gaze came down and found me and stayed. Walt had his radio out and was calling Rays and Carmichael. I kept my eyes on Daniel's face and tried to work out what I was seeing in it. There was damage, real physical damage. The skin across the widened jaw split and seeping. The brow above the left eye swollen in a way that had closed the eye to a slit. Whatever had put him in this position had done it recently. He opened his mouth. The sound that came out was low and damaged, the undertone frequency still present underneath it, but the human range above it thin and effortful. The sound of a chest working hard to produce air and not fully succeeding. "Owen, I'm here. The dagger." He stopped. Those 3 syllables had cost him something visible. "In the cabin." He stopped again. "Under the floor." He stopped. "Loose board. Kitchen." He stopped. His free hand came up slowly and pressed against his own chest. "You end it." He stopped. "Only you." His mouth kept moving, but the sound had gone below what I could hear, and I took 2 steps forward on the trail, and Walt grabbed my arm, and I turned to tell him I needed to get closer. And in the time it took me to turn and turn back, Daniel's expression was gone. What had been there a moment before, damaged, effortful, present, was simply gone, the face with nobody behind it. and then his head moved. It moved sharply to the left and down, the movement that a head makes when something with significant force strikes the right side of the skull. And the sound of the impact reached me about a half second after the movement. Then Daniel was still, the gaze no longer tracking, the hand dropping from his chest to hang alongside the rest of him. The impact had come from nothing I could see. Walt had me by both arms and was pulling me back down the trail, and my legs had made the decision before my brain caught up with it. And we were moving south at a pace that wasn't quite running, and then at a pace that was. Santos ahead of us, the radio crackling with Ray's asking for a status update. Ray's and Carmichael reached the fir tree at 4:22 p.m. They documented everything, the position, the arm configuration, the injuries, the branch. They did not attempt to bring him down. Moving before the appropriate personnel and approach were in place could compromise the documentation, which was the right call, and I understood it and went and stood at the edge of the access road for about 4 minutes before I could be functional again. Those 4 minutes I spent looking at the road surface and breathing and not thinking about anything specific, which was what the 4 minutes required. I learned in 8 minutes that there are moments where the only useful thing is to let the body run its process without the brain interfering, and this was one of those moments. When I came back, Carmichael was running the camera and Reyes was on the phone with Laura and Walt was standing at the edge of the trail looking at the tree. I stood next to him. It showed us. Walt's eyes stayed on the fur. It could have done that somewhere we'd never find him. It brought him here, to the trail, to a spot where park staff would find him. He paused. It put the 5 people in positions facing each other. It put Daniel where we'd see him. He paused. It wants us to know what it can do. It wants us to know there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, that's the message. I thought about what Daniel had said. The dagger in the cabin, under the floor, loose board, kitchen. You end it. Only you. I thought about Daniel hanging from that branch by an arm that had been reoriented to grip by 8 months of carrier function, using the last of whatever he had to get those words out before whatever was responsible for his position there chose to end the conversation. I thought about 8 months of him coordinating across sites, connecting carriers, working with Karen, building toward the summoning, all of it in the service of the entity's interests. And then I thought about him using his last functional moment to tell me there was something in my cabin that could end it, which was the opposite of what a person who had dedicated 8 months to the entity's interests would do if those interests were still his. Daniel is what he is. He chose it and it chose him, and the two things happened at the same time. Marcus had told me that. And Marcus had also said it was difficult to separate the choice from the choosing, which meant there were two things operating simultaneously inside Daniel. The carrier function and whatever remained of the person the carrier function had been built around. And one of them had spent 8 months serving the entity, and one of them spent the last of its available resources hanging from a branch on the North Trail, telling me about a loose floorboard. The cabin. I need to get to the cabin. We drove back on the access road at a pace that was technically within the park's vehicle speed limit and practically not. Walt parked outside and came in with me, and Santos stayed by the truck, and Reyes told me she'd be there within 20 minutes, and I was already on my knees at the kitchen floor before Walt had fully cleared the doorway. The kitchen floor is wood plank, laid in parallel east-west runs, the boards about 6 inches wide, the finish worn smooth in the traffic areas and maintaining some of the original lacquer at the edges and under the furniture. I'd been walking and standing on it for 8 months without thinking about it, in the kind of attention you bring to a floor when you understand it might be holding something back from you. I started at the east wall and worked west, pressing at each board in turn, running my fingers along the joints, feeling for give or movement or any variation in the way the surface responded. Walt crouched next to me without being asked and started from the west wall east, and we worked in silence because there was nothing useful to say until we found it. We met in the middle at the board that moved. Under the kitchen table, which meant it had been under the shoe for 8 months. About 6 inches of give when pressed at the south edge, enough to get 2 fingers under the north edge and lift. The board coming up cleanly because the nails on the underside had been pulled and replaced with a friction fit that holds until you know it doesn't, and then releases easily. Below the board was a cavity in the subfloor, about 8 inches deep and 18 inches long. The base was lined with a piece of canvas folded double, and on the canvas a shape wrapped in the same canvas material, tied with cord at 3 intervals. Walt looked at me. I looked at Walt. I reached in and lifted it out. Heavier than its size suggested, a density that didn't match the canvas wrapping, and about 14 inches long. I set it on the kitchen table next to the shoe and unwrapped the cord from the first tie, and the second, and the third, and folded back the canvas. A blade, single-edged, about 10 inches of blade from the guard to the tip, the metal dark in a way that wasn't surface oxidation. The darkness was in the metal from the beginning, structural and integral. The guard was bone or something close to bone, carved into the threshold symbol, the standard marking for a transition point, the gap at the top of the rough circle, the same symbol from the sill frame and behind the headboard and in the charcoal lines on the cavern wall, and on every piece of paper the returning children had carried out of the northern section. The handle was wrapped in leather that had dried and contracted over a very long time. The single edge, when I held it at an angle to the kitchen light, carried a sharpness that the metal's age had not diminished. I set it flat on the table and stepped back and looked at it from standing height. "That's old," Walt said. "Yeah." He looked at the threshold symbol on the guard. "How old?" "Old enough that someone thought to hide it here specifically, in the cabin, under the floor." "Daniel." Walt paused. "Or whoever was here before Daniel. Or whoever was here before them." I thought about the ranger before Daniel, the cabin and its accumulated objects, the chipped mug on the windowsill, the paperback missing its last 40 pages. Someone had found this or brought this or been given this and put it under the floor, and the person after them had left it there, and Daniel had known it was there and spent 8 months as a carrier, as a participant in the entity's transition. And at the end of that 8 months, hanging from a branch with the last of what he had available, he had told me where it was. I pulled a chair out and sat down at the kitchen table and looked at the blade and the shoe next to the blade, and thought about that for a while. The shoe had been here before I arrived. Daniel had left it deliberately, for me specifically, knowing I'd check under the bed, knowing the profile he'd built would produce a person who checks under beds. The note on the Calvert folder had been left for me. The forwarding address had been sent for me. Every piece of the architecture Daniel had been built toward me specifically, toward the one who opens, toward the function the entity needed fulfilled. And under the kitchen table, under the shoe Daniel had placed for me to find, under the floor of the cabin Daniel had prepared and marked across 2.5 years of occupancy, the blade had been waiting, either for me specifically, or for whoever the one who opens turned out to be, which in the end was the same thing. You end it. Only you. Walt looked at the blade on the table. "The one who opens." "Yeah." "You don't know what that means in practice. You've been saying that since the day you arrived." "No, I've been saying I don't know what my function looks like at its furthest point. I know what it's looked like up to now. Carry the story, keep the recorder running, document everything, reach enough people." I looked at the blade. Daniel said the one who opens is the one who makes it possible for the students to exist in the world outside. Marcus said the one who opens translates the understanding into story and sends it out far enough that enough people carry some version of it before they need it. I paused. But both of those things are the same stage of the function, the spreading stage, the carrying stage. "The blade is a different stage." Daniel said you end it, only you. I looked at the threshold symbol carved into the bone at the join between the blade and the handle. The same symbol that marked transition points. The same symbol that had been on the windowsill and behind the headboard, and in the charcoal lines on the cavern wall. The one who opens. The entity told me from the bedroom doorway that the one who opens understands what is needed and does it. Marcus said the watching position is where the function starts, and that what comes after announces itself. I looked at Walt. I've been carrying the story, reaching people. That's the preparation. And this is what the preparation is for. Walt looked at the blade for a long time. Reyes will be here in 10 minutes. Yeah. She needs to see this. Yeah. He looked at the blade again. Owen, the entity is in this park. It's killed 5 people today. It has demonstrated that it can kill anyone in this park at will, and that park staff are exempt because exempting us is more useful to it than killing us. He paused. If the blade is what you think it is, and you're what you think you are, and Daniel spent his last 2 words telling you where it was, then the entity knows about the blade. I sat with that. It's been in this cabin since before I arrived. It placed the marks on the sill and behind the headboard. It was in the bedroom for 5 nights. It's been in this kitchen, and the blade has been under this floor the whole time. And it left it there. Yeah, it left it there. Walt looked at the blade on the table for a long time. Then he looked at me. Either it doesn't know about the blade, or it knows and doesn't believe the blade can be used against it. He paused. Or it knows and it wants you to find it. The 3 options sat on the kitchen table alongside the blade and the shoe and the recorder running in my jacket pocket. Outside the window, the park was closed and empty, and the fog I'd woken to every morning for 8 months was gone, and the smell I'd been logging since my first week was gone with it. And somewhere in the northern section, the entity that had spent more than 80 years distributed, impartial, and indirect was present in the world in a way that it hadn't been before. And 5 people were dead, and Karen Fitch was gone, and Daniel was hanging from a branch on the north trail by an arm that had been reoriented to grip. And the blade was on the table, and the threshold symbol was on the guard, and I was the one who opens, and I had absolutely no idea what any of that meant in terms of what I was going to do next. I thought about the light flickering at 3:41 a.m. I thought about the laugh from the bedroom. I thought about the fact that the entity had been in this kitchen for 5 consecutive nights and had left the blade in the floor each time. And I thought about Walt's 3 options, and I sat with all of them and tried to work out which one the evidence supported. Reyes knocked at the door, and I went to let her in. The blade stayed on the table between us for about 40 minutes while Reyes read everything Marcus had sent her about the threshold symbol, cross-referenced it with the photographs from the cavern wall, and built her picture of what it might mean in the context of a transition ritual completed 5 nights ago in the bedroom 12 feet from where we were sitting. Walt stood at the window. I sat across from Reyes. Carmichael had come in behind her and taken a position near the bedroom doorway. The recorder ran. Nobody touched the blade. Marcus says the threshold symbol marks crossing points, entry and exit, places where the boundary between whatever the entity's operational state is and the physical world can be crossed in either direction. She looked at the guard. A blade marked with it. He doesn't know. He says the instruction didn't cover this. Does he have a guess? He says a blade marked with a crossing symbol, made from material that predates the management structure, kept in a location the entity has been using as a transition point. His words are that it would have been made specifically for this, not as a weapon in the conventional sense. She looked at me. As a counter threshold, something that could close what the entity opened, or something it wants me to think can close it. Yes, that remains the question. She wrapped the canvas back around the blade without touching the metal itself, using the cloth as a barrier between her hands and the surface, and tied the cord at the 3 intervals and pushed it to the center of the table. We keep it here for now. Nobody touches it without gloves. Nobody moves it without me knowing. She looked at her phone again. I'm sending the photographs to 3 people who aren't Marcus and aren't connected to this case, and seeing what they make of the symbol and the material independently. We sat with the blade between us in the park outside and the fog gone and 5 people placed in the undergrowth and on the trails facing north, and we waited for something to happen that we could respond to. Pollock's radio went to static on an open channel at 11:14 p.m. He'd been running a perimeter check on the southern boundary, a standard 2-hour loop he'd completed dozens of times on the park's evening protocol, and he'd radioed in at 9 p.m. from the southern junction with nothing flagging. Walt and I drove the southern access road and found his truck where it should have been. Engine running, door open, coffee in the cup holder still warm enough to steam in the November air. His radio was on the driver's seat, the channel open, the static continuous. His flashlight sat on the ground about 30 feet from the truck, still lit, aimed at the undergrowth on the east side of the road. We found him at 11:38 p.m., about 60 feet into the undergrowth, sitting upright, hands on his knees, face north. Every major organ in his torso ruptured simultaneously. No external injury, the body arranged with the same deliberateness as the 5 visitors. He'd been on this park for 4 years. He had a daughter who was going to turn 3 in February and had a photograph of her in his locker at the visitor center. 2 symbols drawn in something dark on the front of his jacket. I photographed them and sent them to Reyes and Marcus simultaneously, crouched in the undergrowth next to him with the recorder running. Marcus responded in 6 minutes. Both symbols from the cavern wall sequence. The first, the marker for someone identified by the entity as peripheral, within the network of knowing but not central to it. The second he'd seen the children draw in the dreams, the one he translated as finished. The entity had cataloged Pollock and marked him as finished. Reyes was at the road when we came back. She looked at the photographs on my phone and her face did the flat, careful thing it does when a confirmation arrives that costs something to accept. It's working through the list. Peripheral first. Walt was already reaching for his radio. Greer Walsh. We found Greer Walsh at 12:03 a.m. in zone NE2, sitting upright in the middle of the trail, hands on knees, face north. 2 symbols on her jacket, the peripheral marker and finished, same as Pollock. 7 years she'd been at this park. Walt had known her since her first week. He stood at the edge of the trail with his hands at his sides and looked at her for a long time before he turned and walked back to the truck. And I let him have that and kept the recorder running and photographed the symbols and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that Walt didn't already know. We drove back in silence. Neither of us spoke for the full 12 minutes it took to reach the visitor center lot. Santos radioed in from the western perimeter at 1:04 a.m., voice steady, nothing unusual to report. Walt and I were at the portable office trailer with Reyes and Carmichael, going through everything Marcus had sent about the symbol sequence, trying to establish whether the order of the entity's actions followed a logic we could map. At 1:47 a.m., Santos's radio went to static on an open channel. We found her at 2:09 a.m. on the western perimeter road, sitting upright, hands on knees, face north, 2 symbols on her jacket. Reyes stood at the edge of the road and looked at Santos, and her jaw worked and she put her hands in her jacket pockets and stayed there in the November cold for about 30 seconds before she turned. It's accelerating. 4 hours between Pollock and Santos. It's not spacing them out anymore. It's done with peripheral, I said. Everything it considers peripheral is gone. Carmichael, standing behind Reyes, looked at me. His face gave the answer before he spoke it. Which means the next ones aren't peripheral. Walt looked at the road. We drove back to the trailer and nobody spoke on the way, and the recorder ran in my jacket pocket, and the park was dark on both sides of the access road. And I thought about Pollock's daughter turning 3 in February, and I stopped thinking about it because there was no useful direction that thinking could take me. Carmichael's radio went to static at 3:31 a.m. He'd been in the portable office trailer working through the administrative records Reyes had flagged for independent verification when his radio went open. Reyes heard it from the cabin where she'd been reviewing Marcus's latest message and was at the trailer within 90 seconds. The door was open. The overhead light was on. The records were spread across the desk, and the laptop was open, and Carmichael's chair was pushed back from the desk at an angle that suggested he'd stood suddenly. He was in the parking lot, 30 feet from the trailer door, sitting upright, hands on knees, face north. 2 symbols on his jacket. Reyes photographed them herself and sent them to Marcus and stood in the parking lot beside him for about a minute before she came inside. She sat at the kitchen table across from me and Walt. The blade was still in the center of the table where she'd left it. She sat with her hands flat on the surface and looked at the blade, and her face had something beneath the professional flatness that had been held at a specific distance for a long time and was now close to the surface. He's been with me for 6 years. She held very still for a moment, looking at the table. Then she straightened and picked up her phone and called Laura. The call lasted 4 minutes. When she put the phone down, she looked at Walt and then at me. Laura is pulling every resource she has toward this site. She's been in contact with Marcus. She says Marcus believes the blade is genuine, that his assessment, based on the symbol and the material and the location, is that it was made for the specific purpose of closing a completed transition. She paused. She also says Marcus told her something he hasn't told us directly. He told her that, in the instruction, there was a section on what happens when the transition is closed, what it costs the one who closes it. Tell me. The threshold symbol on the guard. Marcus says in the instruction it appears in 2 contexts. The first is as a marker of crossing points, entry, exit, the standard usage we've been working with. She looked at me directly. The second context is as a marker of transfer. When the crossing symbol appears on an instrument used to close a threshold, the closing transfers a portion of what crossed through onto the instrument's user. A pause. Using the blade to close the transition marks the person who uses it. It doesn't destroy the entity. It marks the user as the entity's next point of contact with the world. Daniel. Marcus thinks so. He thinks Daniel understood this. He thinks Daniel's last words, "You end it, only you," weren't instruction toward destruction. They were instruction toward succession. She held my gaze. The entity doesn't get destroyed by the blade. It gets anchored to whoever uses it, to the next carrier. I looked at the blade on the table. It wants me to use it. Yes. And if I don't? Her eyes moved to the window and came back. It keeps going, through everyone who knows. She paused. Through Walt. At 4:53 a.m., her radio went to static on an open channel, and we both looked at it, and Walt was already at the cabin door. And I had the blade in my hands, still wrapped in the canvas, before I was aware of deciding to pick it up. We found Reyes in the parking lot at 5:02 a.m. Walt stood at the edge of the lot and looked at her, and his hands went to his face briefly and then came down, and he turned to me and his eyes were wet, and he held it and kept going. Which is the most Walt thing I've seen Walt do across 9 months in this park, and I will carry it. 2 symbols on her jacket, the sequence symbol for someone central to the network. Finished. We go north. His voice was level. Now, before it gets light. Walt. I know what it costs. He looked at me directly, his eyes wet but his expression settled, in the way that comes after a decision has been made and the deciding is done. I've known since Reyes told us what Marcus said. I knew before that, if I'm being honest with myself, which I'm trying to be. He looked at the blade in my hands. I know what it did to Daniel. I know what it'll do to you. And I know that if you don't go north right now, it'll work through whatever's left of this list until there's nobody who knows anything. And the story stops here. The story stopping here might be what it wants. Maybe. But Daniel spent his last words telling you where the blade was. And I spent 31 years in this park waiting for something that could actually end it. And that's what we have. He looked north, toward the tree line, toward the access road that led to the northern sections, toward the trail that led past NE7 and the forensic perimeter and the creek bed and the passage entrance. In the cavern were 6 children who weren't ready yet were sleeping in the accumulated domestic texture of a space not built for living. We go north, together. Whatever happens when you use it, I'm there when it happens. I looked at the blade in my hands. I looked at the dark mark on the parking lot asphalt where Reyes was sitting upright facing north with 2 symbols on her jacket, and 6 years of Carmichael's work in a laptop in the trailer, and 31 years of Walt's work in the gray morning air around us. Together, I said. We went north. The trail above NE7 at 5:30 a.m. in November. I've tried before to describe what the dark is like up there and haven't found better words than this. It presses. It comes in from the canopy and the old growth and whatever has been in these woods since before anyone thought to name them, and it accumulates around you in a way that open dark doesn't. Walt moved ahead of me with his torch, and I moved behind him with the canvas-wrapped blade in both hands and the recorder running, and the park all around us completely silent, in the way it had gone silent after the transition. Nothing ambient, nothing at baseline. The absence of the smell and the fog replaced by a different quality of air that had too much attention in it. We passed the forensic perimeter tape at NE7 at 5:47 a.m. Walt held it up and I ducked under, and we kept moving along the creek bed, the flat rock of it catching the torch beam and the walls of the creek on both sides channeling us forward. The passage entrance came into view at 6:04 a.m. The gap in the rock worked smooth at the edges by a long period of use. No smell. The air coming from the gap had the same too much attention quality as the air in the park, the air in the cabin, the air in every space the entity had occupied across the 9 months I'd been here. Walt stopped at the entrance and looked at me. It's in there. Yeah. The children. 6 of them, still in their sleeping areas. I looked at the gap in the rock. It won't hurt them. They're still in instruction. They're still useful. He looked at the gap. You don't know that. No, but Marcus said the ones who aren't ready need more time, and the entity has been managing that consistently across every site for decades. It doesn't damage what it's still using. I looked at the canvas in my hands. If the blade works the way Marcus said, if it closes the transition and anchors the entity, the anchoring happens to me, not to the cavern, not to the children. He was quiet for a moment. If it doesn't work that way, then we find out. He looked at me for a long time. In the torchlight, his face had the full weight of 31 years in it, and beneath the weight something I can only describe as the specific expression of someone who has been waiting a very long time for a moment they cannot fully be glad has arrived. He put his hand on my shoulder once, brief and firm, and then stepped to the side of the entrance. I'll be here. Right here. I went in. The corridor was 15 feet of descending, uneven floor, the ceiling dropping at the midpoint, the walls plain rock, my torch lighting it in a beam that moved with me. No smell. The acoustic quality of the stone around me changing the sound of my footsteps into something shorter and more final than footsteps on open ground. The cavern opened ahead. The oil lanterns were burning, 3 of them at intervals around the walls, steady at a level that meant they'd been attended to recently, which was information I noted and kept moving past. 6 children in their sleeping areas, the youngest curled on her side facing the wall, the sleeping mat rising and falling with her breathing. The others at various points between sleep and the arrested half-present state. None of them looked at me when I came in. In the center of the cavern, standing where the floor was the flattest, where the ceiling reached its highest point, where the 3 oil lanterns threw their light from 3 angles and left nothing in shadow, the entity. Fully present, physically occupying the space in the way that objects occupy space, displacing air, casting a shadow from each of the 3 lanterns. The ceiling at 9 feet and the top of it at 9 feet. The form with roughly human proportions and the details wrong in the accumulated way I'd seen in the doorway of the cabin. Except here there was no door to frame it, and no table between us, and the wrongness had no ambiguity left in it at all. The white eyes found me immediately. I stood at the cavern entrance with the canvas-wrapped blade in both hands and the recorder running in my jacket pocket, and I looked at it across 20 feet of cavern floor, and it looked at me, and neither of us moved for about 10 seconds. Then I unwrapped the blade. I pulled the cord from the 3 intervals and folded back the canvas and held the blade in my right hand with the bone guard against my palm, and the threshold symbol under my fingers and the single dark edge facing outward, and I crossed the cavern floor toward it. It watched me come. It held its position the way something holds a position when the approach is expected, with the patience that had been present in this park since before anyone who worked it was born. I got within 5 feet and stopped. You wanted me to do this. The white eyes were level and steady. You've wanted this since before I arrived, since you engineered the posting and Daniel built the profile and Patricia Oakes ran the hiring process, and I found the listing on my brother's couch in Salem at 11:43 p.m. with a bowl of soggy cereal going soft next to the laptop. I held the blade between us. You want the blade in you because the blade closes the transition, and the closing anchors you to whoever uses it, and whoever it anchors to becomes the next carrier. And you need a carrier for the next phase of this. The white eyes didn't change. I know that. I've known it since Ray's told us what Marcus said. I looked at the threshold symbol and the guard under my fingers. And I'm going to use it anyway. Because Carmichael is in the parking lot and Ray's is in the parking lot and Santos and Pollock and Greer Walsh are on the trails and Daniel is on the branch and 5 people who drove to this park and set up tents and made coffee on camp stoves are sitting in the undergrowth facing north. And whatever happens to me when I use this, the alternative is that it keeps going and the story stops here. And I'm the one who opens and the story does not stop here. I stepped forward and drove the blade into the entity at the center of its form, at approximately the height a sternum would be on a body with human proportions. 3 things happened simultaneously. The first was the sound, a single frequency, high and sustained, filling the cavern and reverberating off the stone walls and ceiling. Not painful, present in the chest and the back teeth and the space behind the eyes all at once. The second was the light from the oil lanterns, which went from their low steady burn to full brightness in about a half second. The cavern filled with more light than 3 small lanterns could produce. Every shadow gone, every surface of the rock lit in flat, even detail. The third was the sensation in my right hand, the hand holding the blade. Not heat, not pain. A specific pressure at the point where the threshold symbol on the guard pressed against my palm, building from nothing to significant across about 4 seconds and then releasing all at once. The entity compressed. That is the only word I have for what I watched happen in the 3 seconds after the blade made contact. Not falling, not dissolving. The form that had been 9 feet tall and present in the space, compressing downward and inward. The white eyes the last to go, maintaining their level, steady focus until the compression reached them. And then the compression completed and there was nothing in the center of the cavern except the flat rock floor and the light from the 3 oil lanterns burning bright and steady. The high-frequency sound stopped. The lanterns returned to their normal level. I stood in the center of the cavern with the blade in my right hand and looked at the empty floor where the entity had been. Then I looked at my right palm. The threshold symbol was there in the skin, the same dark mark the entity had pressed into the table surface with its finger. The same symbol from the sill frame and behind the headboard and in the charcoal lines on the cavern wall, and on every piece of paper the returning children had carried out of the northern section. Pressed into my palm. Permanent. The skin had accepted it the way a skin accepts a scar, integrated into the surface rather than sitting on it. The tissue beneath it slightly denser than the surrounding tissue, the warmth that had built during those 4 seconds already fading toward baseline. From the sleeping area on the east wall, a girl of about 12 sat up and looked at me across the cavern. Full presence in her face. The steadiness Marcus had said meant instruction complete.
He says you'll understand what you're carrying. He says it isn't what Daniel had. He says the one who opens doesn't carry it the same way the carrier carries it. He says you'll feel the difference.
Who says?
She looked at the empty floor. He does.
Flat and specific, the tone of someone relaying information they were given to relay.
He says the mark means you're the point of contact now. The one who opens is always the point of contact. That's what the function is.
She looked at me.
He says you already knew that.
I looked at the mark on my palm. Yeah, I did. She lay back down and pulled her blanket up and turned toward the wall and was asleep or close to it within 30 seconds. I looked at the 5 other children in their sleeping areas, rising and falling, breathing. I put the blade back in the canvas and tied the cord at the 3 intervals and walked back through the corridor and out through the gap in the rock face into the creek bed in the morning. Walt was at the entrance, exactly where he'd said he'd be. He looked at my face and then at my right hand, and I held the palm out so he could see the mark, and he looked at it for a long time without speaking. It's done. What it feels like. I looked at the mark. The closest I could come to it was integrated. The way a scar integrates. Part of the surface rather than a thing sitting on it. The skin having accepted it rather than simply bearing it. The pressure that had built and released during those 4 seconds was gone. What remained was something I could only describe as fixed. I'll need more time before I can describe it accurately. Right now it just feels like mine. Walt looked north along the creek bed for a long moment and then back at me. The children? 6 of them, breathing, asleep. The entity is gone from the cavern. I paused. I think. I don't know what gone means for something like that. I know it's not where it was. I closed my fingers over the mark. The girl who was ready, she said the mark means I'm the point of contact now. That the one who opens is always the point of contact. His jaw worked once. Daniel. Not the same. She said it isn't what Daniel had. The ones who open doesn't carry it the same way. I kept my fingers closed. I believe that. I'm choosing to believe it until evidence tells me otherwise. Walt was quiet for a long time. The creek bed was getting the first light of the morning, the sky behind the ridge going from black to the gray that precedes color, the frost on the rock catching it. Then, Laurel will want a debrief. Yeah. Marcus. Yeah. The 6 children still in there. Yeah, we come back with Adler and Price and whoever steps into Ray's role from the oversight office. I stopped. The next sentence had weight before the words arrived. We find someone to do what Ray's did. Someone who can manage the federal side without Karen managing it for them. Walt looked at the creek bed. She was good at it, I said. Yeah. She was. We turned south and walked back down through NE7 and the forensic perimeter and the trail system and the access road and the park that was empty of everyone, except the 2 of us and the 6 children 4 hours north in a cavern lit by oil lanterns. And the recorder ran in my jacket pocket for the whole way, and neither of us said much. And by the time we reached the visitor center lot, the morning had come up fully, and the park was very still around us in a way that was different from every previous stillness I'd experienced in it. The fog was gone from the tree line. The smell was gone. The air had released the quality of attention that had sat in it since my first night in the cabin. Walt arrived at the cabin the following morning at 6 a.m. He came in without knocking, which wasn't his usual manner, and stood in the kitchen with his jacket still on and his face doing the flat, concentrated expression. Something came to the tower last night. I poured him a coffee and sat down. What time? 11:14. He said it with a precision that told me he'd noted it. The smell came in first, through closed windows, high concentration. Then sounds on the exterior stairs, something on them, the weight distribution wrong, not a person. He looked at me steadily. It came to the door. I heard it at the door for about 2 minutes. Then it said something. He paused. In Sarah's voice. Walt. It said something in Sarah's voice that Sarah would have known to say. Something specific to us that I've never told anyone and that is not in any document Karen or anyone else has ever had access to. He looked at his mug. It was accurate. It used her voice accurately and said the specific thing that only Sarah would have known. He stopped for a moment, his jaw set, his eyes on the table. And then it said, still in her voice, she's not the same as she was. She's better. She understands things now that she couldn't have understood then. The kitchen was quiet. Do you believe it? Walt turned his mug in his hands. I don't know. That's the honest answer, and I'm going to stay with it. What I know is that it used something real to get to me. Something it had no legitimate access to. Which means it's been in this park for 31 years learning the people in it at a level of detail that goes far beyond what I understood it was doing. He looked at the window. The mark, is it still there? It's integrated. It's not going anywhere. But you're still here. Yeah, I'm still here. The entity had made simultaneous contact at 3 locations the previous night. The trailer, the tower, the cabin, all within an 11-minute window between 11:03 and 11:14 p.m. The woman from the oversight office who had stepped into Ray's operational role called at 8 a.m. and told me it was the first documented instance of the entity making simultaneous contact at multiple locations in the same operational period. In the management documentation, the sites were treated as separate presences. What had happened overnight was different. One presence covering 3 locations in 11 minutes, each contact calibrated to the specific person receiving it. It's escalating because the quarantine is ending, I said. That's one interpretation. The other is that it needs you to accelerate. The closer we get to full federal engagement, the more directly it operates. A pause. Owen, we think both are true. Yeah, I said. I think so too. The girl who was ready came out 3 days later. Her name was Isla Chen. She had gone missing from a family camping trip in Zone NE5 2 years ago, age 10. She was 12 years old when she walked out of the passage entrance at 7 a.m. on a Thursday morning with Walt and Adler and Price, wearing the same green waterproof jacket style as Riley, the clothing that was provided rather than taken in. And she gave me a piece of folded paper when she came out, the way Riley had given hers to me specifically, the way Phoebe had given hers to Dina Holt. The paper had the symbol sequence and the last symbol circled. Below the sequence, in careful block capitals, was a line I hadn't seen before in any of the previous papers. The ones who come after Marcus will find you. You do not need to find them. I showed it to Walt. He read it twice and handed it back. How many come after Marcus? The sequence doesn't tell us. But they all come to you. Yeah. He looked at the tree line on the north side of the access road lot where we were standing with the morning coming in flat and cold off the ridge. The one who opens. You carry the story far enough that when they come out, they have somewhere to come to. That's Marcus's translation of it. Do you have a different one? I thought about it honestly. I thought about the recorder running in my jacket pocket since the day I arrived, the account building part by part. And I thought about you reading this, and about why I'm telling it, and what it means that I'm telling it, and what it means that you're reading it. And I thought about what it means when an entity that has been running this process across an unknown number of sites for longer than the country has existed, looks at the network of people carrying the knowing, and decides that the number is sufficient for whatever comes next. No, I don't have a different one. Isla Chen sat in the back of the welfare vehicle and watched the park slide past the window as they drove north on the county road. She looked at the tree line the whole way with the complete fixed attention of someone watching for something they expect to see again. The same quality Riley had had in the vehicle window, and I recognized it and let it be what it was. Marcus stood about 10 feet to my left in the access road lot, watching the vehicle go. His proportions were still slightly wrong in the morning light, the body not yet fully recalibrated for open sky and distance after 11 years without them. When the vehicle turned onto the county road and disappeared, he looked at me. "There are 6 left in the cavern. They'll come out as they're ready. The timeline is theirs, not ours. When the last one comes out, the cavern will be empty, and the instruction will be complete at this site. And then? And then this site closes, and the entity moves its attention to where the instruction is still ongoing. There are others." "How many others?" He looked at me with the eyes of someone who's been receiving a specific kind of education for 11 years and has fully absorbed it. "More than 11. That's what you need to carry. That there are more than 11, and that the instruction is ongoing, and that the ones who come through it are going to need people on the outside who understand what they carry. You're the beginning of that network, not the whole of it. Who else is in the network? You'll know them when they find you. The one who opens doesn't need to assemble the network. The network assembles around them." He walked across the lot and I watched him go, and I kept the recorder running, and I thought about the symbol on the east windowsill that had been there before I arrived, and the mark behind the headboard that had been there before I arrived, and the job posting that had gone up within 72 hours of Daniel leaving, and the profile Daniel had built to ensure a specific kind of person applied, and all the distance between the moment I found the listing on my brother's couch in Salem at 11:43 p.m. with a bowl of soggy cereal going soft next to the laptop, and this parking lot on a cold morning in late October with the fog gone from the tree line, and the mark on my right palm, and the 6 children still 4 hours north in a cavern lit by oil lanterns, and the recorder running, and the sense, which I'm going to try to describe accurately rather than dramatically, the sense of standing inside something whose full dimensions I have not yet seen and was only beginning to map. I pulled out my phone and opened the recording application I'd been using as a backup alongside the field recorder, and I looked at the list of files going back to my first night in the cabin, all of them time-stamped, all of them building toward a document that was already longer than anything I'd expected to produce when I took this job. And I thought about what the entity had said from the bedroom doorway. The story, further than you've taken it, wider than this park, wider than 11 sites. I thought about you, reading this, wherever you are. I thought about what it means that you found it. I thought about what enough means, and whether we're there yet, and what happens when we are. I pressed record and started talking. Stay out of national forests. My name is Walter Greer. Been a ranger at Sentinel Ridge National Park in northern Washington for 31 years. And I've filed more incident reports in that time than I can count. I've tried in every one of them to be accurate about what I found and what I did and what I concluded. Because accuracy is the only thing a report is good for, and a report that isn't good for anything is a document that makes a situation worse. I want to be accurate here. I'm going to try. I found Owen at 6:14 a.m. on a Tuesday morning in the second week of December, 3 weeks after the last child came out of the northern section. I'd been driving to the cabin every morning since the night Rays died. Not because Owen needed checking on. He was functional, present, filing his reports, running his patrols, doing every part of the job that needed doing. But because the cabin had been a place where something had happened for 9 months and old habits are hard to shake, and I'm 62 years old and have been at this park long enough to understand that places where things happen keep happening in ways you don't always notice until you stop paying attention. The access road was clear. The morning was cold and flat, and the frost was in the undergrowth on either side of the road, and the sky above the ridge was the gray that comes before the light rather than after it. My coffee was in the cup holder, and I had the heater going, and it was a morning like 100 other mornings at Sentinel Ridge, which is something I had stopped taking for granted. The fog was still gone. 43 mornings since the transition, and the fog had not come back to the tree line, and I noticed its absence every day. The same way you notice a sound stopping, the silence where it was still carrying information, just different information. And I was still working out what kind. The smell was gone too. 43 mornings of clean air off the ridge, no bass note, no organic wrongness at the back of the throat. I had been logging it daily because Ray's replacement had asked me to, and because logging things is what I do. And 43 consecutive zero readings was a record I didn't know what to do with yet. Owen's truck was at the cabin when I pulled up. The lights inside were off. I sat in my own truck for a moment with the engine running and the heater going, and looked at the cabin windows and the way the morning light, still thin, still gray, still working up to something, sat on them without giving much back. Then I got out. I knocked 3 times the way I always knock, and waited the count of 10. Then I tried the door. It was unlocked. The cabin was warm. The wood burner in the corner had gone out sometime in the night, but the warmth it had produced was still in the walls, and the air had the particular inhabited quality of a space where a person has been for a long time. The overhead light was off. Morning coming in through the east window was enough to see by. Owen was at the kitchen table. He was still in the chair he always sat in, facing the east window, his hands flat on the table surface on either side of the shoe that had been there since the first morning I'd come to this cabin with him. The Nike, size 3, style discontinued since 2017. The thing he'd carried out of the cabin and brought to me at the NE7 site, and that had been sitting at the table between us ever since. His hands were flat on either side of it, and his eyes were open and looking out the east window and the morning coming through it. I've been doing this job long enough to know what dead looks like and what asleep looks like, and what the particular quality of someone sitting very still looks like. And I stood in the doorway for about 5 seconds and ran through all 3 and arrived at the one I had known before I came through the door. I went to him. I put my hand on his shoulder the way I'd put my hand on Daniel's shoulder the night he'd come to this cabin and told us what he'd seen. And I said his name. Owen was gone. His face looked like his face. That's the thing I keep coming back to when I think about that morning. I've thought about it a lot in the weeks since. His face looked exactly like his face, which sounds like a simple thing to say and is not. Whatever the carrier function had done to Daniel over 8 months, the slow reorientation of features and proportions, the jaw widening and the brow changing and the distances between things shifting in ways that accumulated into something you couldn't look at without your body registering at first, none of that was in Owen's face. His face was the face of a 34-year-old man who had been a 9th grade English teacher in Portland and had driven north looking for somewhere that didn't know his name and had found something considerably more significant than that. The mark was on his right palm, the threshold symbol, the same one that had been on the sill frame and behind the headboard and in the charcoal lines on the cavern wall. I had seen it on his palm every day since that morning he came out of the passage with the blade and held his hand out to me at the creek bed entrance. And every day it had been exactly as dark and exactly as integrated into the skin as it had been the morning it appeared. It was the same now. His right hand was palm up on the table. The threshold symbol faced the ceiling. On the table beside his left hand, the recorder sat with its battery dead and its memory card inside it, and everything it had captured across the last 9 months of this park. I stood at the kitchen table for a long time. The morning came up properly through the east window, the flat gray giving way to something with a little color in it, the frost on the clearing going from shadow to pale light, and the cabin was warm and quiet, and Owen was at the table and the shoe was between his hands, and the recorder was beside him and the wood burner had gone out sometime in the night while he sat in the chair and did whatever it was he was doing in his last hours, which I think was what he'd been doing since the day he arrived, keeping the story moving. He died human. I want to put that down plainly because it matters. I've seen what the carrier function does to a person over time. I watched it happen to Daniel across 8 months, the slow transition of a man into something that used his outline and his eyes and a version of his voice, and that was, in the end, not a person in any sense I could hold on to. Daniel on the branch on the North Trail had been a human body extended and reoriented beyond the point of return, suspended 6 feet above the trail by an arm that had been configured to grip. Owen at the kitchen table was a man who had sat down in his chair and died. I don't know exactly what the marker on his palm did to him or how it worked or what the process was. Marcus has a partial understanding of it and has been trying to explain it to Dr. Soren's team and to the oversight office, with the patience of someone who'd learned something through immersion rather than instruction, and is finding that the translation goes imperfectly in both directions. What Marcus has said, and what I believe, is that the one who opens holds the entity differently from the carrier. Carrier spreads. The one who opens contains. And containing something that has been distributed across 11 or more sites for longer than anyone now living has been alive, is not something a human body sustains indefinitely. Owen knew this. He'd been told this in enough different ways by enough different sources. Ray's, Marcus, the entity itself, that he went north with the blade understanding what using it would cost him, and he used it anyway, and he came back and filed his reports and ran his patrols and helped bring the remaining children out of the northern section one by one, and stood in the access road lot with Marcus and pressed record and kept going for as long as he could, which was longer than anyone had a right to expect and shorter than I wanted it to be. Called Laura at 6:31 a.m. She answered on the second ring, which meant she was awake and had been awake for a while, which is a thing Laura Marsh usually is. I told her what I'd found, and she was quiet for about 20 seconds, and then she said, "I'll make the calls. Don't move him." "I know," I said. "Walt." She paused. "He stopped it. At this site, the cavern is empty and the children are out and the site is closed, and that's because of him." "Yeah," I said. "I know that too." She hung up, and I stood in the cabin with the morning coming in through the east window and the dead wood burner and the recorder beside Owen's left hand, and I waited for the people who needed to come. The oversight office sent 4 people. They arrived at 9 a.m., and they did their work with a professionalism I respected and a distance from the specifics of it that I understood. They brought frameworks with them that helped them function in the space I'd been living in for 9 months. Those frameworks were both necessary and not quite sufficient. The gap between the two isn't something you can close for people on short notice. They took the recorder. The memory card had 9 months of audio on it, and they were careful with it, and they gave me a receipt for it, which I still have. One of them, a woman named Adissa, who had been on the Oversight Committee's operational response team for 6 years and who had driven the last hour from Seattle at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday morning and still looked like she'd been awake for 20 minutes, stood in the kitchen doorway after the others had moved Owen to the vehicle. And she looked at the shoe on the table and the flat surface where his hands had been, and she said, "He was a ranger for 9 months." "Yeah," I said. She looked at the table. He stopped a cycle that had been running at this site for over a decade, got the children out, produced the documentation that opened the federal inquiry, built the first external network of people carrying the information. She looked at me. Her pen was above the notebook, not writing yet, waiting for what came next. "He was good at his job," I said. "He was here 9 months, and he was good at his job from the first morning. He'd been selected for it, built towards it. And he knew that, and he did it anyway." I looked at the shoe on the table. He understood what was happening here faster than anyone I've worked alongside in 31 years. He understood what it meant and what it was going to require, and he did it anyway. I paused. He was a good man, and he did something that needed doing. He understood what it would cost, and he did it. I don't know a better word for that than hero. I've been trying to find one since the morning I pulled that bed away from the wall and saw what was behind the headboard and understood what he was walking into. Adisa wrote something in her notebook. She looked at the shoe one more time, and then she went out to join the others, and I heard the vehicle start and drive south on the access road. Then the cabin was quiet. I sat down in Owen's chair and put my hands flat on the table the way his had been and looked at the east window and the clearing and the tree line and the morning. The shoe was still there. I sat with it for a while. The last child came out of the northern section 11 days after Owen died. Her name was Amara Douglas. She'd gone missing from a family camping trip in Zone NE8 7 years ago when she was 6 years old. She was 13 when she walked out of the passage entrance on a Wednesday morning with Adler and Price on either side of her, a piece of folded paper in her hand that she gave to me specifically when she came out. The way they all did, the way the pattern had established itself. The paper had the symbol sequence and the last symbol circled. Below the sequence, in careful block capitals, it said, "The network knows who you are. Keep going." I put the paper in my jacket pocket and I looked at Amara Douglas, who had been 6 years old when she went into the northern section and was 13 now. Her face carrying the same steadiness Riley Robertson's had carried and Isla Chen's and all the others. Instruction complete, whatever that meant. However it would show itself over the years ahead. And I said, "Let's get you somewhere warm." She nodded and we walked to the vehicles and she got in without ceremony. I went back to the passage entrance after the vehicles left. I went alone. Walt Greer, 62 years old, Ranger, 31 years at Sentinel Ridge, going back to a gap in a rock face that had been changing the shape of things in this park since before I arrived, and that was now, as far as I could establish, empty. I crouched at the entrance and looked into the corridor. The torch beam showed me 15 feet of descending, uneven floor and the ceiling dropping in the middle and the plain walls, same as it had always looked. The smell was gone, had been gone since the transition, 47 days now. The air coming in from the gap was cold and neutral and had nothing in it that my body registered before my brain did, which had been the signal for 9 months and whose absence was the clearest confirmation I had. I looked at the entrance for a long time, looked into the passage and thought about a woman named Sarah who had walked into the northern section of this park in September 2004 with her 3 friends and had not walked out, and about the fact that the thing that had taken her was somewhere else now, some other park, doing what it did, and that I had known this was true before Owen died and had filed it under things that could not be addressed yet, rather than things that had been addressed, which is where it still lived. Owen had stopped the cycle at this site. He had stopped it specifically, surgically, at the cost of the thing a 34-year-old man has to spend to use a blade marked with a threshold symbol in a cavern lit by oil lanterns at 6 a.m. in November. And the cycle at this site was stopped. And the cavern was empty, and the 8 children, 7 of them returned, one whose remains were among the bone fragments below the NE7 outcrop. The one the entity had been finished with before we knew what finished meant, were accounted for. The entity was somewhere else. I stood at the passage entrance and held that. The federal inquiry produced its first formal findings in March. I gave a deposition in January that lasted 2 days and covered 31 years in a way that felt simultaneously exhaustive and insufficient, which I think is the nature of 31 years. The panel asked good questions. They asked about Karen Fitch and about the administrative records and about the symbol sequence and about the children and about Owen. And I answered everything I could answer accurately and told them when I couldn't answer accurately, and they wrote it all down. Laura was present for part of it and absent for other parts, and that division told me something about which parts of the inquiry were running through channels she had access to and which were running through channels she didn't, which was its own kind of information that I filed for later. Marcus gave testimony via a formal statement that Dr. Soren's team had helped him prepare over 6 weeks. It was 43 pages long. I've read it 3 times. It is the most accurate account of the instruction and its purpose that currently exists in any document, and I believe it is about 40% complete, which Marcus himself has acknowledged, which is the kind of honesty I've come to expect from him. Riley Robertson gave a statement. So did Phoebe Aiken and Isla Chen and 3 of the others. They gave their statements with the care of people who understand that the information they carry is important, and who are trying to give it accurately in a language and a format that the people receiving it can use, and who are finding that the translation goes imperfectly in both directions. The findings, when they came, confirmed 11 active sites, recommended suspension of camping permits at all 11, pending independent review, and established a formal inquiry into the management structure that had been operating since 1943. The names above Karen Fitch, the ones she had a contact number for, the ones who had told her twice that the children in the northern section were not currently a priority, were identified. I will not put their names here. The inquiry has them, and what happens next is not something I'm in a position to determine, which is something I've made my peace with. Karen Fitch has not been found. Her car was recovered at the Seattle-Tacoma airport on the morning after the transition. She is listed as a person of interest in the federal investigation. I have my own views of what Karen Fitch did and why she did it, and those views have not changed since the morning she stood in the cleared area between the cabin and the tree line and told us she had run out of things to try from inside the structure. She wasn't wrong about the entity. Her method was wrong. The choice she made about how to be right about it was wrong, and the distinction matters even when it's uncomfortable to hold. Karen Fitch had spent 15 years in this park watching families come apart and children disappear, and had called it maintaining and containing, and something in that 15 years had shifted her toward a different conclusion about what maintaining and containing was actually protecting. I understand the shift. Understanding it is not the same as agreeing with it, and I have spent a fair amount of time sitting with the gap between those two things. Owen's account is out there now. I don't entirely understand how it happened. The mechanics of it are not my area of expertise, and Laura has tried to explain the specific channels through which the documentation moved before the inquiry opened, and I followed most of it and lost the thread in the technical details. But the account exists in the world in a form that has reached people, and those people have reached other people, and the network Owen talked about in his last recordings is assembling the way Marcus said it would, around the account, around the story, around anyone needing to build it deliberately. Marcus told me this 2 months ago, on a Tuesday afternoon in the welfare assessment facility in Wenatchee. He was in the common area with a cup of tea that he actually drank this time, which I noted because the last time I'd been in that room, he'd made tea and not touched it, and the drinking of it seemed significant in a way I couldn't entirely articulate. He told me that people who had read the account were making contact through channels he could track, and that several of them had a quality of attention in their responses that indicated they understood what they'd read at a level beyond the informational, and that this was what was supposed to happen. He built it right, Marcus said, the structure of it, the way he told it. I looked at my coffee. He was an English teacher. I know. Marcus looked at the garden through the window, the east-facing garden that was bare in January, but had a structure to it that suggested it'd be something else in the spring. He told me, the morning we walked back from the cavern together, that he'd been trying to work out if what he was writing was the instruction or about the instruction, and he said he thought it was both. What did you tell him? I told him it was both. That's how it works. The one who opens doesn't separate them out. Story is the instruction is the story. He looked at me. He understood that. He was already doing it. I drove back to Sentinel Ridge from Wenatchee in the late afternoon, and the mountains were somewhere behind the cloud in the direction I'd come from, and I thought about Owen at the kitchen table with his hands flat on either side of the shoe and the recorder beside him, and the east window showing him the morning, keeping the story moving. That's what he said about himself. That was what he was for. I thought about that for the full 3 hours on the interstate and the county roads, and I thought about Sarah, which I do every day whether I intend to or not. And I thought about what it means to stop a cycle at a specific place, and what that does and doesn't do for the people who were taken into that cycle before it was stopped. And I arrived at the park in the dark and drove the access road to the tower, and sat in the upper room with the radio and the monitoring equipment and the wood burner going well, and the northern section of the park visible through the windows. And I thought about all of it until I stopped thinking and went to bed. There's a shoe on my desk now. Owen's shoe. The child's Nike, the size 3. I asked Adisa if I could keep it, and she checked with her supervisors and came back and said yes. And I brought it to the tower and put it on my desk next to the radio. It has been there for 6 weeks. I am 62 years old. I've been a ranger at Sentinel Ridge for 31 years, and I intend to be here for whatever comes next, for as long as I'm capable of being here. Because leaving was the wrong instinct when I understood what had happened to Sarah, and it remains the wrong instinct now. The work that needs doing is here. The children who are still coming out of the sites, the other 10, the ongoing process, the network that Owen's account is building. They need people here who understand what they carry. The Oversight Office has people at the other sites now. The federal inquiry opened formal review of 4 additional parks in February, based on the documentation that Owen and Reyes and Laura produced, and the symbol sequences Marcus had been helping them interpret. 3 of those parks have passage entrances in their northern or western sections that match the geological profile. One of them has a cavern that a survey team accessed last month and found to be occupied in ways that match the Sentinel Ridge documentation. The cycle at this site was stopped. What it was stopped at the cost of is on the recorder, and I have said what I can say about it, and I'm still here. I have a job to do. I intend to do it. The call came in on a Friday morning in the 3rd week of March at 7:52 a.m. when I was in the tower running the morning briefing with the oversight team, and the light was coming off the ridge in the way it comes in late March, sideways, yellow, with some warmth finally returning to it after 4 months of winter. Laura's number. I told the team to take 10 minutes and stepped out onto the observation deck with the phone and the coffee in the morning cold. Walt. Her voice had a quality I'd heard before. The quality that means she has assembled something and has been sitting with it for long enough to know what it means, and it's called because it needs to be said to someone who will understand it. Tell me. The Cascades site, a family, parents, 2 children, registered permit in zone NW4, 3-night stay. She paused. A maintenance crew found them this morning on the access road. All 4. The light was doing what it does off the ridge in March, and I was looking at the northern section of the park below the tower. The canopy still bare enough that you could see further into it than you could in summer. And I held the phone and held the coffee and held very still. All 4, I said. All 4. The children. She stopped. She started again. The positioning is consistent with the documented pattern. The internal presentation is consistent. 2 symbols on each adult's jacket. She paused. Walt, the symbols are different from the Sentinel Ridge sequence. It's a different section of the overall sequence, the Cascades version of it. I looked at the northern section. The passage entrance was 4 hours north, sealed. The classification tape still up around the forensic perimeter. The oil lanterns in the cavern long since burned out. I had checked on it on foot every week since the transition. The cavern was empty and the entrance was as it had been, and the smell was absent, and the air coming from the gap was cold and neutral every time. The entity was not here. The children, I said again. Both of them? Both. Her voice stayed level, which was the only way Laura's voice knew how to stay. The positioning is deliberate. The same care as the other arrangements, the same north-facing orientation. A pause. Dina Holt is on site. She called me at 7:30. The coffee steamed in my hand and the morning light was yellow and clean off the ridge. and below me the park sat inside its own particular silence, the silence it had settled into after the transition. And I thought about a family who had registered for a 3-night camping permit in Zone NW4, and driven to a park and set up tents and made dinner on a camp stove and gone to sleep, and about 2 children arranged on an access road facing north in the March cold. And I thought about a cycle that had been stopped at one site and had moved its attention to where the instruction was still ongoing. I thought about Owen at 4:40 a.m. in Zone NE9, his head torch on, crouching down to be at Riley Robertson's eye level, keeping his voice level, saying, "I'm going to take you to a safe place. Is that okay?" I thought about what he wrote at the end of everything. The story does not stop here. Put my coffee down on the deck railing and looked north. He said not to be afraid of what you're for. The phone was in my hand. Laura was on the other end of it, and the park was below me in the March light. And Dina Holt was standing on an access road 400 miles south with 2 children arranged facing north on the ground in front of her. There was work to do. "I'll make my calls," I said. "Keep Dina on sight. Don't move them until I get there." "Walt, I know what it means." I picked the coffee back up. "I'm already moving." I went back inside and I put my jacket on and picked up my radio and the shoe from the desk, and I carried it out to the truck. And I set it on the seat beside me, and I drove south on the access road towards the visitor center where there was work to do. Because there is always work to do. And the work is what I understand how to do. And Owen understood that too. And I'm 62 years old and I'm still here. And the story does not stop here. Keep going.